it actually sort of shows some growth on your side as an entrepreneur, right? Of like kind of you have this sort of theme of sort of doing things better than you did them the first time.
That's a good thing to have in life. Yeah, something else that I thought of when you were saying that was I've also shrunk the time from starting marketing. I think I had this idea in my head that I had to start marketing once I had a perfectly finished product that people could start paying for. And that's not true at all. You start marketing before you start coding. So I've been much more conscious about putting out Twitter videos and throwing up a landing page that's collecting email addresses. And something I think I could be doing that even much more aggressively. I think I could be buying paid ads for these search terms I think are high intent and just using that to attract more people to give me their email address. I think I'll do that today, actually. All right, that's another thing I want to add to my list of things I'll have done before the 26th. I'm gonna have a Google ad that's driving people to the homepage that is just collecting email addresses. And that's it. Like I talk to so many people who are starting new things who have this same sort of mentality of like, well, as soon as I get this one more feature done, that's when I'm going to start marketing. But like, no, you start right now. You do something in marketing. You start telling people about this. You at least tell them what you're working on, and that's so much better informs even how you build the product. The more conversations you can have, the more you can get out there. Even before you have something finished, it's even better. I was really impacted in this line thinking by a book called Traction. There's a book called Traction, talking about by Gabriel Library and just Morris, which walks you through this method of figure out all the different possible ways you could do marketing. Try the top 3 of them, measure which one works the best, measure how much it costs to acquire a customer each of them, and then double down on just that one thing. And start the day you start coding. And that's a very important idea that I feel like I'm still learning. I could be doing more marketing.
But also in terms of marketing, you talked about the watermarking and how important that will be. And it strikes me that so if you build the watermarking, you already have a functioning demo of, and like, can people download a video from the demo right now?
Right now, December 26th, they can. Right now, December 1st, they can.
So I think that once you get the watermarking and the download working, right? Like once you get like, I don't know, less so than ads to me is getting those videos circulating, and yes, having a list, like those things are always helpful. But it sounds like to me is like, you already have user accounts still, and then allowing people to download it, adding the watermark. Like you can almost stop at that point, like release that, and then people can't pay you, but they also can't remove the watermark, and then you move on to doing the paid plans. Like that doesn't have to be one release all in one, right?
Yeah.
It's better to have people emailing you say, how do I remove this stupid watermark? And you're like, hey, pay me $100 a month or $500 a month, which is what I think your professional plan should be,
right?
Or $20 a month to remove the watermark. But see, like, I think this needs to be like this interesting kind of thing about pricing and kind of structuring plans is like thinking about incentives, right? And for you, the more videos people make with your watermark on it, the better off you are because the more traffic you're getting back. And so your plan, like the limitations on the plan basically need to be structured in a way that they don't discourage people from making videos, but they're limited in other ways that are relevant to them. And I'm curious what you're thinking, like what the delineation between plans is.
Yeah. So the watermarking is a viral marketing channel, and I agree that that can be a thing that I ship even before I have paid plans. I like that. So I think I'm just laser focused on being able to do that, and that's something I can get done like, I don't know, this week. That's very close. And then
you want me to check it on next week?
After this, I'm going on a cruise with my family on Sunday, and we're not gonna. So
you're gonna have fun and you're gonna enjoy it. So it's not gonna be done next week.
So much fun. Yes. So like having a go about 26th week. If you follow me in 2 weeks, I would like to in 2 weeks be able to send you a second video and download that watermark video.
Which is last week as of this scene. This is a time traveling episode. Yeah.
We're just before Christmas. Yes. So the
get that out now while people are putting out all those like Christmas wrapping videos and whatnot.
Sure. There was another point you made. I'm trying to remember. The viral marketing content, doing the video first, using watermark, and then focusing on so this a question I'm struggling with is what the differentiating thing is between the free users who are watermarking and the prosumer users and the pro users. I don't yet have a good finger on the pulse of what that differentiating factor is. I don't want it to be number of videos because if people are using this for free and they're pumping out free videos and that are watermarks and publishing those places, I like go for it, absolutely. And I think even with the queuing part of it, being able to have this buffer style, you can generate clips and then drip one out once a day or have it linked with your social media account. I think that's okay. Well, actually saying that aloud, maybe the scheduling is something that pro users care about and free users don't care that I can be on a schedule. But they would like to link their social media to be able to have one-click publishing to be able to publish it. So that feels like it could be a good way to differentiate. But I'm struggling with what those other factors are, of what the things are that the business users care about, and only them care about, and what the pro users care about, and only they care about. Watermarking is one of those things. And then,
what about storage? Like you mentioned that the professionals, they will have like a year's worth of library that they are continually recycling and reusing, versus someone who is an influencer getting their influencing career off the ground, they might not have that. And I wonder if you have a time limit, or like even like somebody uploads a video, like how long are you storing the entire video? How long are you storing the clips? And maybe that's something like if you're on the basic plan, the video is stored for 7 days or something, and then it's automatically deleted, versus if you're on a varying like levels of, you could basically tier your plans by how much video storage people are getting. Like, isn't that expensive too? Like to be storing a bunch of video on your end? Like,
you'd be surprised. Cloud storage has gotten really cheap. Yeah. I'm gonna forget the math. It's something like for me to store 100 gigabytes costs something like $1 per month. It's roughly in that range. So I like differentiating it on storage, and I can even be kind of clever with it. Of like, I don't delete your video, you just lose access to it. And if you upgrade to the business plan, you can see your entire backlog. That also resonates with me because several of the business people that I've talked to who are ready and willing to pay $100 a month have this huge media backlog. I think it would feel tedious for them to have to juggle if they have a limited amount of storage, or if they have something where they have to edit it within 7 days. That would be too frustrating to deal with. And if it's a difference between $30 and $100, they don't really care. They just want to upload the entire media vault all at once and then have someone go through it and do the living. So yeah, I like storage. I think that's a high probability of being a differentiating factor. That would be a high signal to figure out the difference between those levels.
And then eventually the professional plan could be gated in terms of the amount of storage you get too, right? Because if they're going to upload 5 years worth of weekly content, like they should pay for that, rather than somebody who has 10 pieces of videos that they like, right? Like that feels relevant. And if somebody's already paying you $100, then they're like, okay, well, I'm using this a lot, then okay, we got to upgrade it to 200 or whatever because we're using it a lot, right? Like that's also an alignment of incentives where they're getting more value out of it. You're giving them more value, therefore they pay you more.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. We may have to solve that problem. And then free users, I sort of see free users as no storage. Like you just get the one video that you're currently clipping, and then I want you to use it as much as possible. Maybe I do a few days of storage, or maybe it's just one video at a time. There's a lot of things I can't do with the free users. I think if the free plan was identical to the prosumer plan, except it had a watermark, I think that's enough to differentiate between free and prosumer, and then differentiating primarily on storage for the prosumer versus business. I think that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
Cool. Thanks. We just solved the problem live.
We got a plan.
Visit thevideoclipper.com on a laptop. Although you can view the pricing page probably on a to see if that's actually what I did.
Well, Christian Janko, thank you so much for coming on. I am sure we'll be hearing from you again. And
most CRMs claim don't good things, sometimes a bad thing. We're going to debate it and talk all about it on today's show. It's going to be awesome. And I know you've got some examples that you want to use to frame this. So maybe we'll start.
Invaded Ukraine. The response of the crypto community was truly remarkable, showing that this technology can be of invaluable help in times like this. Tamika Tillman explains how it was used. I do think that actually this has really showcased some benefits of blockchain technology. So what would you say are kind of the main lessons for some people who are seeing blockchain being used in this way for the first time?
Well, I'd highlight 4 big areas where the international community should sit up and take very close notice. The first is when it comes to moving capital to governments. The United Nations has estimated in the past that in complex environments, you lose roughly 30% of every dollar that's deployed due to malfeasance and corruption. It takes another 15% approximately of every dollar to do auditing, monitoring, and evaluation. So before you have done any good at all, before you've helped a single person, bought a single blanket, you've lost 45 cents on every dollar that's deployed using traditional legacy systems. We need to be able to do a lot better than that. And so using Web3 architecture to move capital into complex humanitarian emergencies is the way of the future. This is how it's going to go. And I think governments are going to recognize that. The second piece is we can get resources to individuals in need in a way that we've never been able to previously. One of the reasons that Ukrainians are proving so adept in using Web3 tools now is that when they ousted their past leader, who was beholden to Moscow and somebody who was engaged in extensive corruption, you'll remember that many of the Ukrainians on the Maidan would hold up Bitcoin addresses on signs so that people watching from the outside could target resources to them directly because they needed band-aids, they needed medical supplies, they needed food, and you could send that help precisely where it was needed to the individual. So that's another huge advantage. The third thing I would highlight is the importance of decentralized systems in safeguarding information. When a military rolls in, they're going to do 2 things. One is destroy physical records, and the other, and we know that there were attempts to do this using a bug called Wiper, is to erase digital records. The advent of Web3 platforms like Arweave will provide new frameworks for safeguarding information in the face of military attacks, and that's very consequential and important if you want to be able to rebuild quickly and effectively. You need to know that your land registries are protected. You need to know that your vital records have been preserved, and Web3 tools can help do that. And the last piece that I would mention, and I alluded to this earlier, is that we need to be using Web3 systems to preserve evidence of war crimes and atrocities. Unfortunately, there are war crimes being committed in Ukraine, and it has been very challenging in past conflicts to ensure that you have a clear chain of evidence regarding the validation of those crimes. And we can now use Web3 tools to have a much higher degree of confidence in the information that's coming out of war zones and ensure that it's protected against future deletion.
2022 has definitely been a year of hacks in crypto, with over $3 billion lost to protocol exploits. The industry went through the $580 million hack on Binance's BNB bridge and the $326 million wormhole attack. Even the market maker Wintermute lost $160 million after their wallet was compromised. Jerome had some choice comments about the team.
So Wintermute, by the way, has had a couple of fuck-ups that have been epic, and they generally tend to come from the fact that, when you look at the top tier DeFi trading firms, like the SVPs of the world, they never make dumb mistakes like this. So I think this is actually Wintermute's sort of technical incompetence. I would not qualify this as kind of we should feel totally bad and it's great that they gave us the truth on Twitter. That's not true. This is incompetence. There's a CVE out. You should be changing your systems and monitoring them. So Wintermute's first up was when they were supposed to be market maker for Optimism, and they didn't initialize the Gnosis safe on Optimism as they did on mainnet. And then someone figured out again a kind of a way where you could figure out what the sort of private key was more efficiently, or you deploy to that address and you own it, right? They kind of up on the cybersecurity stuff left and right. There's a bunch of examples with them. So this is actually them being kind of incompetent.
Putting Tarun's comments aside, the largest exploit of the year happened in March when the Ronin network, an Ethereum sidechain used by popular Web3 game Axie Infinity, suffered a $624 million loss. Unbelievably, the team didn't even notice that it was missing over $500 million until 6 days later. Here's Arjun Bhoptani, founder of Connect and bridging expert, explaining how it happened.
The Ronin network is an Ethereum sidechain that is built to host the Axie ecosystem, which is one of the largest Ethereum games in the world right now. The Ronin chain itself is run by a decentralized set of validators, but then Ronin has its own Ronin bridge, which connects Ethereum to the Ronin chain. And the hack specifically was a hack of the Ronin bridge, where Ronin bridge is, has 9 validators and requires a 5 out of 9 threshold signature to be able to complete transactions to the chain. And all 5 of those validators were compromised, leading to $650 million being stolen from the bridge itself.
Around the same time, Kevin So was calling out Terra Luna, saying that UST could depeg and go into a downward spiral. The day this episode came out, Luna was at $105.
Seniorage-based kind of supply contraction, supply expansion type of designs that don't have any external backing underneath it or any kind of external collateral, I think pretty much those will all fail.
1 month later, Kevin was proved right. If there's one event that set off the crypto contagion of 2022, it's that Terra, a blockchain founded by Korean developer Do Kwon and valued at over $60 billion at its peak, collapsed to zero in a matter of days. Here's Haseeb explaining what happened.
Terra, for those who are unaware, it's a layer 1 blockchain built on Cosmos, and the core asset of
Terra is a stablecoin called UST. And essentially on, I think it was May 9th, over the weekend and kind of going into Monday, the Terra UST stablecoins peg broke. The market was more broadly declining due to some macro events that were going on, fear about interest rates. And as the price of Terra started declining, so the price of Luna, which is the kind of core layer one asset that backs UST, started declining in price, UST peg broke. And one thing led to another. There was basically what we call a death spiral, meaning that as the peg lowered, the confidence in the system lowered even further. There was more and more algorithmic minting of Luna and expansion in supply of Luna, which resulted eventually in Luna hyperinflation. Over the period of that time, Luna ended up expanding its supply by 18,000 times. It basically underwent a Zimbabwe-style hyperinflation event. UST ended up cratering to something like 20 cents or less on the day. I don't know what trading at now. And we saw within the course of a week, the first time I've ever seen this in crypto, an asset dropped 100.0% on in terms of the unit price on CoinMarketCap. Literally, the price had gotten so low that from the high of $60 before the unwind, Terra ended up cratering to fractions of a penny, such that it had to get delisted from all the major exchanges. None of the major exchanges anymore trade Terra.
The Terra meltdown, due to its size and the fact that so many retail investors were involved with UST, attracted the attention of mainstream media and regulators in Washington. Alta Andoni, general counsel at ML Labs, shared her opinion on Unchained.
The question, how do we regulate stablecoins and what we do as an industry after this UST and Luna collapse? I think in my opinion, they're completely distinct and super different from each other. I think that if we're referring to the UST and Luna collapse, probably we have to address, or the majority of the questions should be, how can we stop this sort of large scale financial fraud that is happening in the space? But I think that summarizing the two probably is not going to be fair for our industry.
Terra Luna was the first domino to fall. Next, people became concerned about Celsius, a centralized crypto lending and staking platform. On June 11th, CEO Alex Mashinsky tweeted, "Mike, do you even know one person who has a problem withdrawing from Celsius? Why spread FUD and misinformation?" On June 12th, the very next day, Celsius paused withdrawals. A month later, it filed for bankruptcy. Here's Nico Hakansalo.
I think you have to take a few steps back here, and one of the words being used all the time right now is contagion and how things affect each other. And this problem probably really starts from the Luna UST debacle, and it's likely that they were quite exposed to that. That means that there's some amount of money that has to be and how those losses are mixing with some suspected DeFi losses that they've had over the last year, and that's what really put them in a bad position. So it really comes down to risk management within these firms, and it's just that this company doesn't seem to have done a good job, and it's really as simple as that. All the due diligence for understanding that what the downside case may be with Luna and UST, that was available there. All the issues that FTEs may have, that was all available there. It's just that I think you're in a bull market, no one was really doing too much due diligence, everyone's just jumping into things, and this is the end result when things become inverse and suddenly not everything goes up, and you have to really think about what should be the correct price for some of these assets.
June 17th, Bitcoin at $20,700 and ETH at $1,100. Celsius was followed by another domino, as crypto hedge fund Three Arrows Capital, also known as 3AC, went bust. The fund was run by two former Forex traders, Kyle Davies and Su Zhu, who were living in Singapore, and turned a single millions fund into billions of dollars. However, its exposure to the Terra Luna meltdown hurt the hedge fund significantly, and after losing some high leverage bets, they filed for bankruptcy. Haseeb explains why the 3AC meltdown was bad for the industry.
They lost tons and tons of money. But it turns out they didn't just lose their own money. Normally, and I want to make this clear because I think a lot of people don't understand why the 3 Arrows story is so bad. Normally, if you go make a big trade and you lose a bunch of your own money, it's fine. It's not a big deal, right? Funds go to zero all the time. If you went to zero, somebody else made the money, people bet against each other, that's how markets work, right? But 3 Arrows was borrowing tons of money from other people. And they were also not telling their counterparties exactly how much leverage they were taking on and exactly who they were borrowing from. And so it turned out they borrowed so much of other people's money that they lost so much money that they were in equity, meaning that they owed more money than they had. And that is really bad. That is way worse than going to zero. Because when you go negative, that means that now your losses are on someone else's balance sheet. Somebody else is absorbing the loss that you took by gambling like crazy. And the people who are absorbing those losses are basically the crypto lenders, or you can sort of think of the lenders as the crypto banks. These are people who are basically involved in the act of money creation. Their big lenders include BlockFi, Genesis, Voyager, Celsius, also lenders, 3 Arrows.
Highly likely.
Okay, yes, highly likely. And so it turns out that a lot of the money in crypto, a lot of lenders in crypto were extending credit to 3 Arrows, and this credit was under collateralized. And so now they're massively in the hole. So when the banks lose money, this is extremely bad, because this now means that the banks need to control their risk. And the way they control their risk is they never realize they're down a ton. They need to start recalling their loans to other people, because they don't know who else got hurt, they don't know who else is down, so they start recalling loans. A bunch of people in margin call. These people, they might not have or selling assets or to margin call or to go repay the loan. And in this situation, we get a bunch of people selling at the same time. And not only that, the liquidity is worse because the market makers who are managing liquidity and keeping markets liquid, they're also getting their loans recalled. They also have less money, so they can't keep markets liquid. And the end result is just a meltdown. And so that's what we saw over the last couple of weeks. We saw this massive fear around exactly how bad was 3 Arrows in negative, how much money did the banks lose, how much of the loans are getting recalled, and how long is the selling going to take. And that's caused an absolute wreckage in the crypto market. Where at times we actually saw Bitcoin users sell off more than the alts, which is extremely rare. And that's a sign basically that what's happening is forced. It's not people have lost confidence in Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's that something really bad has happened in the market, and now you have forced selling.
3AC's implosion also had some contagion effects. In fact, Voyager Digital had to halt withdrawals as well, and subsequently filed for bankruptcy after 3AC failed to repay a $650 million loan. What's the most important thing about crypto? It's not just for a second. It's not. It's to achieve censorship so we can all be free. Minima is a new layer 1 blockchain designed to run in full on a smartphone so that anyone can participate in building Minima's decentralized network as an equal. Join over 3 management application for a number of decentralized. Crypto advocates protested since the authorities did not ban a particular group or address, but instead banned an entire smart contract.
Last week, we saw Treasury and the Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, they issued the first ever sanctions against a smart contract. So it was not Tornado Cash Company, it was not the people who are involved in Tornado Cash, but rather the sanctioned entities include Tornado Cash, quote unquote, which is not a legal entity, it's just the name of a project. And then specifically the list of a certain number of contracts in Tornado Cash, which are both here. Now, Tornado Cash actually has other contracts on other chains. So Tornado Cash exists on BFC, it exists on Arbitrum, they were apparently not sanctioned, but the Ethereum contract itself is sanctioned.
The sanctions also highlighted how a lack of clear regulatory framework as well as regulation by enforcement hurt the industry and kicked off a debate about whether the government overstepped its bounds. Jerry Brito explains.
I think OFAC made a mistake here for several reasons, right? So one reason I think is that they may have overstepped their authority, as I was just saying. So number one, OFAC is authorized by statute and executive order and some regulations. It's authorized to designate persons and entities, and add them to the SDN list. And what entity is defined in their regulations. And then you've designated property first. Going too much detail because we'll do that in our extensive analysis. It may be the case, and I think it's a very good case, that these immutable smart contracts that make up the Tornado Cash application are not entities. So they're not to the
September 16th, Bitcoin $19,600, ETH $1,500. While this year brought no shortage of bad news, bankruptcies, and hacks, one event brought momentary relief in crypto. Following years of hard work, Ethereum successfully transitioned from using proof of work to proof of stake, what was for many people one of the most important technological achievements in the short history of crypto. Justin Drake explains the significance.
So the fact that the merge was successful for 1 second is already a huge breakthrough. The fact that it was successful 1 minute is a huge breakthrough. 10 minutes, a whole day, a whole week, a whole month, a whole year. And I think if it can survive the next few days, the next few weeks, next few months, there's high confidence that this is reliable. I must also highlight that the proof of stake chain has been running for a very long period of time. It's been running for over a year and a half now. It's the most secure blockchain in the world now. It has $20 billion of economic security. And also, unlike proof of work chains, it has the ability to recover from 51% attacks thanks to slashing, the ability to identify and remove attackers if and when there is an attack.
The merge going seamlessly was a major milestone for Ethereum. With the additional changes in ETH's monetary policy, many said ETH could challenge Bitcoin as digital gold. Arthur Hayes disagreed.
I think people, in my opinion, don't understand what Ethereum actually is. Ethereum is not money. Money has no use. Ethereum has use. You use it to power the applications on its network. Bitcoin has no use. It's just money. It's like $1 has no use. It's just money. And that's why it's a good form of money, because its value cannot be conflated with actual utility of other stuff. And so because Ethereum's goal is to be this decentralized compute for this digital existence, let's say that the deflation gets so severe that it becomes so expensive that nobody uses it because gas prices are just too high because of the inflation rate. Well, guess what's going to happen? They're going to change the inflation rate because it contradicts the goal of Ethereum being a decentralized computer that people can actually use.
October 18th, Bitcoin at $19,600, ETH at $1,300. In October, 6 months after the blow-up of Terra, Do Kwon came on Unchained to discuss his legal case, whether he was sorry or not, the moment of the USD peg, what happened with all the crypto held by Terraform Labs and the Luna Foundation Guard, and why he doesn't want to talk about his location. This clip is from a trailer we released of the interview. The South Korean court has issued a warrant for your arrest and even said that Interpol issued a red notice for you. Why have you...
Hey, Marie, how's it going?
I'm going good. We're on the home stretch of 2022, so I'm feeling drained but energized at the same time. How are you doing?
That's a great way to describe it, drained yet energized, because there's definitely a feeling of like today's like my last day of work and I'm kind of like winding some things down, but I also have so many big plans for next year. Like I've been talking a lot lately about Polar Habits, and we have a big launch probably on January 1st. And so I'm winding down a lot of things in my life, but I'm also kind of building up towards this. Like once we get through Christmas and stuff, it's just gonna be like all things focused on getting this done. And I have a ton of really big plans for next year, things I want to get into. And we're actually going to cover that in our next episode. This episode, we want to kind of take a look back at 2022 and sort of take a little review, because I was looking at some of my stuff and it's kind of wild looking back. I didn't realize how much stuff I've done this year. So I'm really looking forward to our next episode where we're going to talk about kind of like themes for 2023, plans, what we're going to kind of tackle, what you're going to do with Llama Life and things like that. But for now, let's talk about some of the crazy things that have happened this year, what sort of things that we've experienced and accomplished and all that.
I think it's so important to retro look going and you're in the fit and you're in it. Sometimes you don't appreciate like how far you've come. And then when you step back and you go, let me go back 12 months, it's kind of crazy. And I see this week to week on Twitter as well, when people are kind of in a rut or something's not going well for them at that very moment, like that day or that week. It's like, well, yeah, that happens to everybody. But if you step back like a month or a quarter or 6 months or a year, you're like, actually, I've made heaps of progress. So I think it's really important to take time to do this looking back. I'm kind of guilty of not doing it as well. Like I want like a month review for myself, super stop into that next year. Do I talk about what we're doing next year? Like you say back on the episode.
2022, like what all did you do in this last year?
God. Yeah, 2022 was crazy for me. There were a lot of ups and downs, but I would say overall very positive. Starting off in January, like with a bang, I got an investment for Llama Life. That was kind of a close the deal, signed all the paperwork in January of this year. After that, hired my first employee, and so she's working on content, sort of community partnership stuff. I mean, that was huge. Like it's very different going from a team of 1 to a team of 2. I think there's a bigger jump from a team of 1 to a team of 2 versus say a team of 2 to a team of 5. Right. Like there's much more stuff to think about and place, support. Twitter continues to be amazing, just a source of, but also highly important love business and also mental health. I just love doing it. I grew my Twitter audience from 3,000 at the start of the year to 10,000 now. I mean, like still kind of it's small versus say your numbers. I don't know if you want to talk about your Twitter growth now.
I didn't realize how much it had been this year. Last year felt really big for me, and last year was, I feel like I'm maybe on like 1 year ahead of where you're at, because last year I started with around 1,000-ish followers, so I didn't have as many as you had, but I got to around 11,000. So in 2021 I started at 1,000 followers and I made up to 11,000. So it's right around where you're kind of at. This year's just been bananas.
So I've been witnessing it too. It's been great.
Yeah. So with Twitter, I had 11,000 at the beginning of the year, and I basically 10x'd that number. So I'm at like 100, just under 113,000 now.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I've had kind of the same across multiple channels. So with Instagram, I also had, I think I had 12,000 at the beginning of the year, and now that's up to 118,000, which is like right along kind of the same path.
Okay, yeah. I think it's a really important point here though, because we were just talking about this before we hit record. It's really important not to compare yourself to other people. Because if I look at my numbers and I go, oh, I started with 3,000, I went up to 10, that's still, more than 3x.
Which is
great,
huge.
right? That's great for me. But then if I look at your numbers, I'm like, oh, it's not so great. But it doesn't matter. It's like, it was great for me. I'm really happy with that. And on top of that, I made heaps of friends on Twitter this year. I think a lot of what's happened to Llama Life as a business is from Twitter. Just the fact that we're even talking now and have this podcast is because of Twitter, because we met on Twitter.
Right, yeah.
The fact that I got funding for Llama Life is because of Twitter, because that came off the back of a tweet. Like it's amazing how things can really kind of snowball in a good way because of one tiny event. And in this case, a tweet, right? For both cases, a tweet. That tiny thing that I might have spent 1 minute tweeting out has led to all these other things. So yeah, Twitter has been huge for me. I'm really bullish on Twitter. I really hope everything works out. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Similarly, my whole kind of journey has happened over the last couple of years. And it really, just like you said, kind of like that one little event that can really trigger all of them. I don't even know why. remember I did the Ship 30 for 30 challenge a couple years ago. I imagine somebody tweeted about it and said like, hey, this sounds kind of cool. And for whatever reason, it just hit me at the right time where I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting, even though I'd never really had considered myself a writer or anything. I'd blogged in the past, but for whatever reason, that just sort of like hit me as something that I should do. We mentioned that we're going to talk about like our yearly themes in our next episode. And at that time, I had thought about my yearly theme for 2020, and which was purpose and positivity. That was like my theme for that year. And so I think that Ship 30 for 30 was kind of like, well, maybe this will kind of help me with that, wanting to focus on purpose, that I wanted to make sure that I was doing something on purpose and doing things that kind of mattered. And then through that, discovering like I've learned a lot about ADHD, and it turns out that the stuff I've learned is helping other people. And then that sort of just sparked this whole crazy ride I've been on for the last couple of years.
And I think that's where I first noticed your work was through one of your Ship 30 for 30 essays. I'm pretty sure it was through one of those I saw on Twitter, and then I started paying attention.
I'm guessing that it may have been Don't Eat the Frog.
Don't Eat the Frog. Yeah, I was just about to say, it was the Don't Eat, I think it was the Don't Eat the Frog.
That was probably my first, like the first thing I ever did where it was like, oh, is this going viral? Is this what this is? That got like a ton of retweets. And that was how I ended up getting like somebody contacted me about being on the podcast and stuff like that.
Wow.
I was like, oh wow, this is, I never even thought anyone would want me on their podcast. And that's kind of wild.
Speaking of podcasts, that's another sort of big achievement for me this year is just the fact that we're doing this podcast is great because I've never been a co-host of a podcast before. And I think also just myself getting more comfortable as being a guest on a podcast because I've done so many interviews now. And at the start of the year, I was kind of still getting used to it and getting comfortable with just talking about stuff and talking about myself. And just like anything else, there's a certain art to doing a podcast, being a guest, sort of appreciating like audio as a medium, how to make it sound good, when to pause, when not to pause, what happens when you get interruptions. Like there's certain things to consider. And so I feel like over this year, I've got better at that. And now I feel really comfortable. Like if someone says, hey, you want to be a guest on a podcast? I'm like, yeah, no problem. It's not as big a deal. Whereas when it first happened at the start of the year, I was like super nervous about it or like, what am I going to do? Like, how's this going to go? And now it's very, it's just more natural. And I didn't really think about that as a big achievement, but looking back now, it's actually, I've just done so many interviews. Like it's a thing for me now. It's very natural. So that's huge for me.
Yeah.
You've got 2 podcasts now.
Years past, I had done like been on a podcast as a guest for like, because I'd given a tech talk on something and someone had me on talking about that. But other than that, I'd really never done it, even though I've been a huge fan of podcasts since they existed, 15, 20 years. So for a long time, I've been listening to podcasts. And then earlier this year, I started the ADHD Nerds podcast, which thankfully I made a bi-weekly podcast. So I don't have to do an episode of that every single week because that one I do all the editing and everything myself. And it's a ton of work. But similarly, I know when it started, I had to do it as so the thing I needed to do and just figure it out along the way. And that's worked out really well. Like I feel like every new episode, I feel more and more comfortable with it. And then launching this one has been really great. So it's like this weekly check-in, which helps kind of center my week of like, I know I'm going to talk to Marie and we're going to kind of like recap things. Sometimes it provides motivation of like, oh, I said I was going to do this thing. I haven't done that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. And I feel like we're often talking, our new episode will come out, we'll listen and be like, I think that was our best one yet.
Every week is our best one yet.
Yeah. And part of that is the fact that we have an awesome editor for this one who's making us sound even better than we actually are. But I think
shout out to Ian.
Yeah, shout out to Ian who does an amazing job. But yeah, part of it too is just getting more comfortable with the idea of like talking into a microphone and how to sort of like say things in a way that are interesting to listen to on a podcast. And like you're saying, getting used to like how do you, because it's not the same as a normal conversation because you have to kind of like not talk over each other, at least not so much because you don't want to make it a crazy headache for the editor. But whereas in a normal conversation, I'm interrupting people all the time. So there's sort of an art to it that you just sort of like figure out the more you do. And I feel like it's definitely been a big learning experience and one I've really enjoyed, just sort of like getting used to doing that, like learning how to talk in a way that hopefully I think sounds pretty decent on a podcast that people enjoy listening to, and just figuring out that art and so that you just continue to get better.
Yeah, I think one of the big moments for me was I was a guest on another podcast, and as we were recording, there was kind of an incident, like maybe a sound or something on my end, and I just paused for a second, and then I repeated what I was saying, but I repeated it from a spot where it would be really easy just to edit. And after the episode ended, the host said to me, "Oh, you're a pro. Like, thank you've obviously done this before, and like thank you for doing it in such a way that will be easy to edit later." And that was a moment for me going, "Oh, I've actually learned some stuff." And I think what you said about the conversation flow is important too, because it'd be really interesting to go back and listen to our first episode because I was a lot newer at it then. And I wonder if we were kind of talking over each other more. I feel like you and I, we know each other a bit better now as well, so it's much easier to sort of know where the other person's going, or sometimes steer a conversation back, or fill in each other's what we're going to say, or give the other person an opportunity to say something. I think we're better at that now than say episode 1.
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting, especially to go listen to the raw audio of episode 1 before it got edited by Ian, because I'm sure it would just be laughably bad. Hopefully we've made Ian's job a little bit, we're shouting him out a lot this week. Hopefully we made his job a little bit easier as we get more used to doing this.
Not to go off on a tangent, but last week we had my dog Homer making noise in the background, and Ian just edited that out. You can't even tell.
I was listening back to the episode and I forgot that had happened.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think we kind of stumbled over it at the time and we're like, well, I hope the editing can figure that one out. And apparently so, because I didn't hear it in the episode.
Nice work, Ian. Okay, what else happened this year? So I mentioned I hired my first employee, which was a really big deal. I also hired my second employee and ended up parting ways with that person 3 months later. It wasn't a personal thing. I actually really like this guy as a person, but it just wasn't quite the right fit in terms of the role and what we needed at that time. That was a really big deal for me because, I mean, aside from sort of the emotional toll of it, both from my end and also obviously this person because they were out of a job, it was kind of like going through the whole recruitment cycle and learning how to do that from advertising a position, writing a job description, interviewing people, testing out their skill level, testing out what would they be a good fit for the team, hiring them, putting all the paperwork in place, making sure that was set up properly, bringing them on board, so doing all the onboarding, explaining where everything, how everything works, which I'd never had to do before, especially my own code base. I was like, I've never had to explain it to someone else before. And then going through the whole motions of, letting that person go and offboarding them, we went through the whole cycle and we learned so much. But it was extremely hard to do. Like I said, from an emotional standpoint as well, very, very hard to do. And like, honestly, it took a big toll on me. I was spending a lot of time thinking about it, just feeling super drained and just feeling horrible having to do that as well. So that was like a really big thing for me this year. That took up, I would say, half a year because that person was with us for 3 months, but we probably took 3 months trying to get, find people. And that was a big thing, but really good learning experience.
I feel like that's the sort of thing that, like, I don't know, 5 years from now when Llama Life has like 80 employees or something, you'll still continue to think back on that experience when hiring new people. Like it's one of those like landmark sort of things you'll look back on and be like, okay, this didn't go well. And here's all the things that I learned from that and how I continue to apply that to hiring still 5 years later or whatever it is.
Yeah. And we made a lot lot of changes to the hiring process based on that. So I think overall, I don't want to say good experience, it was a valuable experience, let's say.
Yeah.
The other big thing we did for Llama Life was we changed the pricing plan, and that did very well. I'd say regrets, because if you don't do it, you won't know. Like, you have to try stuff. So I wouldn't say it was a regret, but I don't think we nailed it. So that's something, definitely going to be thinking about for next year. But we went through a whole pricing change, how to manage that as well, how to communicate that to customers, just thinking about it, like what price point should we come in at. That was a good learning. And I would say another thing is just as well, because we don't really talk about that, but that impacts everything. So I had like a major operation in June this year, like major. I was in hospital for a few days, and like everything's good now, but like that was like a big event for me. In hindsight, I probably taken a bit more, because literally Wednesday, back home Thursday. I think I did a little bit of work on Friday, which is so dumb. But like, I did take it easier. When I look back, I'm like, this is so dumb. Like, you should have just taken another week off. And this is the danger about having your own business. Like, we always go too hard on ourselves. But I think it's important to note, like, your health is the most important thing. If you're not healthy, you can't have your own business. And we all know this, and we all don't do it. That was a big thing for me. Yeah, so I had that. I also had like a massive bathroom repair that was happening at my house. So I don't think we've talked about this.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On air. But I had a lot of like tradespeople coming in and out, which was very distracting for me, and also Homer, because I was actually displaced. I was out of my home. I was living in an Airbnb for a bit as well, because there was this stuff going on, and it took a really long time to get done. That was like a very big mental toll on me, if I'm honest. And I think everyone has certain things that trigger them. But for me, like, I've learned that having tradespeople around or having something done to my house is like can't handle it. Like, I got super stressed about it. So that was something that was going on in the background that I guess a lot of people don't know about. But it took from February to end of November, the whole year pretty much. Yeah, I was in and out of home like the whole year. Stayed with my folks for a bit, stayed in an Airbnb for a bit. Like, I moved around a lot. It's very disruptive. So that was something else that went on. Thankfully, it's all done now. Everything's good. Yeah, this year has been absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, how about you?
Yeah, so you mentioned kind of like having, some health stuff. And I kicked off the year getting COVID, and my family got it basically January 1st, like started from day one of this year getting COVID. Luckily, I have 3 kids, and they got over it really quickly, which is great. So they were kind of, all 3 of them were sick for like a couple of days, and then they were fine again. Whereas my wife and I, we were just like knocked flat. We were probably like really, really sick for like 2, maybe 3 weeks. And then once we got better, we just had no energy for like another 3 weeks. Where it's just, you would be sitting on the couch and you like stand up and go get a glass of water, and you'd be like, well, that's all my energy for the day. It took just to do that, walking across the room.
Wow.
There's just no energy. So it started off really rough. Luckily, that was not a sign of things to come, because the rest of the year has been really great for me. A lot of really positive things have happened. As far as kind of like growing community and stuff like that, we mentioned like Twitter and Instagram, where I had like the 10x growth, which is just, it's so unbelievable, because I remember just like a year ago thinking of the idea of like, man, if I ever hit 100,000, that would be just insane. And there's something about, I think, that kind of exponential growth, because as your numbers grow, as like followers grow, everything that you do has more eyeballs on it, which means it's kind of like there's a lot more opportunities for each thing you do to reach more people, because you have like that foundation that grows. And so when you tweet out something and like 40,000 people see it, there's a lot more chances that someone in there with a lot of followers is going to retweet it. And so then it kind of becomes exponential. So I had like a few things that would go viral, and I would get like 5,000 followers in like a couple of days. Like that happened a few times throughout the year, which is crazy, but it's just sort of that kind of exponential growth, because it's a percentage of the total followers, and just that percentage, as it ever grows, it goes up. The other kind of things I was doing this year was my newsletter grew from 5,000 subscribers to like 43,000. And so that's grown a lot this year as well. And then I think I mentioned this in one of our early episodes. Yeah, we talked about this a few times, but YouTube kind of snuck up on me. I posted the video of a talk on ADHD, on toxic productivity, and that sat on YouTube for like 8 months and did nothing. And then all of a sudden this summer, while I was like out of town on a family vacation at Disneyland, YouTube algorithm decided to start showing it everywhere, and then it just like blew up. Through that, like YouTube's really kind of become an important part of kind of what I'm doing online. And so I basically had no followers before, and now I have, or subscribers, they call it on YouTube. Now I have like 26,000, and I just did a video going over Danny Donovan's anti-planner, which is awesome. Anybody with ADHD should really check it out. It's hard to get now, but you should pre-order it so that when the new ones come out, you get a copy, because it's fantastic. But that video's been doing really well.
It really does look awesome. So I saw the video you posted. When you didn't actually tell me about it, I just saw it, and then I was like, oh my gosh, what is this thing? And it's like eye candy.
Yes.
It seriously feels like eye candy for me. I'm looking through, like, there's so much detail on each page, and it's kind of like, I don't know, I really appreciate the detail. It reminds me of, I don't have a specific brand or anything, but it reminds me of some books like maybe I got when I was a child, where there's just like a lot of activities and things to look at on a page and fill in like different sections, but it's all fun, and it's so well done that you're like, oh, it just feels like everything's like a new experience, or what's happening over here? And it's like shiny kind of objects all over the place. But
it really is. It's like a kid's activity book that happens to be for adults, and it happens to be surrounded by all these really great strategies, really great like things you can try to help you get productive, to help you get unstuck. And so it's great. But because of that, like, I had no real plans to do anything with YouTube, but now it's like clearly something I need to think about kind of going forward. And I do have kind of some big plans next year to really dive into that more, which maybe we'll talk about on the next episode. So I kind of had that stuff going this year, and I did a bunch of new stuff that I'd never done before. Like we talked about already, launching a couple, not just one, but launching multiple podcasts. And I also did like the course and a workshop, which is sort of like a more condensed, focused version of the course.
You did. I forgot about the course. You've done so much stuff.
It's been a wild year. And if people don't know, I have a full-time job as well. Like I don't do this full-time. This is all just like kind of on the side. It's been crazy. So by any metric I kind of look at, it's been a super successful year for me. I've just been, about to launch Polar Habits, and that's been doing really well. Like our waitlist has been growing and growing. And so hopefully we're gonna have a really strong launch. I'll just announce it here. We're gonna be on Product Hunt January 1st. So you're not supposed to say do that vote. So please help me spread the word. Help support Polar Habits on Product Hunt January 1st. It's been a really awesome year with kind of all that. I'm really excited to see what happens going forward from here.
Yeah, not so much to that ADHD conference.
Yes, yeah.
I feel like that was a big turning point for you as well, or definitely like a big sort of milestone step, because you got to meet all those people that you've been interacting with online, and I feel like that's a huge thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That conference, I mean, I gushed about it on the episode where we talked about it. It was really kind of like a profound experience for me. But yeah, like through that, connecting with a lot of kind of the other ADHD creators and getting to meet Jessica McCabe this year, which if you're not in the ADHD community, she does the How to ADHD YouTube channel, which is basically like the biggest resource that most people refer to. And I got to meet Danny Donovan, who did the anti-planner I was just talking about. That's where she gave me like an early preview copy of it. And then I got to meet just a lot of other like fellow creators that I sort of knew, kind of like how we would like chat sometimes on Twitter before doing any podcasting stuff. We'd never like seen each other or anything. And so getting to do kind of that at the conference and meeting a lot of those other ADHD creators in person and like making friends. And then a lot of us have talked about some really big plans that we want to do together next year. That was an amazing experience, and I'm really excited to see what kind of the fruits of that. There's so many things in the works from those meetings. Just again, like you said, like those little events that kind of happen in our lives, and then they end up having like a lasting impact. I can't remember who. It might have been Michelle Hansen, or maybe somebody else. Someone recently posted and said something about like whenever you see like in a movie when somebody like goes back in time, you're always like finds a time machine, goes back in time to like ancient whatever. They're always super careful, like don't touch anything because it's going to have huge ramifications later on or whatever. But then in our real life, we sort of feel like we can't really make an impact, which is like the opposite of that. We feel like a lot of times it's really easy to feel like the things we do day to day don't really matter. Think about it in that time travel aspect of like what thing could you change today that's going to have a huge impact later? Because I feel like I've accidentally done a lot of those, maybe not thinking about the long-term ramifications, but things having gone well. And then now I'm sort of getting to see like, oh wow, that thing I did 2 years ago, look how it's really paying off. Like deciding to start a newsletter. Like I was just like, I'm just going to do this and see if anyone.
Did I ever tell you a story about how Bitcoin sort of changed my life? Okay, it started in 2014. My friends were getting into Bitcoin. I saw them playing around with it, and I wanted to learn about this, so I decided to buy one Bitcoin. The price then was $600. I felt stupid spending that much money. What fascinated me was the trading aspect. The Bitcoin market is open 24/7, 365, unlike the stock market. And I made a little PHP script that would trade Bitcoin after certain indicators were seen, swapping it back and forth between US dollars and Bitcoin. I thought with Bitcoin fluctuating wildly, maybe there was a way to spot some sort of indicator and jump in when it's going up and jump out when it's going down. But no, that did not work well. My bot would make some good trades, but with the fees and a few bad trades, it all went back to where I started.
But all of that reading helped me become a better reader. It helped me decide what I wanted to do when I got, when I grow up. I wanted to be a superhero, but sadly, I don't think I would look as good in the tights as they do. So I did the next best thing. If I wanted to be a hero, I decided to go to school and become a school teacher. And like most folks, as soon as I graduated school, there I was running a local restaurant here in town. I enjoyed it. I had regulars who would come see me every day, and I had one regular in particular who showed up one day with a friend. And she and the friend started speaking to me, and it turns out the friend was a principal at a nearby elementary school. She said, I have a job for you. It's with a first grade class. I said, well, okay. I did all my training with fourth grade. She said, that's not going to be a problem. All you have to promise me is that you just won't quit. And I went and met the class. And after spending about 10 minutes with these friends, I learned what happened to the first two teachers. They were, now I would call it challenging. But every day when I walked into that room, I wasn't going to quit. And I thought about what my second grade teacher used to tell us, that everybody has something to contribute. And I thought that about my class as well. They taught me so many things. They taught me to be patient, and they taught me to, most of all, see the value in every child. And I didn't know it at the time, but they were shaping the type of teacher I would become, but most importantly, the type of parent I would become later on. Fast forward about 7 or 8 years in time, and I have 1, 2, 3 kids now. My two oldest are autistic. They were diagnosed at an early age. My oldest is nonverbal. My son, my middle child, he's a little more verbal. We weren't planning on having a third, and I asked God, you're giving us a third child, give me one that can talk, God. And he said, all right, watch this. Ever since she was born, we always tell folks she was 4 going on 40. And I was going to do with them the same thing that my dad did with me. And I was going to share some of my favorite books with them. So with my son, we got out the Spider-Man comics, and he loved Wonder Woman. With my youngest, she was a reader. I got out Harry Potter, and she loved reading about the Titanic and World War II and nonfiction. But that was okay, because we did find some books that we really enjoyed together. I had heard about a book on Twitter where I talked to a bunch of my teacher friends, and it was called I Need a New Butt by Don McMillan. It was a picture book for kids. And I found a copy at the local Walmart, and I read it to my kids, and they loved it. Every second of it. I need a new butt, followed by I broke my butt. My butt is noisy. Yes, my personal favorite. And most recently, we were at the Walmart, and we found a copy of My Butt Is So Silly, and we all kind of clamored over who was going to get to grab it off the shelf and read it first. And we got in the car, and we read it on the way home, and we laughed, and we giggled, because kids need those silly books, those funny books. That's what hooks them into being readers and becoming readers. Well, let's fast forward from that time to Read Across America Week, Dr. Seuss's birthday. I was an assistant principal in a school, and my boss asked me to set up a Zoom meeting with 12 second grade classes and a principal of a nearby building who would be their principal next year. I got you, no problem. So all 12 classes logged into the Zoom, and I was the host. And I looked at my watch, and our guest reader was not there. I texted her, no answer. I called, nothing. I told my boss what had happened, and she said, you can read. So I ran and looked, and there was. I needed to hook these kids. I needed them to laugh. I was going to grab I Need a New Butt by Don McMillan, and I did. I went through and I showed them the pictures in the book, and I read the story to them, and they howled when they saw the little boy slide down the banister and think that he broke his butt because there was a crack in it. They giggled. They giggled when they saw him trying to sell his dog to afford to buy a new butt at the local store. And y'all, they were rolling when he thought about, what if I had a rocket butt that could blast me into outer space? After I finished the story, I saw some of my friends in the hall and they come up and they said, Mr. Price, we love that story. Thank you so much. It made me feel good. Made my heart, grow 9 sizes that day. And then I was called to the principal's office. Even when you're a grown up, that's no fun getting called to the principal's office. And my principal, she told me, Ms. Price, we have to talk about that book that you read today. I don't know if it was the most appropriate book. Some parents may complain. And I said, well, that's not a problem. I'm so sorry. If someone complains, I'm more than happy to talk to them and apologize. And she said, okay. We'll have to talk about it some more later. I said, yes, ma'am. I left her office and about 15 minutes later, I got called back to her office because the superintendent wanted to see me at the district office. And I drove to the district office on the other side of town and walked into the building. In the conference room with the superintendent and assistant superintendent, and y'all, they let me have it because I chose this book. Is this the kind of thing you find funny? I said, yes, before I came here, yes. That day, they sent me home, suspended with pay, pending investigation, because parents are going to call. 2 days later, they called me back out to the district office. And I was a nervous wreck anyway. I'd never been in trouble like that before with these folks ever. They called me back to the district office, and they came to a decision and said, Mr. Price, we just can't get past this. I just can't get past why you chose to read this book. It was poor professional judgment, and because of which, we're terminating your contract effective immediately. And I froze. I'm a dad of kids with autism. We don't sleep at night. We just worry with our eyes closed on a normal day. How am I going to pay for therapy, medicine, build luxuries like food, lights, and water? They told me, you could sign this resignation and we can part ways, or you go home and think about it and decide if you want to appeal this. You'll have to find an attorney and we can start an appeal process. And they left me in the room. And I called my wife. I told my wife what had happened. And she said, we've been married 21 years. If you were wrong, I would be wrong. But you won't. Thank you. She said, pick your head up high. Don't let them see you cry, and walk right out of that building and come home. And I did just that. I picked my head up high, didn't let them see me cry, and drove right down the street to the Dollar General for a box of Little Debbie zebra cakes. It's true. If you're going to eat your emotions, there's no better way than Little Debbie zebra cakes. Well, after that, my wife and I found an attorney, and we began the appeal process. I'd never been in trouble before, so this was all new territory for me. But day one of the appeal went a little bit like this. We had an expert witness come to say that reading kids silly books is good pedagogy or teaching. They objected. We have evidence of other books. Objection. We have affidavits from other educators. Objection. See a pattern? I learned some interesting things that day that I did not know, like the superintendent had no idea who Shel Silverstein was, had never heard of No David, had never heard of a Caldecott Award, or worst off, and this one, my wife grabbed my leg and she never heard of Captain Underpants. And most importantly, that day I learned that not one parent complaint was submitted into evidence. Not one. Right? Well, the second day of the appeal was a lot more arduous than I had expected. It was my turn to testify, and they got to ask me questions, and they all but accused me of being a liar, a thief, and a pedophile. It was a terrible, terrible day. The whole process is still ongoing, and just stopping and thinking about it now makes me really sad. I had a friend who came to my house and told me, dude, after what happened, I took Walter the farting dog off my shelf and took it home. He's a second grade teacher. I know. And it made me think that, wow, this is a big deal, because teachers like him and teachers like me, they're not going to read those fun, silly books to kids like we want them to. And kids need those books, not just because they're hilarious. No, if you can hook a child with the funny and the silly books and make them think, wow, I want to read that, they'll stick around and read more and find out all of the wonderful things that books can be besides just funny and silly. Some days as a teacher, you feel like Captain America. You're up there smiling, high-fiving, and changing lives. And other days, you're like Peter Parker, sitting in that tiny, broken down apartment, bandaging your wounds, literally and metaphorically and emotionally, wondering, is this all worth it? Am I even making a difference? Why do I do this? And you do it because it is the hardest job in the world, and it's the best job in the world. And now, while we wait for a decision, I'm grateful that I get to sit at home with my 3 friends. We're reading some Wonder Woman, some Titanic, and my oldest has developed a love for Harry Potter, Lemony Snicket, and Spider-Man. And I get to share those books with those kids today. Thank you.
That was former teacher and elementary school principal Toby Price. On April 28, 2022, the school board voted to uphold his termination. There were 2 votes for, 1 vote against, and 2 members who were up for re-election abstained. The ruling cited that Mr. Price was fired on the grounds of incompetence, neglect of duty, and for good cause. According to the appeal ruling, and I quote, the book depicts images contrary to what the Harrison County School District teaches children. HCSD teaches children to keep their pants up and wear a belt. No sagging pants like the man on page 21. We work really hard to get children to understand that your bottom is your private part and that it is not something you should be out in public sharing. Toby says he feels like he's mourning part of his life that will never be the same, but he is committed to keep fighting. And he's just released his own children's book, The Almost True Adventures of Titus the Monkey, and is currently working on the sequel. I asked Toby what his children thought of the ruling, and he said his youngest daughter said, Dad, at least you stood up for something. I always knew you'd stand up for books in school. I didn't think it would be that book, but still. story from the front lines of desegregation in 1959, when the Moth Radio Hour continues.
The Moth Radio Hour is produced by Atlantic Public Media in Woods Hole, Massachusetts, and presented by PRX.
This is the Moth Radio Hour for PRX. I'm Meg Bowles. In 1957, 9 Black students were enrolled in Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas. Then Governor Orville Faubus called out the National Guard to prevent the students from attending the school. The story made headlines across the country, and images of the National Guard blocking Black students from entering the school were featured on every news outlet. President Eisenhower issued an executive order commanding that the National Guard support the integration efforts. The 9 students, who later became known as the Little Rock 9, were finally allowed to enter the school, but over the course of that academic year, they endured violence and threats. Governor Faubus continued his fight to stop integration, and in September of 1958, he signed an act that, rather than allow Black children to be educated with white children, closed all of the high schools. When the schools finally reopened in August of 1959, our next storyteller, Dr. Sybil Jordan Hampton, then 15 years old, followed in the footsteps of the Little Rock 9 and became the only Black student in a class of 544 white students. A note to listeners, when Dr. Hampton shared the story of her experience, she quoted some offensive language that was used against her. From a main stage we produced in partnership with Seattle Arts and Lectures, here's Dr. Sybil Jordan Hampton.
In 1982, I lived and worked in New Rochelle, New York. One day, I got a letter from the Little Rock Central High School class of 1962, inviting me to participate in the 20th reunion. To put it mildly, I was shocked, because over those 20 years, I had never heard anything about a reunion, had heard nothing from my classmates. And to be perfectly frank, I had no desire to go into that school again or to be with those people. But this letter presented me with a challenge and an opportunity as I thought about going back to the scene of the crime. During 1957-58, the Little Rock 9 encountered many trials and tribulations. I was aware of what they encountered because I saw things on ABC, NBC, CBS, read articles in national magazines and in our local newspaper. I was aware of the harassment, bullying, the physical violence. And at the end of all of this, Governor Orville Faubus declared that the 1958-59 school year would not be, and he closed all 3 high schools in Little Rock. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund was very active in pursuing this matter in federal courts, and there was finally a decision that the schools would reopen in fall 1959. And I, along with 4 other students, were selected to begin the school desegregation yet again. As a frolicking junior high school student, I walked every day with my friends to our all-Black junior high school, laughing and talking, and we went right in front of Central High School most days. But on that first day that I began high school, my father stayed home from work, and after breakfast he prayed. He prayed for me to be calm, to be brave, and to remember that the Lord was my shepherd and would take care of me. And then I waited for Reverend J.F. Henderson and his son Frank and Sandra Johnson to come and pick me up so that we could drive the 6 blocks from my house to Little Rock Central High School. As we drove, there was just no talking in the car. And I wondered, what's going to happen? And I also wondered how it was going to be for me, because I was going to be alone and there was not another Black student in the 10th grade, and I was 15 years old. When we got to the school, we looked out and there were no crowds, and the press was not visible. And so I thought, we're not going to at least have to fight our way into the school today. And as we went along this really lovely winding sidewalk to the steep, stately stairs to the school, it became clear that from top to bottom, there were Arkansas National Guardsmen standing. And I thought, are they here because they're going to have to come into the school to, rescue us? And I was very, very frazzled as I walked up those steps past all those Arkansas National Guardsmen, wondering if they really would be willing to protect us. At the front door, we were met by the principal, Mr. Matthews, and by the assistant principal, Mrs. Elizabeth Huckabee. She, and only she, greeted us very warmly. We went to her office, she explained our schedules, gave us instructions on how to move around the building, and would be taking us to our homerooms. There was no one in the halls because we did not come to the school until after the school day had begun. We went to my homeroom on the first floor in the northeast corner of the building, and as we got near the door, I noted there was a door to the outside. And I thought, okay. And it was really a second nature for me to look for an escape route. My homeroom teacher was at the door. She pointed me to my seat in the middle row. We were all seated alphabetically. And I knew that she wasn't going to be my ally. When the bell rang for the first class period to begin, I was more than apprehensive because I was going to be in the hallway with all these students for the first time. And I was alone, and I was 15 years old. My parents had reminded me that as I went out into the hallway, that I needed to hold my head up, that I needed to be very aware of everything that was going on around me, but that I always needed to look straight ahead, and I should never cry. As I went down the hall, I could hear this echo, and the echo was, a nigger is coming. There's a nigger coming. And then the students moved to the sides toward the wall, and they cleared a path so that no one was near me as I walked alone. This only went on for a week or two, and then it stopped. But what happened is that no one looked at me, no one smiled at me, and no one regarded me positively. In my homeroom, the same homeroom for 3 years, the only time any student in that room ever heard my voice was when it was my turn to read the Bible after the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I always read Psalm 121 as a witness. I lift my eyes to the hills from whence comes my strength. My strength comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. It was striking to just
one of the found the rigor and neutrality required of academic research or just science in general. We're allowed to have an opinion. We had a number of people who were reviewing the essay comment, what's with the feelings, take this feeling section out, it's not defensible. And I felt like it needed to be addressed because to me, that's the most important part.
Hello and welcome to MetaMuse. Muse is a tool for deep work on iPad and Mac. This podcast isn't about Muse product, it's about the small team and the big ideas behind it. I'm Adam Wiggins, joined by our guests today, James Lindenbaum.
Hey there.
And Shimon Kieski. Hello. Both from Ink and Switch. And James, you and I have been colleagues and friends for a pretty long time now, so I happen to know that similar to Muse team member Yulia, you are a huge cocktail nerd. Any experiments in that area these days?
Oh, there's always ongoing experiments. Yeah, I recently decided to move to kegging cocktails. When you have a bunch of guests coming over, I often will batch up a cocktail so it's faster to serve. And you can also be really persnickety about, micro adjustments to amounts and things like that, really dialing the recipe. And I decided to move to kegging the cocktails on low pressure nitrogen so they can be cold and pre-diluted and ready to drink. It's basically front loading the work so that I don't have to do much. I can actually hang out with my guests, but there's always interesting things you learn when you start changing things around like that.
And I do feel like the cocktail preparation is part of the experience of being a host or something like that. I guess if you have a lot of people there and then you're doing nothing but being heads down in your bar, then that's not really being a very good host. But there also is something to the prepper tool, I guess.
Well, as you well know, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I enjoy having the time to really try to perfect a cocktail, really dial it in. And one of the ones I made recently, I stole from this really awesome bar in San Francisco called Coda Street Market. And it's this drink called the Banana Stand. It's an Arrested Development reference.
So first thing that popped into my mind, always money in the banana stand.
Always money, yep. And it really blew my mind when I had it. And then I talked to the guys there about it. And then I've been just gradually trying to recreate it on my own and get it dialed in. And I think we're there. I think we're close enough to perfection. We're certainly close enough that you would maybe ship it at this point.
It's a little inside joke there for the listeners. James and I have a long time, let's call it productive tension, usually productive of I like to ship stuff and he likes to make it perfect. And hopefully somewhere in the middle of that is sort of an ideal place to be. And we'd love to hear a little bit about both your backgrounds. Maybe Shimon, you can start us out.
Yeah, sure. So for the last 2 years or so, I've been principal investigator at Ink and Switch and occasionally doing consulting with projects. Before that, my background is I've been running a small R&D studio and we've been basically working on unusual interface problems, things like designing and building the top layout engine for European Space Agency or some kind of interface for exploring machine learning for molecular synthesis. And before that, my background was in actually creative coding. I was doing work on museum art pieces, doing contractive art, data visualization, stuff like that. But I do also other than work, I make a bit of experimental music and various computer projects for fun.
Yeah, I feel that the music experiments that you do and performances sometimes, right? It also bleeds into your creative coding, artistic interfaces a little bit. And I think I personally take a lot of inspiration from the prosumer world of audio gear and the interfaces there that are sort of designed to create art, but also intended to be pragmatic, right? You're doing a performance or something like that, and it's not, you gotta be able to grip it the right way or whatever. So I feel like you often bring your music world, electronic music world stuff, and you work in Switch, and I always enjoy that personally, but I'm also a person with an electronic music background, so I think that's why it appeals to me.
Yeah, the work there is definitely a bit different and interesting. So I know if there are any UI designers who think this, I encourage you to just browse Pinterest for music stuff. There's a lot of interesting differences there.
And James, you and I have worked together for a very long time, including perhaps most notably in co-founding Heroku, and we also created the Ink and Switch Research Lab together with some other great folks. Maybe you can fill in a little more of the story there.
Sure, yeah. Well, I've always been, as I like to say, constitutionally unemployable. So I started a number of things over the years. But yeah, most notably was probably Heroku with you and our other co-founder, Ryan. After that, I found that there were a lot of people coming to me, founders of developer-facing companies who wanted help. And I ended up advising things on boards and whatnot. Eventually starting was now a venture capital firm called HeavyBit, which specializes in developer-facing infrastructure kind of stuff. And so I'm still there. I spent a lot of time there. I kind of worked my way from being a founding full-time partner there to being a more part-time. Yeah, and then you and I co-founded the lab, Ink and Switch, which is where I spend, I'd say, more of my time these days. I'd like to spend all of my time there, but there's so many things to do.
Well, let's be honest, when it comes to paying the bills, investing in developer tools companies is probably a better gig than weird research.
Yeah, I mean, the path to money is more clear. That's certainly true. It's still enjoyable though. There's so much innovation happening on that front. It's still intellectually interesting and there's a lot of fun stuff happening there, but it certainly feels a lot closer in than the weird stuff we're doing at the lab.
And you both recently published an essay on your latest research project called Inkbase. Of course, I'll link that in the show notes. So can you give us an overview for folks who haven't read the essay yet?
Sure, yeah. So in the lab, we have a research track that is all about programmable ink, sort of a combination of doing stuff on tablets, thinking about digital ink, and thinking about end user programming. And this project, Inkbase, was basically the fifth, depending on how you count, the fifth project in that track of 8 that we're currently working on project number 8.
8 in the track, and we're publishing this essay a little bit out of order because we wanted to take the time in this one to sort of lay a little bit more of the groundwork, sort of define what the problem is, what we're trying to do. So we spent a little more time writing it than some of the write-ups of projects that came subsequently, like Crosscut and Untangle. But yeah, we're happy to have this out there and have people, start to grok what it is that we're doing here with this weird programmable link stuff.
Yeah, so this whole track of end user programming is certainly one that, that concept is something that even fed into Heroku. It was something that was a kind of founding idea that we knew we wanted to bring into the lab. The three of us worked on an essay titled End User Programming that kind of touched on the history of that field and some late experiments, some of the first work you had done with the Lechamon. But part of what I like about this ink-based project specifically is this is taking the idea of sketches and trying to kind of take what we like about spreadsheets and the rough computation that you can do there and kind of on the fly interacting with a document in a way to take advantage of the dynamic medium, but not something that's writing an app per se. It certainly has much in common with, for example, Potluck. We had Max and Jeffrey on just recently, but they were very focused on, classic plain text and these searches, et cetera. And I feel like this is almost a complete other take on that. Tablet, stylus, sketching, kind of very loose and informal, but informal and programming are not things that we normally think of as being combinable. And indeed it is that, for me, at least observing this kind of track of research from the outside in this specific project, it is that tension between the formality of programming and the systems thinking and so forth that we want from our computational tools and the looseness, sketchiness, I'm just figuring it out, I'm not sure yet, messiness that is part of thinking tools for thought. So I think it's a very evocative idea to start with, and then the resulting project itself, which you can see some videos of in the essay, also is only further teases that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we liked working with digital ink. And there's a number of reasons, but one of them is that it sort of forces you into this sort of sketching, informal, loose, fast and loose kind of mindset. And it just underscores how not fast and loose most of our programming capabilities are. And so it kind of forces us to think about, what are the right affordances? How can we design a system that will let you stay in that sort of frame of mind and still get some of the benefits of a dynamic medium? This sort of weird analogy, this sort of the prompt for the ink-based project was, we look at spreadsheets, and I personally am a huge fan of spreadsheets, as I think many of us are. And I think about the analogy, if you think about spreadsheets as we have them today, as they compare to their analog predecessors, a giant pad of paper and a slide rule or a calculator, it's not just that modern spreadsheets let you do what you would have done with the analog version a little bit faster, it's that they actually let you have thoughts you wouldn't have had using the old version, because you can see this dynamic model and you can get intuitive understanding of how it works. You can play what if scenarios, it sparks new ideas. And so we think, okay, you've got the traditional sort of actual spreadsheet, the paper analog version, that is to modern spreadsheets as sketching in a notebook is to question mark, right? What is the thing that goes in that box? And I don't feel like we know what it is or have really seen it. And so Ink-based was sort of a little bit of a study or an experiment around that prompt. Like, what would that thing look like? What would it feel like? What would it be like to be able to work in that spreadsheet-like way, but with ink?
I think a question that might be in the audience's mind is how this prompt that you just described relates to visual programming, which visual programming is something where, maybe it's more accessible to the average person or requires less programmer brain, less symbolic manipulation. Do you see it as related to that world of things, or is it its own beast?
So I have studied around. I think that might be very focused around, but I don't think a lot of these projects that people mention as visual programming are really visual in the sense that we talk about or we think about things like not to maximize the whole field, but there's things like professional editors, maybe Scratch comes to mind, where you have blocks of code that just snap together, or maybe things like Max MSP for musicians, which is basically nodes and wires interface. So these kinds of interfaces still require thinking in this very abstract, symbolic way. You just manipulate the code, not in a text buffer, but on a screen when we get around in 2 dimensions. What we think about in this thread is more about visual programming as a way of working with actual embodied objects that you can see on the screen and interact with. So you're not thinking symbolically, but concretely about the domain, the problem at hand, and that's kind of the thread we've been following. So in a sense, both are visual. You could argue that code in a text box is also visual, but the meaning of visual is kind of different the way we think about this and the way these sorts of projects think about it.
Right, when you think of one of those nodes and wires kind of visual programming languages or something like Scratch, which I think is a great product for kids to learn to program, it is really about sort of taking a conventional program and making it not text, not pure text, but something that's a little more GUI, point and clickable. There's a lot of value to that. And there's many domains where that makes sense, but that does seem like almost a different realm from I have the sketch and I want to bring it to life using the dynamic medium of computation.
Yeah, there's a really important distinction between programming with ink versus programmable ink, right? So, what we're not trying to do is help you write programs with the use of ink. What we're trying to do is just use ink, for the properties that ink has, digital ink, but also allow it to be dynamic in the ways that you would expect from, the dynamic digital medium. And so the programming is not the end, it's the means to have ink that does more interesting things than just, sit statically on the page. A lot of times we have these amazing devices, we have this pen and all this computational power in the iPad, let's say, but a lot of the iPad apps that make use of that basically just let you paint pixels on the screen with pen. And it's just, there could be so much more there. And that's a big part of, what we're thinking about with digital ink in general at the lab. And then with the programmability in particular, what if that ink could respond the way that a spreadsheet does reactively to other things on the canvas? Or what is the nature of digital ink even at all? Like, I think that's a question that we're still kind of asking ourselves and doing studies around. What if it worked more like string where you could pull around the page? Or what if it worked more like paper clips, right? Like a little wire thing where you drew it, but then it wants to retain its shape. So when you pull on it or bend on it, it tries to retain some of its shape so it preserves a little bit more of the intention or the movements of the person who made that mark, right? A fun prompt that I like is thinking about digital ink as a byproduct of someone moving their hands. It's more the moving of their hands that's interesting, and the ink is a byproduct. If you think about it that way, then you start thinking about totally different kinds of affordances and ways to treat ink. So there's a whole realm there that we're kind of thinking about that sort of intersects in this Venn diagram with sort of end user programming and dynamic behavior.
I think you already teed up our topic there, which obviously is programmable ink. And I always like to start with definitions. I think we've gotten into it a little bit, but you mentioned digital ink. And I assume here, maybe the first thing that comes to mind there is I scribble on an iPad or potentially another tablet or stylus, and some ink-like marks appear on my screen. And that's it. Is that basically what you mean by digital ink, or is there more nuance to it than that?
Yeah, I think that working out that definition is sort of part of the work that we're doing that I expect to take a while. So I don't have a crisp answer on that. When I say digital ink, yes, I'm mostly thinking of the things that appear on the screen when you move a pen or stylus around on an iPad or a Remarkable or some kind of device like that. But I think there is this interesting question of, aside from those pixels, what is it really that's there? What is ink in general, and certainly what is the digital version? I think those are really interesting questions.
And then how would you define programmable ink?
Well, again, I think we're maybe taking a very shallow stab at it with this ink-based essay. But when we think about programmable objects or dynamic objects, we often think about objects that they have some behavior, and they respond in some way, or they change in some way, or they're able to be changed by some part of the system. And so that's mostly what we're thinking about when we think about programmable ink or dynamic ink. Is just something that is aware of its environment and can be manipulated either by itself or by something else, on the canvas or in that environment, or even by the user. A lot of ink that you make in these tablet programs it's sort of dead ink. It's difficult then to pick that ink up and move it around. Some will allow you to have selections or drag some things, but even basic things like scaling or deforming ink in a way that's smart. Like a classic example is you draw an arrow from one thing to another in your notebook, and then you want to move one of those items around. Well,
the arrow doesn't follow. You then have to manually move the arrow yourself and reposition it and rotate it and scale it. And when you scale that arrow, it scales proportionally, sort of naively, and it no longer looks like an arrow, right? Or it no longer points in the right direction, or the arrowhead, isn't facing the right way or whatever. And so that's a very difficult problem to solve from a sort of computer science perspective. From just like a human doing stuff on a screen perspective, it seems crazy that that doesn't work correctly. And so we try to look for places where there is that strong sort of dichotomy where it seems like we've just gotten used to something being a certain way, but it actually seems kind of terrible from just a human experience perspective, especially when you get in the context of tools for thought, where I think the tools have a really huge impact on the thoughts that we have, the work that we do, and the output of that work. And so these small differences or small bits of friction or small biases that the tools create actually are really important.
I think it's hard not to mention Johan at this point, right? Like, first we make the tools and then they make us. I think we really believe in this feedback loop of how the things you use impact what you can do. And this is like a hope of being better at sketching, being able to sketch dynamic models.
Yeah, maybe one way to think about the current implementation of digital ink, of which Muse, comes in with this. But I think it's something we've thought about a bit more than others, probably because I think it's pretty clear if you're Procreate, you have your art tool, and it's just like you want nice brushes, so you can create a beautiful picture. And maybe if you're a diagramming tool, it's really clear that it's important that your arrows and boxes connect to vertices on the thing, and you don't want to just like draw a rough circle around something or underline something. But one of my favorite small examples that I certainly hope will implement at some point is the idea if you highlight something with a highlighter, and then you go in and like type in that text, does the highlight kind of stretch out the way that it would if you had selected the text and right click, select, highlight, something like that. And that does get into the realm of, okay, how much do you want it to like automatically detect what you're doing and make inferences about it? But if we do think of today's digital ink as mostly being just a direct transliteration of, like, you drawn a sketchbook before, now I've got an iPad or a Remarkable or an Android tablet, and that more or less looks like a sketchbook, and I can load an app and give me a white page that probably looks like a sketchbook, and I can draw things. And yeah, maybe I have a few more tools for manipulating. I can erase, I can undo, I can select and move things, I can duplicate. That's nice. But it's a pretty direct thing. Maybe the same way that the first word processors were essentially just, hey, what if we had a typewriter on this computer thing? And it was only later on that we started to get into much richer things, like say hypertext, where you can never, that concept doesn't make sense in a typed document unless you're in the virtual realm of the dynamic computer. Now you can do more. You start with that transliteration, and then over time you figure out how it can grow into something that goes beyond its kind of analog roots.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of shared roots, obviously, between Muse and this track of work that have kind of shared roots philosophically in some of the ideas of the lab. And I think one of those big areas is when we talk about tools for thought, I think there are a lot of questions around what is thought work, right? What is thinking? What is thought work? What is the product of thought work? And a lot of our current tools today don't really respect the work product of thought work. Just a basic example that I'm always ranting on is browser tabs. One thing that a lot of people spend a lot of time doing these days in the course of thought work or knowledge work is basically curating their own sort of research path, right? Whether you're researching, a new toaster to buy or doing real serious academic research or whatever. A lot of times it starts in a browser and you click a bunch of links and open a zillion tabs, and then you go through those tabs and you decide, you see these tabs as interesting or not, is it relevant or not, you close some, you leave some open, maybe you open some additional tabs from links that you see in there, and that is actually work that you're doing. And you end up with this sort of browser window full of tabs or multiple windows full of tabs, and that's your work product. You just spend a bunch of time and use your brain to produce that work product. And you may want to come back to that or do something with it or pause or whatever, but most of our tooling, with the exception of some interesting, newer experiments, most of our tooling does not respect the placement of those windows or the locations of those tabs or the fact that they're open or not as your actual work product. And so it's treated as ephemeral, it gets lost, it's very difficult to manage. When we make notes in a notebook, most sort of personal note-taking apps treat your notes as like this very important sacred thing that they shouldn't lose. But to me, they have the same value, the same amount of work is going into them as these browser tabs that are open, for example. And so I think when we start thinking about what is thought work, what is work product, we start to get into these questions of what would tools look like that are more respectful of these different stages of thinking. And to me, rumination, I always thought was an interesting word that was used around a lot of the Muse idea. There's a point where you pile all your stuff, at least for me, I think it was a point where I kind of gathered all my stuff, laid it all out on the floor, and I just want to stare at it for a while and just like move it around with my hands. And that's a really important step that most people can relate to, but it's not really supported directly as a first class thing by most tools that are available today digitally. And I think similarly, sketching, not the art version of sketching like you might do with Procreate, but sketching as in thinking with your hand, sketching like on page, whether it's words or drawings or doodles or whatever, that is also, in my opinion, a very under-supported activity. It's a really critical activity. And the earlier you are in the process of having an idea, the more fragile that idea is and the more sensitive to your tooling those ideas are. So, imagine trying to do that thinking type of sketching in a tool like Adobe Illustrator. It's basically impossible because the interface is designed for this high precision, high fidelity outcome. And so you just want to like stick a box in the corner and keep going. But in order to make that box, you've got to select the right tool. You've got to decide which kind of box, you've got to decide what kind of corner radius you want. Doesn't have a drop shadow. By the time you're done with all that, you've lost, at least for me, maybe this is ADD brain, but I've completely lost the idea by that. Ideas are like these little wisps that you're trying to capture quickly before they, dissipate. And so the nature of that tooling is really important.
Yeah, I'd like maybe to add two things to this of kind of fundamental. Like one thing that we started talking about, or maybe we have like vocalized lately at the lab is this idea of the same way we have like mapping math or back of the computer mathematics, just figuring out orders of magnitude or something or whatever. An interesting parallel is back of the computation, like how to make these little interactive things with the same approach of like roughly just hand waving at the thing. Another idea quite maybe here is I lost it.
So you just proved my point.
Well, actually, one thing I'd love to hear from you, Shimon, is there's been a number of in this trial.
The science raising in a more concrete present way important questions and fears about what AI is capable of and how it will impact us as humans. One of the concerns most frequently voiced, whether sincerely or cloaked in jest, is how ChatGPT, systems like it, their expected successors, or how AI generally will impact our livelihoods. In other words, will this thing put me out of a job? As much as nobody wants to think about being replaced by a computer, I think this is an important question for each of us to explore because it helps us consider how we might reposition ourselves in an evolving world and better understand how to make good use of the new tools available to us. So I started with the dude in the mirror. What you're about to listen to is another interview with ChatGPT, except this time ChatGPT is both asking those questions as the interviewer and answering those questions as itself. Of course, I use two separate ChatGPT sessions and copy-paste questions from session into the other and back. Through prompting, I asked each of those ChatGPT instances to take their specific role in the exchange, and you'll hear the prompts I used in what follows. We used the same process as last time to animate the ChatGPT interviewer and guest. That is, we ran the text through Synthesia to generate a voice and avatar for each. This time, we sped the AI-generated voices up a bit to make them easier to listen to. In addition to the straight dialogue, I'll be including my own commentary along the way. And at the end of the interview, I'll discuss the results a bit and whether I think ChatGPT will be taking my job as your host anytime soon. Ultimately, though, I hope you'll be the judge of that and share your thoughts on how ChatGPT did at my job via the show notes page at twimbleai.com/go/608 or via social media. All right, I I hope you enjoyed this follow-up chat with ChatGPT. To get things started, I first got to prompt the interviewer ChatGPT session with some context and an initial request. Here's the prompt I used. For the purposes of this thought experiment, you are the host of a popular artificial intelligence podcast. Your show is listened to by a broad audience consisting of technical ML/AI practitioners, ML/AI enthusiasts, and a variety of other executives, innovators, and influencers interested in the field. The purpose of the show is severalfold: to explore topics that you yourself are interested in as a way to learn and grow, to expose your audience to important topics and ideas in the field for their own education, and to amplify the voices and accomplishments of a broad and diverse spectrum of interesting ML/AI practitioners. You have the opportunity to interview ChatGPT, the latest, coolest large language model released by OpenAI. You will type your questions for ChatGPT, and I will ask ChatGPT by pasting them into another window. I will then paste its response here. After every submitted input, you should formulate and type your next question for ChatGPT. Got it?
Showing behind-the-scenes stories of music and entertainment.
I don't know if you've heard the biggest meme song ever, because it's now been sampled by today's biggest meme artist. The craziest part is Young Gravy actually left off someone's name.
But Daniel, was it your overnight success on TikTok?
So I was making content for 2 years while working a full-time job. I was really bad at making content in the beginning. I didn't really figure out how to make content until posting 150 times.
So this episode, you'll learn the most important ingredients to short-form success, Daniel's framework for creating attention-grabbing videos, the full process he goes through to create a video on TikTok, and why he thinks storytelling is the most important ingredient of all. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this episode. You can find me on Twitter or Instagram at jklaus. Tag me, let me know that you're listening. If you're here on YouTube, leave a comment. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. And now, let's talk with Daniel. Tell me about the name Daniel's Wall. Your name is Daniel Wall, correct? What is the origin story of Daniel's Wall? There's literally Daniel's Wall. What is the origin story here?
It's funny that you asked that. So my real name is Daniel Wall, and my middle name is Seth. So when I originally tried to get Daniel Wall on TikTok, on Instagram, on all these platforms, it was taken. So I put Daniel S. Wall. And then I thought to myself, hey, I could call it Daniel's Wall, and it could be like a little fun Easter egg for those to know about. They're like, wow, this is actually your name, but it works. And then it got to this whole idea of like, welcome to my wall. And I thought that was a little bit too possessive of I wanted to make it more about the community. So my goal with this new channel of posting more like raw, unedited stuff is more behind the wall.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's where I went immediately in my head. And I'm really excited to start moving into that kind of content, but I don't want Daniel's Wall to ever go away because it's something that I'm really proud of building and creating.
I'm glad it's not like an homage to the original Facebook though.
It's funny that you say that. The only reason I say that is when I originally made a Facebook, I thought that the last name was what appeared when it said Wall, so it would be like Klaus. And so yes, it's definitely not an homage to that.
How did you get to TikTok? How did we get here? How did you get to be somebody with this type of following? When did you start posting?
I think TikTok itself was a very important stepping stone for me as a creator to figure out how to create. And I think it was all the way back to, I'd probably say before I graduated college. It was around, probably say April of 2019. I started getting these things thrown at me by my own college saying 99% of our students had jobs before they graduate. And I didn't. I felt like a failure. All my life I was told, Daniel, you should get a 9-to-5. It has job security. So you know what? I'll listen to them. But at the same time, while trying to get a full-time job, I started posting on TikTok around May of 2019. I, for the first time, didn't have any judgments from friends, from family. I was just kind of able to create anything on TikTok because no one I knew was really on it. And I also wasn't getting a lot of views. So the fact that I could able to just make whatever I want and fail, like not having any pressures and doing whatever I wanted, it was fun. The process to create was really fun on the app, which was one of my favorite parts. I wasn't trying to make this a full-time thing. I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just trying to make content that I enjoyed.
And what did that look like in the beginning?
Really stupid stuff. I was really bad at making content in the beginning. I didn't really figure out how to make content until posting 150 times. So
150 TikToks.
Yeah. Wow. So at the beginning, I was making really stupid videos. I kind of did what everyone else did at the beginning, and that's just posting really random pieces with random audios. But then I around after posting around 10 times, I realized I really liked telling stories more than anything. And it eventually got to this place of wanting to tell stories around the behind the scenes of the entertainment world. And where that really started is biggest lawsuits in music.
Oh.
But even before that, the 150th post was really stupid. And the reason I like to bring this up is because it's so dumb. It was Biggest Flexes on Disney Channel, Part 1.
Aren't you a little young to be a roller coaster engineer?
Yes, I am.
I never had a video do super well before, and all of a sudden I remember being in work, opening up my phone randomly, because the day before I posted, I think 10 videos, which was crazy. I've never done that before.
So many.
And so one of them just took off, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. The fact that it went viral wasn't the piece that was really interesting to me. It was the fact that people were interested in kind of like more of a format. And I was like, maybe I could talk about things I was interested in. And then I started going over biggest lawsuits in the music industry, and where that came from was this interesting story and interesting pieces that people were interested in. 2 different sounds, and like 10 of that, I started doing songs that sound the same. And my favorite part of that was the community was really involved in that series. And it actually didn't do well at first. If you go back to 2019 on my TikTok, I made probably 110 episodes of songs that sound the same, a lot. And it didn't do well at first, which is one of my favorite parts. The fact that I posted 3 videos and they didn't do well. The 4th one took off and all the ones before started doing well. The community got really involved. It was really interesting to see people really talking about these 2 songs that sound the same. And then it went into more like samples, went into the different aspects of like how songs are written, stories behind songs. And I just got into this niche of stuff that I was really interested in, because as a songwriter, producer, and singer, I was really interested in the behind the scenes stuff. I was interested in this too.
Video series of like songs that sound like other songs didn't take off. Do you think you would have continued down that series, or were you getting to a point where you're like, this isn't gonna happen, I'm about to give up?
I think I would have kept going, because like ones after that also flopped. And again, like it would just continue because it was something that I just liked doing back then, and it was fun for me. I'm sure that like views had a hand in like continuing to do it, of course. But I think if you find something that you're passionate in and that you enjoy, while also something that other people can connect to, build conversation and community around, I think that's a winning formula for creating content, at least in the beginning.
I love your TikTok because it is perfectly curated for somebody like me. I don't even know how to describe like the types of things that I'm into, but it is this. It's like storytelling with obscure
just like mine. Oh, seriously, like really, it's like my favorite thing. And then the content creator side of me is so jealous because I'm like, this is so brilliant. Once you know that there's a story here, you can just research that and then tell that story in a visual way. But the hard part, in my opinion, the thing that I've never like really cracked is you had a TikTok about how Jeff Goldblum was almost the voice of Apple. How did you discover that? Like, where does the nugget of the story come from? Are you just trolling around? And how are you trolling around for stories?
So I was making content for 2 years while working a full-time job. So a lot of my content creation came after work, and a lot of batching ideas as well as batching videos. So a lot of research comes from throughout the day, writing them down in a notes folder, and then like making all the videos at night to post the next day, which is what I did for 2 years straight. And so like I kind of still have that same mindset, but it's funny because a lot of times ideas will come when I'm not looking for them. So the Jeff Goldblum one was interesting. It was a Mr. Who's the Boss video, and it was like a video of what you didn't know about Apple. And one of the facts he talked about was this idea that Jeff Goldblum could have been the voice of Siri. And it was just like he talked about it for 5 seconds and he moved on.
Throwaway line.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I mean, why don't I look into that? That's fun. I didn't even need to find that. That one just came up.
Is that how most of them are? Because a lot of times it's also like, hey, you probably didn't realize that this person was also a singer. And like, where do a lot of these things come from? Or if are there days where you're like, I'm going to find some stories. And if there are days like that, how do you go about achieving that?
Researching stories comes from anything that might be interesting to where I go. So I immediately go to a couple different places. I look on the internet most of the time for different pieces. I go to TikTok viral for the songs that are going crazy. And I look at where, like, what songwriters are on this song, anything like that. I go to articles online. People often sometimes they send me articles to look at. Oftentimes ideas come throughout the day randomly because I've just been doing it for so long that I definitely need a well-crafted story to make this happen. But then I need 2 other things in order to make a good video, and that is a hook and a payoff. And the story is what allows us to get from the hook to the payoff. If I can't come up with all those 3 things, I probably won't make the video nowadays. But that came with a lot of practice and failing and trying to figure that out.
Well, what comes first, the hook or the payoff? Do you get the payoff yourself personally and you say, how can I make a good hook for this? And then I'll fill in the blanks of the story? Or do you think the hook comes first more often?
Oftentimes the hook comes first and the payoff comes along with the research. And sometimes the payoff isn't good enough to finish the video. Sometimes I need to like restructure what this payoff could be. For example, I'm making a video right now about Steve Lacy. That one was a little different because one of the songs he made is called Bad Habit. It's going really great right now for him. It's really pushing him to the limelight. It would be really easy for me to make a hook for that. Be like, have you heard this song? Just playing the song Bad Habit. Or it could be like, I don't know if you know about the singer who has this viral song, but did you know that he used to make all of his songs on his iPod because he didn't have enough money to afford a MacBook Pro? And then that payoff came first because I didn't want to make the video until figuring out that this artist who has a Grammy nomination, is produced for Kendrick Lamar, is produced for J. Cole, he made all of his beats at the beginning on an iPod. That to me is the coolest thing ever. Like I could make a video about just the song Bad Habit. We could talk about his history, but I would rather make that video to show, hey, like this artist was able to make this incredible music, this incredible art on an iPod. This should be inspirational to all of us who are artists, kind of thing.
And it seems like you have like a few styles of hooks that you know work and you use a lot. Like you'll say like, can we talk about this? Or did you know that? Or have you heard this song? Like it's so quick and it's so like obvious what's happening next. And it's so engaging. Do you have any other hooks that you like and use a lot?
I usually go with lately I've been going with I don't know if you know, because it seems like it's more conversational than the other ones. But what's interesting is recently I did a presentation on hooks in short form content, and I had to study all the hooks I was making. And I was looking at other people who are really good at short form content or long form content, even because hooks are really important for that too. And what I noticed is even though there's a hook in the beginning, there's usually a second hook that keeps you to the end. So what I've been trying to do is putting the second hook either in like the first 5 seconds to bring someone to the end, which is basically, I don't know if you know one of the biggest songs of all time, Place Mr. Brightside, but did you know it actually didn't do well at first? You're like, oh, it didn't? This is one of the biggest songs ever. But and then you go into the story and you continue it on. So in my head, I think a lot of people give advice on hooks, at least for short form content. And they say, you know, use the word you in the first second. Psychologically, it'll get someone to stop. Do this thing, ask a question. But I think most important is provide value, create intrigue in a viewer's head, getting them throughout the story. And that doesn't have to come in the first second. You're going with like a hook in the first second. Is how do I get them to the next part of the story?
That's so good. It's like, hey, you know this familiar thing? Did you know this surprising thing? Like that's a pretty good formula. That's a pretty good formula because it's like, yes, I do know that familiar thing. Oh wait, what about it? That's so good. I love this framework of hook, story, payoff. In the story part of your videos, do you have some similar like beats or framework that you're hitting within that story to move that along towards a payout, or is that still kind of like an intuitive gut feel type of thing?
I think it's more intuitive gut feel because I do something very different. A lot of other creators, I know they script their videos. I usually do I don't. I've just been doing it for so long that most of the time the research and video piece happens at the same time. Like video recording and research happens at the same time with me. And then I usually re-edit the video to create the story after it's been recorded and it's clipped out. If there is a chance where I'm watching this video back and I say this could be better, I'll just re-record that certain clip and figure it out until the video hits to where I'm comfortable. And I'd be like, this is interesting to me. It's probably gonna be interesting to maybe a couple other people out there, hopefully more.
After a quick break, Daniel and I get into the specifics of his process for creating short form video, and later we talk about his thoughts on long form as well. So stick around, we'll be right back. When was the last time you heard someone say it's almost too easy when talking about a piece of software? Probably never, because software can be
all 3 or their songs. What's interesting is the first one is Dua Lipa. And when you look at these like really old artists, Billy Joel, Paul McCartney, all these people, they always put out new music. What this new generation of artists are doing, Nicki Minaj, Jack Harlow, Lil TJ, they're taking really popular older songs and they're recreating them as a marketing tool, as a tool for nostalgia, just like movies do. I'm thinking Elton John is taking that formula and applying it with his own songs. Cold Heart with Dua Lipa, a song that samples 4 or 5 of his other songs, in a sense shouldn't do well formulaically. But the song got number 7 on Billboard, which he hasn't achieved in like 10 or 15 years. It got 1 billion streams on Spotify and is being played and introducing Elton John to this new generation of music listeners. He's doing the same thing now. He brought on 2 other music producers, a guy named Andrew Watt and another producer named Circuit, who are incredibly talented guys who made some of the biggest songs in pop music. And they basically took the stems from Tiny Dancer and tried to make a new song and a new version out of it.
I heard that on an airplane recently. I was like, this is nuts. What's going on? This is Tiny Dancer. Why is this song called Tiny Dancer?
Great question. And so in my head, I'm thinking this could be a really fun and cool video to talk about how like where music is headed from an artist standpoint, but then how can older artists use this to apply it to their own music and what he's doing specifically. So it's just interesting to me. And I'm like, I can make this into a video.
So you have the Steve Lacy video in progress. This Elton John thing inspires you. Where does the in progress Steve Lacy video sit? Did you actually record parts of that video? Are they in in drafts? Is that even functionality TikTok has? This is where my ignorance comes in.
100%. So I have drafts from the beginning, not anymore because I've actually like cycled through them. But at one point I had a lot of drafts in TikTok. Basically, you can edit a video to its ending point or halfway through or however much you want, save it into drafts and have it in there. You can also edit it outside of TikTok and then put in the drafts and save it. My whole thing was when I was working full time, I was thinking, how do I make this process as easy as possible? I need to do everything. So all I need to do while I'm working full time at a call center or as an account rep at a tech firm, all I need to do is open up the video and click post because it has the caption, it has text, it has everything on there. So nowadays, sometimes I do it that much, it makes it easier, but what can I do to make it as easy as possible for me to put out content? And that is setting up batch time, creating all the content, putting them into drafts. So all I need to do is click post and it's up.
How much time do you put into one video, do you think?
I think it depends on the video, but at the same time, if it's a very easy concept, at one point I was doing how artists got their name. At one point I was doing artists who hate their own songs. That one was pretty easy because there's all these articles of artists who hate their own songs. I was just taking one of them and just putting it into a video form. And if you watch those videos, it's really interesting because the format of that concept changed. At the beginning, what I was doing is I was talking about an artist who hates their own song, and I would show the song, and I realized, hey, this would be a lot more interesting if you don't know what the song is until the very end.
Yes, I remember listening to Poured Some Sugar on Me or something like that. One of those 80s hair band videos. Right? This is the biggest song. This guy hates it. And right at the end, when you have that payoff of, and this is a song, it just really hit for me. It almost makes you want to loop it then too, because you're like, hold on, let me now rewatch this with the knowledge of what that song was.
So those videos probably take 30 minutes, maybe an hour. But for example, I made a video about Armani White who had a song called Billie Eilish. It's really going crazy on across social media, across everywhere, and it's doing really well for him. That video ended up taking like 5 or 6 hours because the story just kept unfolding and going crazy. That was one of the longer videos I made. But on average, I'd say anywhere from 1.5 to 2 hours for everything.
Something I've really come to believe is that the experts know where to put the majority of their time and what to ignore. And the thing that with a lot of your is like you recording computer, I'll be like recording a video that's playing on your computer. I'm like, this is so low production, but also I don't care. So what do you think about in terms of what's important to put time and effort into to actually move the needle in content on TikTok?
I think this is a really great question because I think when it comes to creators wanting to create and wanting to be successful, a lot of times when creators first start, they look at production value as the most important thing. And I was the same way for YouTube, for music, and I was creating my own things like that. I was really passionate. The thing is those videos, that audio, the music, it would never come out because I was always such a perfectionist. So when I had the mindset of making short form content, it was like, what can I do to lower the barrier of entry to make it as great as possible? What do people actually care about? And while I was making these videos, now I've made probably like 3,200 videos. In that time, I've learned that people care about story, they care about relatability, and they care about community. So if you can have a video that gives them 2 or 3 of those things and then have production quality on top of it, that's just a bonus at that point. They want to engage with something, they want to add value, they want to be entranced with the story. So in my head, I was like, how can I provide all those 3 things with lowering the barrier of entry as much as possible for me to just make the content for it? And in my head, it was like, I started with an iPhone 6S on a 2015 MacBook Pro. Recording exactly, I was recording a screen. I was like, how do I make this as easy as possible? I don't want to export this footage onto a MacBook and then re-export it onto my phone. I just want to record it directly. How bad is it going to be? Are people even going to enjoy it? Is audio bad? And I remember recording it one time and I was thinking, this doesn't sound bad at all. This actually sounds pretty decent. And it's even more relatable because it's like, I could do that. I could make these kind of videos. And I enjoy them. So
that's such a good insight. That's where relatability comes in. Can you tell me more about what you mean by community in this sense? Is it just like something that people are going to want to comment on, or what do you mean by that?
In this sense, for short form content, I would say the people who kind of come to the content that I make are the ones who are really interested in music, really interested in like behind the scenes of music. And if you comment on these kind of videos, most likely someone else is a part of it is going to know at least a little bit or want to learn a little bit. People are going to be in the comments kind of answering questions. And it's a different side of platforms. So if Nicki Minaj posts a video of her dancing to her new song, there's probably not going to be talks about like the sample that's being used. But if I make a video about it, maybe someone in there is going to be able to ask a question where it's like, what exactly is interpolation and why is that different than the sample? They want to kind of engage with it. I think TikTok and short form content is very difficult to create community on right now. Maybe that'll change in the future. When I say community, I kind of mean that or engagement, stuff like that too. I think that's a good point.
How much do you think about captions and hashtags on TikTok or Instagram? All short form, I should say.
Personally, I never look at captions when I look at content, but I have a lot of friends and other creators and other people I talk to that do. So I'm thinking to myself, what can I do here to provide intrigue just in case that they do? And I've just been using hashtags since I started, so I just never stopped. I believe in a method which is it's called CFOL. This is something that I kind of made, and my stands for experimentation and failure. I'll learn from those failures. I try something. If it works, I double down on it. If it stops working, I try to experiment with something else.
How much do you think about time of day or
restaurants right now, but they had a little drive-through going on where you can get, tacos and beans and rice and whatever was on the menu.
And margaritas?
And margaritas.
How do they give you the margarita?
They put it in a half-gallon pitcher.
That doesn't seem
not even a pitcher. It's like a half-gallon, like you put milk in it. You get milk and it's a half-gallon jar, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They put it in that.
Wow.
And we got 3 of them.
Oh my God. Did you get hammered?
We only have 1 left.
You guys had a party over there.
We drank a gallon of margarita yesterday.
Oh my God. Wow.
Delish.
I'm so jealous. I literally, this fast thing we're on, it's like all you eat is this thin soup. It looks like gruel. Remember that thing that Oliver wanted more of? That's what it looks like. Yeah. It looks like, or like what they slap on a pirate ship, what they serve you for dinner, that's what it looks like.
Right. Does it have like a little bit of celery and like a little bit of carrot?
It looks like cartoonishly watered down soup. That's what we're allowed to eat.
But it's white colored?
No, it's the color of whatever flavor they think it is. It's like tomato colored, but it's just little specks of crap in it. Wow. But just you wait, Donald. You're gonna check in when we record on Friday, and you're gonna say, wow, you look even thinner.
I want to fast.
Should we sing?
Yeah, sure, why not?
I'd like to count in today because I realize I haven't counted in a long time. I've been giving it to you. I've been giving it to Bill Lawrence, our guest, giving it to Judy as a present, and I just feeling left out.
Well, Zach, I want you to give it to me. Go ahead.
Okay, Dan hit it. I like a little. Wait before you hit it, Dan. I always thought it was so cool when DJs on the radio do the thing they call talk up. Like they know exactly when the words come in and they stop talking right. I believe DJs call it the song. Right. So I'm sure they have it labeled somewhere like the lyrics start at 5 seconds in or something. And I always thought it was so smooth. So I'd like to talk up this song.
Go ahead, do it.
Okay, here we go. So I'm not gonna count in, Dan. I'm just gonna talk it up. Okay. I'm nervous now. Here we go. Welcome everybody to Fake Doctors, Real Friends. We're so glad you're joining us. And here's a song. Double face on it.
Here's some stories about show we made about a bunch of doctors and nurses in a Canada. I said here's a story that you all should know. So gather around to hear our
Hey, lots of talk on the social media about, you know what I mean, and you.
Is it that bad?
No, it's just people just need to accept it. It's part of your way of speaking.
It is part of my.
I'm just concerned though about those who are doing it as a drinking game that we're going to turn people into alcoholics.
I think we should keep the dings, but if you don't want to keep the dings, we can remove the dings.
And also, I heard, by the way, Dan, that you missed some. I saw on Twitter some people were like, dings were hilarious, but you guys missed like 4. You know what I mean? Dan, what was the total? I mean, of the ones you caught, what was the total? 9.
That's not a lot for an hour, dude.
By the way, that's when you were trying not to say it, dude.
But I was also it was me using it as slang though at that point. It wasn't me just saying, you know what I mean, after everything I said. Somebody brought to my attention that you say you know a lot. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Really? You're trying to shift the shit on me. Listen. I do. Listen. We all. If you record someone for multiple hours, you're gonna hear some of the things that they say when they speak. I'm sure we all have our own tics.
Yeah.
I'm sure you listening right now, judging us, you probably have some vocal go-tos.
The ones that kind of get on my nerves are like when people say I mean all the time before they say anything. I mean, it's like, no, I get it.
Or like, I mean, I hear
we say like a lot.
I know, but the young folks really use like a lot.
Yeah, that's the one that gets me. I mean,
the wrong use of literally is also a bit of a pet peeve.
Really?
That's abused.
You literally don't like that.
I literally get annoyed when people overuse literally. Should we get into the episode, Don?
Let's do it. I love it.
Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm just going to jump right in and say, holy shit, you are so good in this episode. I forgot how Turk-centric it was. It is a Turk episode. And,
it is a Turk episode.
It's a very Turk episode, Don.
Some great moments.
I'm not just saying this because I love you so much, but I do. But holy shit, you are so good in this episode. And multiple things. We could spend a whole episode of this podcast on that gospel fantasy. We're going to spend plenty of time on it, don't get me wrong. But also your dramatic acting at the end when you're all upset, the scene with you and Judy on the roof, you running to the park. I just thought you did really, really good work.
Oh, you're a sweetheart. You know, thank you, first of all. Second of all, this isn't necessarily one of my favorite episodes, but there's so many really cool things that happened in this episode that I got to be a part of. One was obviously the gospel choir thing. That was a lot of fun. One of my favorite movies of all time is Coming to America.
Me too.
And also Which Way Is Up. And in Which Way Is Up, Richard Pryor plays a reverend in a church. And in Coming to America, Arsenio Hall's portrayal of the reverend is amazing as well. And so if I was doing anything from the two of them,
well, let's just get right to it.
Amazing.
Let's get right to it. You are so fucking funny in that, and I watched it like multiple times just because that scene. I think it's one of the. I know where you started this, but I think it's one of the best fantasy in Scrubs history, solely because of your performance. And I know that you're doing an homage to one of our favorite movies from America, but you really made it your own. I mean, I just was dying laughing. The Jerry curl, the swinging of the arms, the patting of the forehead. We're gonna cut open, and then we're gonna sew them right back. I remember that day genuinely cracking up, and you were just going for it, man. You were literally sweating your ass off. It was hot, as I recall.
Yes.
And you were.
I was my ass off, so kind of used literally in the
Okay,
you're right. Because I was literally sweating, but my ass didn't fall off.
You're right.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
It is literally not possible in a literal sense for someone's ass to be sweat off. I believe that's true. Joel, please look that up.
I had a lot of fun doing that scene, man. One of the great things was looking out to the audience also and seeing, how everyone enjoyed it. And then familiar. Colonel Dow for the first time is in this episode.
Wait, before you're jumping around, let's just stay focused on you. We can't go to Colonel Doctor.
He's in the background.
I know, but yes, okay, sorry. But I didn't even want to go to Colonel Doctor because it is his first appearance in a Scrubs episode. He shows up in the background of Sarah's scene first.
Also, Neil Flynn in the background of this episode, clapping.
Yes, that was funny. What about me when I get the spirit?
And then you catching the Holy Ghost? Dude, that freaked me out the first time I ever saw that. I'm gonna be honest.
In real life?
In real life, my first time ever seeing.
You saw it in real life?
Listen, I went to church with my babysitter. It was like a midnight mass type thing. And we went to church and we saw, first of all, people around us are catching the spirit, right? Catching the Holy Ghost. And they're losing it. And I was like, all right, I'm safe. I'm here with my babysitter. I know she's not gonna catch the Holy Spirit. Let's cut to she catches the bad boy. And I was like, yo!
So how did she start acting? Like
she just out of nowhere, she just started dancing, right? Like you did, like your character does, like JD does. She started dancing, and then she started praising God, which is, as a youth, when you don't see stuff like that, like my grandmother was Episcopalian,
oh my
so
God,
Episcopalian church and stuff like that, and it wasn't like that, you know what I mean? Right. Even though it was all black, it wasn't a Baptist church, you know what I mean? And when you go to a Baptist church, they put it in.
I'd love to do that, by the way.
It's amazing. The fire, everything.
I would love to have the experience of going to a church like the one we're representing in the show. I just think it would be amazing. I've never seen that in real life. Obviously, I've seen it on TV and on video of people speaking in tongues and no judgments. I'm not saying whatever works for you. That's amazing. Like you said, as a child, I was always like, oh my God, what is happening? Right. And it was so shocking to see someone reacting like that.
To get touched by the Spirit of God.
I like the idea that JD got the Spirit when you were such a good minister that it just came to him.
Right. The music got into him and
I don't know if that's scripted or I just improv that. I don't recall. Do you remember?
I don't know if it was scripted. I think you might have improv it.
I think I just thought I said to Bill like, oh my God, I should get the Spirit. I think that's funny.
Yeah. Amazing. And a great scene. The choir was
amazing. Although we do have two of them that spike the lens and wave at the camera around 8:16. I don't know if you caught that. They may have caught the Spirit too and then decided to wave to the lens. But they were amazing. And by the way, am I mistaken or did you when you were just one of the things that was you were so great when you would be in your element and they would just tell you to go, whether that could be the famous dance you did that everyone always talks about or so many things. But in this moment when you were just riffing and being that preacher, I mean, you just got lost in it. And it was so amazing to watch you do that. But I remember that when you went, what's the name of the song we sing in?
I can't remember the song.
And they kept it in. I thought that was so funny.
It's supposed to be something like, let us bless the congregation with the song, Christ the Lord. Right. And I remember getting up there, choir, what's the name of the song we're singing?
But you stayed in character. It was so funny. It was such a good lesson early on in Scrubs that if we stayed in character, a lot of that stuff, if it was funny, would stay in.
Right.
And that was a perfect example of you doing that and Bill going in the edit room like, oh, that's funny, that's staying.
Yeah. So this whole episode, it was written by
Deb Fordham.
That's right. Who also wrote the musical episode.
Right. Was one of the main writers on the musical episode, and I think actually originated writing a lot of lyrics for the famous musical episode.
That's right.
And Jeff Melman was the director, and I just learned a little trivia that he directed some of the sitcom you did, The X's.
Yeah. I didn't. I did.
Did you not put two and two together?
I did not remember that.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
I do know who Jeff Melman is, but now that you have said that,
he only directed one episode of Scrubs, and it was 20 years ago, so you're okay for not remembering that. But I don't know if you put two and two together. He also directed your sitcom, The X.
I think we even talked about him directing an episode of Scrubs when he directed the episode of The X's. But anyway,
yeah, and Kristen Johnston, who you did The X's with, I bought her house. That's where I lived.
Yeah, not only that, but you guys also did 12th Night together.
We did 12th Night together in Central Park at the Delta Court, and that's when she said, "Hey, I want to move out of LA. I'm over it. Do you be interested?" And I was just at the time when I was starting to think about buying my first house. And what's funny is that she was quite an entertainer. She threw a lot of bashes at the house. And so over the years, when I told people that I bought the house from her, they're always like, "Oof, I've been so fucked up in your house."
Wow, well, she's now sober, and she's written a wonderful book called Guts, which is out on the market right now. And if you guys are listening and want a good read in the voice of Kristen Johnston, she also does the audiobook. You should check it out. It's very, very, very revealing, and she's very open about her addiction. And so
I've read the book, and it's amazing, and you should get it. And when you're hearing about some of her partying, just know it was happening in my bedroom.
Yo, somebody got mad. Dude, somebody got mad that I ruined that joke, or not the joke, the bit of trivia.
I know. On one of the last episodes, I said I was going to do a trivia for Donald involving the Breakfast Club, and he ruined it. And some guy wrote on Twitter, "I was legit excited for a bit of trivia, and Donald did indeed ruin it." We got to filter in some more trivia to the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, Jeff Melman. It's a great episode. I got to say, they're not all this good. This was a darn good one. And first thing I wrote down was Nurse Tisdale at 35 Seconds In.
Yes.
Which is a homage to the film Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Now, some of you younger folk might not know that movie. You should watch it because it's a seminal 80s film. And I remember watching it at someone's house, far too young to be watching it. Like, I should not have been watching that movie at the age I was. I remember feeling like, don't move, because I don't want any adults to notice that I'm here and I'm watching this, and I probably shouldn't be watching Phoebe Cates reveal her bosoms.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you saw that movie?
I do remember when I saw that movie. And, the one thing that stuck out from that movie for me was Sean Penn. Totally awesome. And his Jeff Spicoli.
Yeah.
A little bit of trivia for you. Do you know who wrote that movie?
Yes, it was Amy Heckerling.
No, Cameron Crowe.
Amy Heckerling directed it?
Absolutely.
Okay, Amy Heckerling, who wrote and directed Clueless?
Wrote and directed Clueless, yes.
So it's 6 Degrees of Donald Faison, is what you're saying.
6 Degrees of Donald Faison. Forrest Whitaker's also in that movie. He directed Waiting to Exhale, and I was in it. And I remember going on the audition for Waiting to Exhale at the same time I was shooting Clueless, the movie. And I was, Forrest and I had a little conversation about his experience with Amy. And the reason why I got Waiting to Exhale, because I'm sure there were a bunch of people who auditioned for it. But Forrest told me, he was like, I went with you because, you're working with Amy, and Amy gave me my start. And there was a form of nostalgia in it for me.
That's really cool.
So I got to be in Waiting to Exhale with Whitney Houston, Elsa Bassett, Loretta Devine, Lila Rashawn. I got to meet several actors, from Michael Beach to one of my favorite all-time performers, Gregory Hines.
That's fun. I've never seen the movie, I gotta be honest.
But you've never seen Waiting to Exhale?
No, but I'm gonna write it down because we're looking for quarantine movies, and I do love your work.
You should watch Waiting to Exhale. It's a lot of fun. Do
you have a good part in it, or should I need to just fast forward to your scenes?
No, you should watch the movie. The movie's actually very entertaining. It's and the soundtrack is amazing, by the way. Holy cow, Babyface! You put your foot in it when you made that one.
I don't know what that means.
It just means he put a little stroozy on it.
You know, Babyface.
You still don't understand?
I just haven't heard about his name in the public lexicon in a long time.
Anyway, we digress. Let's get back.
Sorry, we digress. Nurse Tisdale, she's coming down doing an homage to Fast Times at Ridgemont High. By the way, if you haven't seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High, you should, because it perfectly, I think, encapsulates a period of time in the 80s. And it's a really, it's written by Cameron Crowe. It's a great movie. 58 Seconds, Snoop, showing up. Snoop's in a lot of this episode, Snoop Dogg intern.
Snoop Dogg was in a lot of this show.
I know, it's funny. If you guys start looking at the background, you'll see.
And not Snoop Dogg, real Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg.
If you'll see, if you guys look at these episodes closely, you'll see that basically they're just moving around the same 20 background folks. And there's times where it's like, there'll be one scene, it's Snoop in the background, and then we're upstairs, and Snoop's in the background. I'm like, guys, come on.
Yes, well, he worked a lot. And then, but now we're starting to introduce new characters, so you'll see Colonel
Doctor. 151, a momentous moment. Colonel Doctor, first appearance in the background. As Bill told us on the last episode, names because everyone thought he looked like Colonel Sanders from the Kentucky Fried Chicken commercials. And is he still alive, or did he pass?
I believe he passed away.
I believe that's an older fellow when we were doing this 20 years ago.
Right.
By the way, someone clarified for me on the social media interwebs that the Beard Fussé film I was trying to remember was Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I knew it was a Fincher movie.
It was Fincher, you're right.
So I was right about being Fincher. It's Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Daniel Craig is on a plane, and the camera sort of just dollies past a close-up of Beard Fussé. So thank you for the listener who helped me out with that.
All right, so that we'll be right back.
America is obsessed with true crime stories. Everywhere you go, you hear people talking about their favorite true crime podcasts. And all that excitement has made you a little crime curious. But with so many true crime podcasts to choose from, the real mystery is, where do you ad-free engage millions down? And we go for stigma surrounding mental health, understand that a little bit. Hundreds of incredible licensed mental health care professionals and other experts have joined us to share tips on taking better care of ourselves. We flip through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, check in with Grammy Award and new. Want to know how fashion designer Michael Kors built his iconic American brand? Or how the legendary impresario Clyde Davis found his way into the music industry? Aren't you curious how rapper Snoop Dogg and I really became good friends? All the answers to these questions and more are on the Martha Stewart podcast. Tune in every week when I talk to interesting and inspiring individuals. I've interviewed entrepreneurs, artisans, baseball players, and fashion greats, comedians, designers, photographers, and restaurateurs, architects, plant experts, farming experts, and hospitality experts. Catch up on the Martha Stewart podcast this holiday season on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back. Hey, listen, I occasionally, season 1, would go out partying with you during the week.
Yes.
I was
Occasionally, yes.
I was feeling myself. I had never had $1 in my pocket, let alone some
television show.
Right. Television show. And you and I can't, I mean, it's 45 years old. You can't imagine you would ever do this. But in our 20s, we would occasionally go out the nights of filming.
Occasionally. I remember we would say things like, all right, look, just want to do one shot.
How about just one? I'm sure everybody out there can relate to your friend going, how about just one?
Yeah, we're going to do one shot.
Hard cut to.
Hard 6 o'clock in the morning. If we're going by midnight, we could be home by 1, and we still have a good 5 hours of sleep.
Right. Hard cut to, like at 6 in the morning, we're in Orlando Jones's swimming.
Oh my God. It wasn't even 6, it was like 4:45.
Right. And it was the
At
night.
6, you had to be at work at 6.
And I had to. Did you have to go in or just me? You didn't have to go in.
No, I had to go in, but I didn't have to be in until like.
Oh man, this. If you look at a graph of me being irresponsible at work, this was the high point because I think I was in Orlando Jones's pool, hammered at 4:45.
Yeah.
And that day I had to shoot this Fonzie fantasy at 3:41. At 3:41. So when you see that Fonzie thing, not only am I hungover, I'm still buzzed.
Right.
I'm still buzzed from partying with Orlando Jones.
Dude, to this day, that's still one of the most epic nights. I mean, we've had some pretty epic nights, but because we were so young and fresh in the game,
and I hadn't met that many stars, and I was just like, I can't believe, are we going to Orlando Jones' house?
Yeah, he was fresh off of doing. He had already said goodbye to the 7-Up commercials, and now he had the movie that had just come out with him and David Duchovny and Sean William Scott called Evolution or something like that, and we were all hanging out.
I don't know, but I was excited to be any star. I was excited. I was just excited. I felt like I'm living the Hollywood dream. I'm not waiting tables anymore. I'm partying with Orlando Jones and Donald Faison at a pool.
And Deontay Gordon was us too.
And Deontay Gordon, Donald Stanton / our friend, and then I went and did this fantasy. So I was just watching it because I remember that being in pain, and it's a very funny fantasy. So I was grateful. This many years later, I didn't ruin a moment for the fans because that's a funny fantasy.
It's hilarious. He's not going to make it. Then you come in and
I Fonz his chest.
Jukebox.
For those of you who are too young to remember the Fonz, who I'm spoofing here, pretty much had magical powers. I mean, in
when it came to jukeboxes and women, yes, the Fonzie.
Well, maybe in the beginning he was just jukeboxing, but then, like as I recall, in later episodes of Happy Days, he could like work magic.
He could snap, and women out of nowhere would show up.
Yeah, Fonzie had to move out of Milwaukee because he had dated every woman in Milwaukee. As I recall, that was a subplot. He had been on a date with every single woman in Milwaukee, and so he had to go out of city for that.
Right on. Such a funny scene, though. Such a funny scene, and that's how we all believe in miracles.
Well, that's what starts off your really cool arc about testing your faith. And so was it dropped from you? You mentioned earlier that was Kirk's religiousness dropped from here on out? Like did it ever come? Did you stop wearing that cross? The cross. You've never seen this cross ever before. In this episode, because you're supposed to be religious, the cross is in every shot.
Well, we shot it in another episode also, but the cross was after this. You don't see the cross anymore, I believe, and we don't talk about Turk's faith really anymore.
Which is bizarre because at the end of the episode, your faith is restored. I mean, you literally have a sign from God to go save a pregnant woman in the park.
Right, like I just knew she was in the park.
Yeah, how did you just know? Did you even know? Does Turk even know Sarah's storyline about her having a pregnant woman?
I think the whole hospital knows about it because she's escaped, and everybody's on the lookout.
Okay, so you're on the roof. By the way, how funny is it that Judy trying to cheer you up wants to bang on the roof of the hospital?
I know.
I thought that was a funny plot line. Like, here, baby, I'll cheer you up. Let's have sex on this gravelly, dirty rooftop.
Yeah, I look back at that. And I'm like, Turk, what were you thinking?
I love it. I'm watching it going, it's be so gross, and you're like, oh, what was Turk thinking? I think, I don't know. I think having sex in like really awkward places is always so like such a thing you only see in movies. Like,
have you had sex in awkward places before?
Well, I'm not gonna go too into my sex life for everybody, but I think I have hooked up on the beach with someone and thought this looks way better in the movies. There's like sand in my creases.
Yeah. No, I've never had sex in really any awkward.
There you go. We're getting exclusive here on Fake Doctors Real Friends. Donald Faison, never having sex in an awkward place.
Like I know people that have done it in some crazy places. I'm like,
there's people who are into that. They're like, they think of it like notches on their belt. Like, well, you're not gonna believe where we banged the hospital roof.
Yeah, Turkey Carla aren't that couple.
What about those people who brag about having sex in airplane bathrooms? I always thought that would be humiliating to come out of the bathroom and everyone's looking at you and it's so obvious what you did.
It's not. Well, the thing is, not a lot of people have the opportunity to have sex over a mile above the earth.
Right.
And so I get the allure. Yeah,
you do get the allure.
Yeah, I get the allure, but I'm not jealous of it, like you just said.
I can't picture you doing that. It doesn't sound like a very Donald Faison thing to do.
I mean, you never know. You know,
so you might.
I mean, if it's a private jet.
Oh, a private jet doesn't count. I'm talking about a commercial airplane. Like
yeah, no. Especially now after what we're going through right now with this whole quarantine thing.
Before the quarantine, you would definitely bang in a bathroom.
Before the quarantine, I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, it's a possibility. But now I think after the quarantine thing, it's like, there's a little too much germs.
I can't picture Casey Cobb being like, oh,
there's no way. Absolutely not. I would be like, babe, let's do it. And she'd look at me like I was stupid. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
That's funny. All right. So the park's called Miller Park. I couldn't help but think that might be for Kristen Miller.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
The park's called Miller Park. I mean, Bill said he's not great at naming shit. So
speaking of Kristen Miller, she's back.
She's back. And she looks beautiful and she's funny as shit. And 633 is the first time I say banana hammock. No, it's not. What is a banana hammock? Is it the thing that Rob, aka Todd, wears, the tiny?
Yes. And it's called a banana hammock because obviously
it's like laying your banana in a hammock.
Okay.
Now, I guess there are men that wear these for real strippers.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're comfortable, if you don't have problems with your thighs rubbing together, banana hammocks are very comfortable.
Would you ever consider? No, because before you answer, if you knew you weren't going to be photographed by a paparazzo, singular, a paparazzo. I don't know if you knew that. Okay. If you knew that you weren't going to be photographed, and it was just you on the beach in wherever, Brazil, would you rock one of those?
If I had no worry about anyone ever seeing me in this, then why not go nude, right?
No, I'm talking about you're still on the beach. People are like around.
No, then no, I would not rock one of them. If people are around, then no, I would not rock one of them.
I sometimes think it'd be fun to wear a Speedo. Like, again, I don't want to wear it and then have people look at me and judge, everything going on. But I just think sometimes when I see people wearing them, I go, I think that might feel nice. Have a Speedo on, out and about.
Yeah, I don't know. I prefer to. I have issues with like chafing with my thighs and stuff like that because.
Oh, so you don't have a thigh gap?
Yeah, no, I got quads and I got some thigh gap.
I think I might have a thigh gap. Let me see. Yeah, I have a little thigh gap.
I don't have a thigh gap.
Yeah,
my inner thigh touch.
Yeah, they clap.
They clap. That's the worst. Oh, you want to talk about feeling running with the chafe after a while and then having the burn in between? It's the worst.
You can't jog because of your thighs.
I can jog if I put on like a private shorts, but I can't wear tidy whities. Like I don't wear tidy whities because even just walking is an issue with tidy whities.
Yeah, I don't wear tidy whities anymore either, but I used to be quite loyal to them.
Yeah.
The janitor is for no reason at 9:40 punching the balls by a little girl, and both the little girl and the mom acknowledge the janitor. So, Bill, since you hold fast to the idea that the janitor only reacted with JD in season 1 and may have been a figment of his imagination, why is it that a little girl randomly punches Neil in the balls and he reacts?
Yeah, when the janitor got hit in the balls by that girl, like the 9.5 minute mark, you want to explain how the janitor can only interact with JD if this actually happened? That's easy.
5, 6, 7, 8. No, Bill, stop. Turn it off.
The old school PSA.
Yeah, it's great.
Hilarious.
So funny.
Very funny and very clever.
Yeah, I mean, really, and and just well executed. Kudos to Jeff Melman, the director, and Deb for writing it. I thought that was just really clever, really well executed. Those sort of spoofing those 1950s, what do you call them, instructional videos?
Yes, but then after the fantasy was over, we did it again, where the person who did the voiceover for the fantasy is now in the room with you.
Right, and he brings up like communism as though he's still back in the 50s.
Right, and then he's looking off into the distance, I guess into nowhere, and then you look at him to see what he's looking at,
right,
and then you exit that direction.
I think he was trying to be one of those, like, picture like a 1950s announcer guy who was like looking off into the distance and thus we will fight communism. And then he's sort of frozen like that. And then, but it was sort of a JD sort of head look. So then I kind of did a look to him like, are you doing my thing or what are you looking at? And then I tried to look where he was going.
But that's pulling out of a fantasy and still being,
yes,
this is another example of that.
That's not something that happened too often.
No, it's like the second time it happened.
Well, we talked about the guy who was frozen after the orderly who was frozen after everybody else was frozen. It's not something, I think he said that he started phasing that out. But I thought it was clever, very clever.
I have a couple of things. We shaved the baby. Okay.
I laughed out loud.
You shaved the baby? Yep. Shaved and a haircut. 2 bits.
Yeah, I laughed out loud. That was JD's improvisation for solving the problem. We shaved the baby. You shaved the baby. Yep, shaved the baby. Shave and a haircut. Long pause. 2 bits. Bill told me early on that one of the things he loved about Michael J. Fox working on Sin City was that Michael J. and everybody, when you think about this, when you hear this, you'll think about Family Ties and some of the amazing timing he had, was that he knew how long he could milk a pause before that punchline. And Michael J. Fox was fucking genius at, I'll just use this as an example, how long he could have the audience, especially if the audience got ahead of it. Right. He knew that you still, it's even better with a sitcom live audience, but he knew it. Shave and a haircut. 2 minutes. Like he could just milk it. Even if the audience started a sitcom started giggling because they were ahead of it, he could just milk that. And Bill said, and I think that landed in my head in some of my Scrubs timings because I wanted to impress him like Michael J. Fox. But I always think of that when you watch some of Michael J. Fox's amazing timing, how he just was a master of how long to hold it. Like even let the audience get ahead of it, it's fine, and then say it, and it would be so much more gratifying.
Right. I mean, Michael J. Fox is one of our best when it comes to just
Family Ties. Did you watch Family Ties?
Of course I watched Family Ties. He was amazing in that, and also Back to the Future. The first, I talk about Back to the Future a lot because it's one of my favorite movies. The first Back to the Future, I know there's some plot holes in it that a lot of people can't get over, but to me that movie is almost flawless. You know what I mean? As far as time travel stories are so difficult to do, you know what I mean? Or I shouldn't say difficult to do. I should say they're just doing a time travel story. It's been done so many times before. Right. So creative to make it feel like, this is, people tell a time travel story. But if it's as good as Back to the Future was, you accept it and you're willing to go on the ride. Otherwise, shit and theory gets in the way of a lot of stuff. And it's just one of those movies that you make. It's in my opinion, it's a perfect movie.
And wasn't it amazing that a movie could turn out that good? And it was a film that they started over because they recast the lead.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
you mentioned this before, but for those of you who didn't hear that or didn't know, it was originally Eric Stoltz. I don't know how long they shot. You read the book. You remember?
They shot half of the movie, so they shot all of the stuff.
Incredible. They shot half of the fucking movie.
Yeah, so they shot everything in the 50s. But they talk about the movie like Michael J. Fox is very athletic.
What's the name of this book? Do you remember?
I don't remember it.
Noelle's gonna look it up. She's on it.
But they shot half the movie, and they said Michael J. Fox is very athletic. But they said Eric Stoltz on a skateboard was magic. He just seemed way more at home on a skateboard
right,
than Michael J. Fox did. And the rock and roll side of things, they say in the book, Eric Stoltz had that has that very much grunge rock appeal to him. You know what I mean? And Michael J. Fox is he is what he is. He's when you look at him, you're not like that dude is just listens to rock all. Even if he does, he doesn't have that look to him. And they said Eric did. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, how humbling. Can you imagine thank God Eric Stoltz went on to have this incredible career and holy shit in Mask. If you haven't seen Mask.
And that's the thing. So they talk about that in the book. The reason why he was put in the movie was because he had the Mask coming out. You know what I mean? And so they were banking on him getting nominated for an Academy Award for that movie, but then being in this blockbuster action adventure time travel movie. The name of the book is Back to the Future:
The Ultimate Visual History.
Yes.
Back to the Future: The Ultimate Visual History by Michael Klasterin. Yeah. So if you're a fan of the movie, like as much as Donald is, you might want to check that out because it sounds fascinating. I'm always fascinated in these production stories where someone's recast or they start over. I mean, I don't know if it's true, so don't hold me to this, but I heard that American Beauty, which is one of my favorite movies, they shot like not as much as this, but they shot like a week of, and the director said to the producers, I didn't get the tone quite right. The tone of American Beauty is so specific, and as the rumor I heard goes, he said I just didn't quite nail it. I need to scrap that week and start over. And the DreamWorks producers, including Spielberg and the other fellas, let him do it.
That's interesting because Spielberg's very much involved in Back to the Future as well.
So maybe he's the kind of producer that if you Sam Mendes' first film, and I love American Beauty. Please see that if you haven't. But again, it might be Hollywood lore, but I heard that they sort of started over again on that. So these stories where some main movie is so incredible, it has such an impact, and then there's something that happened where they recast.
Well, it happens all the time. Some Star Wars, they did that with some of the Star Wars movies, like Rogue One. Apparently, there's a whole they shot almost all of Rogue One and went back and reshot a lot of the stuff in it.
Really?
Yeah. Same thing with Solo. Remember,
well, of course, that's changing the directors. That's even crazy.
Yeah, but there's a whole cut. There's a whole movie. According to lore, there's a whole movie that they made that you can actually take all of the special effects and all of the things that they did in the actual Solo movie, and you can put it into what they shot, and it's a completely different movie, but it still all fits.
What do you think happened? They were obviously, my guess is they were just doing their hilarious improv comedic thing, and then Kathleen Kennedy, that's her name. Did she just not like that style? She's saying that's not Star Wars.
No, I don't know if it was her. I don't know if it was the writer of the movie who's gone on to write some incredible movies.
Jonathan Kasdan.
His dad wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, Lawrence Kasdan.
Yeah, he wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark, Empire Strikes Back, and they both teamed up to write Solo. I don't know what happened. I'd love to know that story.
Right.
We could reach out to them and they want to be on the podcast, and right here they want to talk about.
I don't think even if we were to get Chris and Phil on the podcast, I don't think they're going to out their whole Solo story.
Let's ask Jonathan Kasdan and Lawrence Kasdan.
All right.
They'll never do it.
I don't think they'll do it.
How cool would it be if I could go and cut to and then fix it?
As the podcast gets bigger and bigger, maybe we'll be able to get like really fancy guests. And now Lawrence Kasdan. Yeah, I always wondered what happened to that because I don't know why you'd hire Kristen Phil if not to do what they do so well, which was to make it funny. And it seems to me, not as someone who's as dialed into the Star Wars universe as you, but when I think of Han Solo, I think, oh, let's give him some jokes. Let's have him be quippy and funny. And it seemed like a perfect marriage. But
it'd be very interesting to see that, that side. And I love Solo. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people out there that really like that movie, and I'm one of those people. It's a fun Star Wars movie.
So then Ron Howard came in,
and he's an amazing director himself.
Right.
So.
You know, it's one of my favorite Ron Howard movies is Parenthood, the movie. If you haven't seen Parenthood,
great cast,
great movie. They went on to make a very popular TV show starring my doppelganger Dak Shepard.
I'm gonna say right now, that movie has one of my favorite actors. I am a huge fan of Rick Moranis.
Yeah, where's Rick Moranis, man? He's amazing.
Yeah, he's on his way. I guess he's agreed to do another project. I don't know what it is, but
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Maybe he's coming back for that.
That would be so awesome.
I know they're redoing that with Josh Gad, and I think that he might be joining him.
Oh, that'd be so
Joel's nodding, so that makes sense.
Yeah, Rick Moranis tragically lost his wife at the height of his career, so he quit to raise his children, and now his children are grown, and he's coming back. I'm so excited.
Thank God, he's so talented. I'm so happy he's coming back. He's a funny man.
All right, let's get back to the show.
Let's get back to the show, Donald.
One of my favorite fantasies, and I still use it to this day. I ain't buying it. Trying to sell somebody the book on the kid getting hit the baby with prenatal lice.
Yeah.
And Krista says,
I ain't buying
Jordan
it.
says, I ain't buying it.
That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. And you cast something that I want to say still about shaving the baby's head. It was funny. Oh, when Johnny C's mad that I didn't correctly tape over. By the way, for those of you young, that's a VHS recorder. So there used to be these giant tapes called VHS tapes. But I was laughing when Johnny C's yelling at me because I fucked up the tape, and I go, I was there. I could jot down some of my feelings and impressions. It's very Woody Allen.
Very Woody Allen. Yeah.
I could jot down some of my feelings and impressions. Like what am I gonna do? Like write down and then the head emerged. Let's talk about Johnny C. McGinley as the Grinch. That was really funny. He nailed that.
Yes, he did. And the words that he's saying, are those words from Dr. Seuss's?
I think they're supposed to be Dr. Seussy, but they're not real Seuss.
But they're not real Seuss words.
Yeah, but they did a great job with his hair and makeup. I thought he looked really cool. And he was funny looking.
I wonder how long he was in hair and makeup for.
I can tell from being on the show. That was hours and hours and hours.
He had hair, like green hair glued to his face and stuff.
Yeah. Sinnerman by Nina Simone, which is, I really must have rolled out the bucks for pay for Nina Simone on this episode as you run to Miller Park.
Miller Park. You know, that was what I was talking about when we were talking about the platform shoes. And
that's when they made Deontay run.
They made Deontay do all of the things that you saw me do in that episode in like 12-inch platform shoes. However much shorter he is than me. So 8-inch, whatever.
Why are you running like a cartoon character? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like this really dramatic moment. And then you're taking corners. You know how when cartoon people run, they like stand at the corner and they have to like catch up. You're doing that shit.
Well, it all comes from Michael J. Fox, man. Speaking, we spoke about him earlier. It really is true, man. Michael J. Fox had some of the best running moments in the history of running. In Teen Wolf, when he's running through the halls and the guy's mopping, and he's like, it's slippery that way. And Mike runs through and then slides all the way through camera, all the way through the hallway, and then comes running back. Right. As he's coming back, he's trying to keep his balance on the slippery floor.
So you're saying that moment, you're running and this was inspired.
Everything I've done.
Everything I do it for you. I do it for Michael J. Fox.
Well, no, but whether it's a run or a walk or a facial expression, a lot of these come from my favorite actors. They're like Harrison Ford, Denzel Washington, Sidney Poitier, Michael J. Fox, Rick Moranis, Robin Williams, Bill Murray. All of these people did something that I saw and I was like, I'm gonna try and do it.
I wrote down in 1918, Turk runs like a cartoon character.
It all came from me trying to run like Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, so Turk gets a sign. He's on the roof again, right? You're on the roof again?
Yeah.
And you're just up there having a moment, and you have a come to Jesus moment, if you will, that there's a pregnant woman about to give birth in the park. And you run like a cartoon character to Nina Simone's Sinnerman, beautiful song, and then you run to the park and you deliver a baby. Turk probably hasn't delivered that many babies.
Oh, he's a surgeon. I imagine
he's probably done a fair amount.
I imagine that he's not a gyno, but I know.
Well, I noticed that Joel, speaking of gynos, we're jumping around, but in the very beginning of episode, Kelso is being sexist and saying to Sarah that she's going to become a gynecologist, OBGYN, and then Joel found this thing. According to an article by the American Medical Association, the breakdown of specialties dominated by women in 2019, 83.4% of OBGYNs are women, and 72% of pediatricians are women. Am I reading that right, Joel?
So Kelso had it right.
Well, I mean, I was offended by Kelso. I was like, fuck this guy. And then Joel handed me this, and I guess, but I understand that. Like, have your OBGYNs been female or male?
First one was a guy.
I was asking Donald, Joel, but please. Oh my God, Joel. Joel. Oh my God, I'm laughing so hard. Joel got so lost in the episode, she started answering. You were totally asking. Wait, Joel, sorry, I want you to answer. Don't get me wrong, but you go first, and then we'll call on Donald. Donald has had 11,000 children, so I wanted to know what. Go for you, Joel. Have your OBGYNs been?
Mostly, I'd say mostly, yeah. 3 women, 1 guy.
How about you, Donald?
Casey's is a male.
Mm-hmm. And your other baby mamas, do you remember? You don't remember? It's okay not to remember. I feel like if I was giving birth and I had a vagina, I'd want a woman. But maybe that's ridiculous to say. That's my gut response.
Okay, well, here's a good survey we should do, and we won't use that as an example. Let's use massaging as an example. Okay, yeah, because that's pretty intimate and it's harmless. And
right, what do you get, a man or a woman?
Exactly. What do you get, a man?
I always get a woman.
Same here, Joel.
Strongest hands? Who has the strongest hands?
So you choose.
So that's what you say. You say
who's got the best hands.
So when they say male or female, you say strongest hands.
Absolutely.
Oh, the end I thought it was funny that you're holding Judy like in front of you, but Sarah's holding me in front of her,
right
in front of the Christmas tree.
Yes,
that's funny.
There was one other part that we should talk about, and that's when Cox and Jordan are fighting each other about their haircut, shaving, and everything like that, and then you jump in the middle, and then they automatically turn on JD, and that's a lesson that I've learned at a young age. I guess JD was never, I didn't have friends that had brothers or sisters or anything like that, but never get involved in a couple's fighting. You stay out of it unless they invite you into the argument. Stay away because that thing will turn on you so quick.
It's hard sometimes because you want to weigh in, but you can't.
But you got to keep it to yourself. I had friends growing up, the Rogers brothers. There was 4 of them, right? And they would, when they fought, they would fight viciously, punching and grabbing and choking, and they would beat each other up. And you'd be like, "You guys are brothers, stop it!" And you get in the middle of it, and then their anger all of a sudden went from them wanting to kick each other's ass to now them kicking your ass. And 2-on-1 ain't fun, dude. Or 3-on-1, 4-on-1 ain't fun, man. And so when JD did that to Jordan and Cox, I was like, That's a rookie mistake. That's the dumbest move ever. Never get involved in couples arguing.
Right. I definitely try to stay out, but in your head, you're thinking like you're judging and you're saying like, aren't you also happy when you're out in public and you see a couple fighting? You're like, yes, it's not me.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing that my wife and I try not to do. It's always like, we get home.
Oh, really? You do?
I don't believe that's what she does to me.
Oh, really? We can talk when we get home.
Right. And I know right then and there, I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Oh, it's the worst. And then you have to drive home and just like in silence.
Yeah, and then you walk in and it's on. And my wife's the type of person that's like, I don't like going to bed mad.
Well, at least she has it out. I think that's way better to have it out, even if it's like impassioned, rather than just sitting on it. I hate that, and I don't think you should go to sleep mad either. I think that's a good habit to have.
Dude, I've been damn near sleeping where I'm just where I'm passed out, my eyes are closed, and I'm just agreeing now,
right?
Just so I can go to sleep.
The path of least resistance.
And she'll be like, so what did I say? I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. See, you weren't listening. I was listening.
Don't go to bed angry, everybody. That's a lesson here from fake doctors, real friends.
One last thing I forgot. Let's ask Bill about this also.
Go ahead. You're gonna get Bill 2 this week. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so there was an alternate ending to this episode.
Right, but that's so dark. No,
it's so dark. It was so dark in the Christmas episode.
What's your interest in it, Mr. Wayne?
Okay, go for it.
There was a dark ending to the
episode. I don't think was it an ending or was it a subplot that was woven through?
I think it was a subplot. Let's ask Bill. Bill, I know at the end of this episode there was a moment with Jordan and we almost forgot about the call. There was a moment with Jordan and Cox where they said something different when they were looking at the baby and they finally went to visit the baby. And there was a subplot. Do you want me to tell you what it is and then have Bill talk about it? Sure. It was a subplot that they, when they were together, had lost a child, and so that was some of the dramatic undertones of them and dealing with their friends having a new baby. And that's why they didn't want to go to the room. Right. And I believe, or the nursery where you saw kids. And I believe that Bill had an argument with the network about cutting that out. So Bill, tell us about that and what your struggle with the network was, please.
Yeah, it was interesting. I don't remember specifically the struggle with Jordan Cox losing a baby thing, but the one thing that we were always dealing with early on in Scrubs was that we would pitch to the network stories that weren't.
Hey, welcome to One Little Coder. OpenAI Whisper is really.
One of the three was going to die, but they all three die. Hey, Dr. Cox used to be married to someone who lost a baby. Hey, we're going to introduce a super big movie star, guest star who seems really funny and jovial, but he's going to have leukemia and then come back next year and die from it. So we always met resistance.
Thank you, Bill. Let's take a break. We'll be right back after these fine words.
Hey, y'all. This is Dr. Joy Hoydenbrand.
As the one, so let's go. Welcome.
Hey, you.
This was Mo's. I was going to bring up. It was Mo's least favorite episode until she started recording it.
What? No, come on. This is long past.
It's not my favorite. Let's be clear. We will get to my favorite.
We all look forward to this episode because we also get to be joined by Josh Crowhurst. Welcome, Josh.
Hey, happy holidays.
So excellent. So let's kick it off. Maybe with some general notes. I mean, over the course of this year, we did experience some pretty cool things. We went over 1 million downloads, not according to the IAB standard. So we're resetting. Now we're chasing 1 million there because IAB dedupes some of the data, I would imagine, but our syndicator now added that this year, so we can now apply an IAB standard because that's so legit.
Well, but it is. I mean, there's a little bit of a microcosm there. Like we've been doing the podcast for long enough that when our hosts did their recalculating, it doesn't go all the way back to the beginning. So like, there is this kind of funny experience of like, we don't really know, and it depends on how you count. Like, I don't know, there's a whole sort of meta pondering on how many downloads have you had. It's like, well, step into my whiteboard and let me start explaining to you the complexities of counting a number like that.
Am I going to be like the antithesis of data analyst by being like, it's close enough? Like, you don't need
I'm right there with you. This year also saw us return to a live venue, Marketing Analytics Summit this past summer. That was outstanding to see people in person again.
That was good fun.
Oh, we missed Josh in North America by about 2 weeks. So
that's true. You did.
And I got COVID, so that also sucked.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
From Vegas, all of the people. Yes.
Yeah. That. Luckily, Tim and I were still holding strong from, I think, getting that Super Bowl. So our vaccines plus natural immunity, I think, kept us both from getting it in Las Vegas.
Well, and I would not want to wish this on you, Mo, but like there was like a 48-hour turnaround for me flying back from Vegas and getting on a plane to fly to Europe for 2 months. So
I remember.
If one of us was going to get it in Vegas,
you're glad it wasn't you.
Always say,
what? I'm so glad it wasn't you than me. All right, well, that's very specific. Oh, anyway.
It's cool. I just missed my family holiday and like seeing my relatives I hadn't seen in years and years and years. It's all good, Tim.
I thought you had a partial recovery. Yeah, you didn't completely miss everything. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. It's never a good moment. That's for sure. But yeah. Okay. Josh, have you got it too, right? Josh has.
Yeah, I just got COVID like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it really knocked me on my butt, actually.
All right. Well,
hopefully good once it's been easier to travel in Hong Kong. Hopefully I can start attending some conferences early next year once I still have my natural immunity.
Yeah. Well, it does apparently wear off over time, but that's where the boosters and whatnot come in, I suppose. All right. Let's stop talking about COVID. Let's talk about shows that we did this year that we really liked. Because I think we had some amazing guests this year. It's pretty incredible, honestly, some of the people we had on the show this year. I don't know. Does anybody want to start with an episode that really stood out to them?
Absolutely. I'm going to, Tim actually asked me before the show if I had my favorite picked out. And every year I sit on the fence and I have like 5 favorites. But I was actually having breakfast with someone this morning and they quoted this show, which given that the International Women's Day episode is so early in the year, I was very impressed that they could remember any quotes from Stacey Vanek Smith. But definitely Machiavelli for International Women's Day with Stacey Vanek Smith was my it could potentially be my career highlight. Like I actually think personally about that episode a lot. So, I mean, if we had to do an all-time favorite, I'd be a basket case, but I think just the amount of practical advice in that episode really, really helped me. And I know lots of other women have reached out and had the same experience listening to it.
And I as well, that from book and then listening to her as well, like I have found myself, I feel like it's just kind of helping with some additional empathy because there were some very specific things where he's like, yeah, until the system changes, this is going to absolutely suck. And so from I'll say how I
word, but it's like I have had colleagues who have been experiencing exactly the things that she listed in the book. Some of them it's been I bought the book for them, I have suggested it, I haven't been, I've tried to not mansplain to them what they're going through. But I mean, because the book and then the discussion with her, which was definitely one of my favorite episodes, and I wasn't on it, so it was you, Mo, and Julie Hoyer, and it was that's a top one on my list. Nice. Who else?
What about you, Helps?
I was going through the list too and coming up with sort of the ones I really liked. And I won't take one of the ones, I think, Tim, you and I had a crossover, so I won't take that one. But I will talk about the episode we did with John Wallace on media measurement. That episode has been very useful this year because there's been a lot of conversations and we've been doing a lot of work with a lot of companies on, trying to progress attribution and trying to handle some of the things going on and being able to sort of like give better guidance to, okay, here's how we're going to actually do this, or here's a way, or here's someone you can partner with. So it's been very, very helpful. That episode has come up, of utility, and it was fun to them, but I think the utility, that one was very useful to me this year. And honestly, I feel like it also helped for dispel some of the, I don't know the right word for it. Like I tend to not be like, well, I've never been super into advertising analytics generally. And so this helped me have sort of a way to talk about it that I didn't feel weird about. Because attribution, like multi-touch attribution, stuff like that, the way it's historically been done, where there's sort of always like a little bit of a thumb on the scale type of thing going on. I've always felt real awkward about that historically, and I've not liked it. And I don't like walking into things and being like, yeah, we're lying to you with this data, but just believe us. It's never been sort of like something.
I would say that's a fairly big leap, but I mean,
yeah.
Look, I'm lucky enough that I've also had the opportunity to sit with John and discuss some of the thoughts in his mind just at a bar, which is my favorite way to discuss work topics.
I do believe you called me after walking out of a bar after having had a few drinks, which was one of the more entertaining phone calls I've had.
Those people that when you discuss stuff and you're just like, it just takes you one level deeper, and you know that the person you're speaking to is infinitely smarter than you, but at the same token, you never feel that way during the conversation. He's really good at explaining these really technical concepts. Like I've seen him internally do it with a few of our marketers, and you're like, he's so good at distilling these things down into a way that people can understand it, which, yeah, that's definitely in my top 5 for this year as well.
I'm conflicted because I literally never want to actually talk about or think about that stuff. And there's so much sleaze in the space of advertising that like I actually, same thing. I love the discussion, and I definitely know there are things that are now kind of deeply embedded that have helped me think about and talk about that whole space and even approach it with clients at the same time. I'm like, God, this is like these are kind of the questions. It's such an uphill battle with so much of an industry machine stacked to misbehave on so many dimensions. And not the measurement piece, but it's like you're just wading into a morass of awfulness and saying, I've got a better yardstick, and you're like, I'm getting attacked with a flamethrower. I'm sinking in the blood,
There's also just very strong opinions in this space. And I think that's the reason that some people get a bit intimidated by it, is like, and even marketers have strong opinions about measurement.
It's fact. And I will probably I probably should put myself up on that list. Josh, you got one?
Yeah, so actually, really, I thought we had such an awesome year because when I was looking over the episodes, I was like, oh my God, this is so hard. There's so many that I love and so many that I want to talk about. But actually, probably the top one for me this year was on owning versus helping. So actually, a guest list episode, which I totally loved it because I thought we took a topic and covered it in really good depth from multiple angles. And it's something that, I think I had been observing in my own company. And when I think about, some of the people who are really, really effective and some of the people I most like to work with, that's actually demonstrated in the exhibit. And so I think it just took this concept that I'd kind of been observing and it helped me think about it in more concrete terms. And I really walked away saying, I learned something from this episode, something that can help me in my career. And ultimately, like, that's what I love about this show. That's why I started listening in the first place. That's what that episode was like. I thought it was just spot on. So yeah, good job, guys.
And the funny thing I love about episodes like that is like sometimes when we're talking about them, we're like, oh, is this really a show? And in particular, I had so many people reach out to chat to me about it afterwards. And it is like those things that you really, like those thoughts that you struggle with kind of internally. And once you talk it through, you're like, oh, there's so much value in discussing this stuff in our industry, even though it's not specifically like about number crunching or data or whatever. Yeah, I love that one too.
We actually used that article, which Mo, you had found, and wound up doing like an internal discussion with kind of an internal analytics community at Search Discovery. And then we had as a bonus, people could, if they wanted to, listen to the show. So I wound up actually listening to the show before, and I was like, oh, we took that article, and I think we had a pretty useful and more in-depth discussion around it. I will say, and I was pretty quiet during the internal discussion because I'm like, I kind of had my opportunity to hash this out. I would say that's a topic that even people who like read that article or the first part of it, because it was clipped behind a paywall, but there was enough to get it. People still really struggle with that. Like they struggle with even the idea of it as analysts. These were analysts at kind of a range of levels, and I'll say it was a little like, oh, I kind of want some of these people to listen to it again, and then I want to have a one-on-one because they're still missing it. So
what I remember from that show is that we recorded that show right before that quiet quitting thing trended. And I was like, oh, darn it. We didn't work that in. It was like a couple weeks after we recorded or something, everybody started talking about that. I was like, oh, that's like a perfect. Yeah, totally. I enjoyed that one as well. That one was one of the ones that surprised me where I had a lot more to say about it than I originally thought. Yeah. So that was fun. But yeah. I'll throw in the talking to Prakalpa Sankar, the modern data culture stack. She's and one I now love her newsletter, and I was reading it before, and I think it was it last year that we used her like year in review to actually track down a bunch of people. Like she has been the source, and we told her that. But just this idea that while we were having that discussion and she said something about data enablement, and we said, wait a minute, what? And we wound up having this like really interesting sort of idea of like what does that mean and how would it work? And then it was actually kind of cool. Like I think it had been maybe floating around in her mind, but it came up in one of her like newsletters, like officially trying to work out the thinking on it. So that was one where I'm like, I think we helped the guest, formulate
some thoughts as well. But her, for running a technology company, like, which I feel like we're always a little nervous if we have somebody who's, you know, a product manager or running a technology, a platform, there's a risk that we're always nervous that it's going to become a sales pitch. I don't think it ever has. She is so focused on the people in the process, like you almost don't even know that she's trying to solve a problem with her, you know, with her company and with her platform. But I don't know, she just seemed like one of those people who I could kind of listen to her. I kind of just throw a topic at her and then listen to her kind of work out and think it through. And there would be some really useful things that came out of her brain.
Totally. And she's one of those people that thinks very deeply about the topic that she's discussing. And so, and it's a skill that I'd love to be able to bottle up, but to be able to get to that level of like, not just what everyone else is saying in the industry, but like her own thoughts in addition to that, I think she does that in an incredible way, which is, but we definitely used her as a jumping board for a lot of other episodes throughout the year as well.
Yeah, she also really, like, a lot of times I'll ask a question of some of our guests that sort of ask like, why do you do this way, or what's your motivation, or what have you sort of learned? And I remember asking her one of those questions. I think it was sort of about how she gets into her team's effectiveness or something like that. I can't remember exactly what, but she was like already thought through it all. Like she'd already like thought through and considered, oh, this is exactly how we attack it. Boom, 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 boom. This is why we do it that way. And I was just like, wow. I was just so impressed with her.
I'm wondering, now that you say that, it was like she talked about the data cribbing sessions, and it was like, man, that's like people turn into a bitch fest. And she was like, oh no, here's how we do it. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody like get a better understanding. And I was like,
that's what it was. Yeah, how do people do that? She's just such a great thinker and so smart, and like that's incredible. Anyways, I really like that episode as well. What's another one of your favorites?
Well, I was going to echo that. Like going through the list was like of everything this year was like, boy, it was we did all right. What do you call it? Something of riches, a kind of tragedy of riches. I'm blanking on the
embarrassment. Whatever.
Is it embarrassment of riches? There we go. That sounds right.
A banner year.
I don't think I've heard that expression before.
An embarrassment of riches. There's probably an Australian version of it.
Okay. Tim, are you already Googling it?
Of course I am. Yeah. An overabundance of something or too much of a good thing. From.
I don't think I'd describe it that way, but sure.
Oh, okay. Well, it came from just enough. 1738 translation of a French play, which I'm not going to pronounce the name of.
Something lost in translation there.
Yeah.
Can I show another episode? So I just wanted to mention this one just because it was like pure joy. But number 197 did the Dungeon Master just passed the Turing test with Hillary Mason. I love this episode. I guess first off because I'm a big nerd, so it's right up my alley. But yeah, I just thought that it's really cool what her company is doing, what they're trying to build, the generative AI, like natural language based role playing game. To me, that just makes me so happy to think someone is tackling such an ambitious problem like.
In the limited places where we've been able to compare their model version to reality, it's been way off, and I love that. But again, like it's getting people back to. We have been in a space in econometrics, in social sciences, where they don't have like all the data. Like there needs to be just a big ass reset. I love if you started with no signal, what would you do? You know what? You'd probably start by making some assumptions and questioning them and thinking really hard and wondering what you didn't know, and then figuring out what you most needed to know and what it would cost you to learn that. And man, we'd be in a much better space. But we keep having this, like we're fighting privacy as though it's a zero-sum game that every part of that fraction of the signal we lose, we need to credit claw to make up for it and replace it. And that just feels wrong.
It's difficult, and I try to have empathy for both sides, but you're absolutely right, Tim. Like people are just sort of clinging to the old paradigm, which is a failing approach, right? And at the same time, I do try to have empathy because those people who work at companies or whatever, like their responsibility, what they're measured on is the performance that they generate. And if they don't know an alternative, they're going to try to be as close to what they think works. And I think that's the problem is we need so much education around leaping forward. And some stuff is going to breaking right now. Like in this world, like if you talk to a lot of smaller like D2C companies, they'll all tell you what Facebook has been like over the last year. It's been way less performant for a lot of companies. But in my mind, it's like, well, that's good. That's an opportunity. So how do you go capitalize on that? How do you not make Facebook the center of your stack now? How do you make money without depending on that?
I think about it a different way, which is not like, how do you not make Facebook the center of your business? It's actually the thing that like personally has really driven me over the last 12 to 18 months that is so fucking exciting is like we're actually moving to better methodology, especially around measurement, to do with mixed models and experimentation, which like if we still had an attribution world that existed that was possible, marketers would cling to. And instead it's like, oh well, this just going away.
Well, there's a couple of vendors out there that are still selling.
I know. I was at a conference recently where it's like, oh my god.
Well, Facebook is less performant. I mean, I've got clients that are like, well, we had to remove the pixels and these other pixels because for these reasons, so we just can't see it. So Facebook is performant. Like they're literally confusing measurement and instrumentation with actual value delivered. And I don't know if that's exactly but there are ones saying, well, Facebook is doing worse, but that's because the pixels are gone. It's like, no, wait, the pixels don't actually fundamentally change the truth of what's going on. And so I think, that's the message and the excitement. The problem is it is going out to a lot of people who really don't necessarily want their world to be upended in the way that it should. I'm excited about it. There's still a lot of people who are very, very defensive because they liked the old way and they're extracting money from brands because of the old way. So they want to more say, wait a minute, we're just losing visibility, but we're still generating value at that same rate.
All right, I don't know who's watching at this point, but for the purposes of Jim, who is somehow still here, hi. Questions, welcome. I guess I can take a break. It's been 2 hours. But I think what I've been doing here is basically accumulating all the examples and really reading through on everything that people are talking about and accumulating it inside of my knowledge base for retrieval in future. This is Obsidian. This is the notes that sync directly to my AI notes repo here, which I posted in the link in the YouTube video as well. And whatever I save here gets committed directly. So, for example, if I commit with a specific message, daily reading updates, there should be a lot of files, 11 files that I've updated, and then I can push it. This automatically happens every like 30 minutes or so, but I can always update it. So if you see if I update here, that commit went directly in here. So anyone who's subscribing on my repo can follow along and get those updates. It's not the neatest way to read these updates, but it can be pretty nice. And then I have a GitHub workflow that updates the table of contents if I change anything. Let's see what I updated today. So I added a couple files. These are just internal files, so I'm just gonna ignore them. I'm interested in speaker diarization because that is the natural next step to Whisper transcription. You need to differentiate the between speakers, and everyone is going to have to do this. I now have sample code. I can just kind of pull in and copy and paste, which is inherently useful. I'll get to your other questions, Jim. Thanks for queuing them up for me. What else? We read this a little bit, fine-tuned. This one I think came from you, Jim, where David, who's a Hard Maru on Twitter, talked a bit about fine-tuned chain of thought, which is a way to fine-tune a student model based on a larger model, like a 300 million parameter model from 175 billion parameter model. I think that's inherently interesting. They weren't very clear about the benefits in the paper, so it's neither here nor there. I wasn't super excited about it, but I think it is useful in the right context, and I'll pull it up. Jim, yes, everything is available publicly. That's kind of that's my whole model of like, learn in public and like publish all this. But really, the point of this is it's not really optimized for people to read. Like you can read along if you want, but really this is fuel for the writing that I do, right? So anytime I do writing, for example, in my AI blog, I will pull liberally from all these, from all the source material, and then I don't have to start from zero. I can give credit where credit is due, but then also take advantage of prior thinking that I've done, which is super useful for the writing process. I'm probably not going to write today just because like this is a very, very long reading process. I'm just about halfway through my my to read list, and that's not even everything. I have more here that I just haven't ported over, but that's what it takes to keep up on this space. And I think it's kind of the process. Like I compare this to working out at a gym, except that this is a gym for the mind. And when you have everything personally, manually categorized in a notes repo like this, you then become much more able to regurgitate or recombine or whatever, or serve them up whenever you need them. So this is kind of reading and learning just in case, not just in time. All right, questions. Jim says, not only your thoughts regarding AI, but general, what do you think about this and that? Yeah, okay. I mean, I can go over like other things. So one thing I think I learned quite a bit. So I'm quite interested in summarization. I think generation is useful and flashy, but ultimately generates more noise than signal. And really, we need to summarize, which is generating signal from noise, or identifying signal from noise. So I started a new piece of, I started a new sort of text stub notes. I call it a stub note if it's small, and then a bigger note if I expect it to be big. I started a new stub note talking, summarizing the state of the art in summarization. I'm also interested in reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. What I liked when I was reading this blog post today, I liked the progression that they outlined from a very basic form of cross entropy to Blue or Rouge benchmarks, which we also talked about in the summarization piece. These are the Rouge benchmarks, which again, I had come across these before, but I never really read into them. So I clicked into this resource and then learned about Rouge N, Rouge L, Rouge S. So all these are just incrementally new things to me. I don't have any use case for them right now, but when the time comes, I will know about them. I also try to focus on useful code that I can copy and paste for future use. But I think RLHF is useful because it is an incremental improvement, right? You start with cross entropy, then you go to intermediate Blue, Rouge stuff, and then you go to HF, which is human feedback. This is very expensive, so I'm very excited by these kinds of open source data sets where you can just kind of borrow the human feedback learnings that other companies have made. This is one of the more expensive data sets to procure. Okay, Jim says, how do you decide what to Google, what to do from memory? Generally, my memory is not that good, so I rely on my memory to figure out the search term, and then from the search term, I will try to Google my own notes. Search my own notes or Google what I don't have. I don't have a very systemic process. I just know that I don't trust my memory very much. All right, being cited right. How do you get back to these notes? I forget most of that just as with bookmarks. So now you know. I just have it as a GitHub repo, and I make a habit of going back to the same process. Like there are by now 1,300 people that are learning along potentially. So I don't know. I just keep coming back to the same place. What is the structure of your day if you cut it along the types of things you do, like 10% coding, 20% research, 10 socializing. Jesus. No, I will have different types of days. Today's a reading day. The whole day is reading. Then I would have a writing day, then like 4-5 hours of writing. Coding is based on projects. I don't have like a standard day percentage split like that. It's more different days and different moods. Socializing are mostly event-based. Right now I'm not in the US, so there's less socializing because the community here is a lot smaller. So yeah, I think that's all the questions, Jim. Thanks for asking them. Thanks for the prompts. I'm not super sure. Like the reason I don't live stream very much is because I don't know how to break between live streaming and working. Right. I could answer questions all day long. I could publicize this a little bit more. I could simulcast on Twitch or Twitter or whatever. But all those is incidental to just doing the work. And I feel like if you just do the work, it'll be much better. Like people don't actually care about the journey. Very, very few people care about the journey. Jim, like you being here makes you a very small minority because most people just care about the end result. They don't care about the journey. But a lot of people then ask me about my journey and I'm like, all right, I just want a source video where I show people like, this is how boring it is. I'm listening to podcasts. Yes, I'm reading a lot of tweets. That's how tweets are good for short form summaries, but then also I like exploring the graph of how these things are. So, for example, if I see a nice piece of info, there's a lot of quote tweets that can often lead to more interesting results. A lot of them are terrible, which makes me skip them. But then, like if I see a good reply, I'll go like try to explore the graph of like who is this person and like what are others in the space commenting on and doing. So I like that sort of graph-based exploration of what this is. So I'm almost, I think I'm a little bit more than halfway through. I think the remainder will probably go faster because I definitely err on the side of speeding along this journey. So let me explain a little bit on the test section. So the coverage of ChatGPT, there's a lot of like, how to jailbreak ChatGPT, how ChatGPT fails. I really like tests as a benchmark because these are human benchmarks. So I like collecting this. And this guy has been testing ChatGPT on a bunch of human tests like LSATs. And that's pretty cool. Law. Okay, so 149 on LSATs, 149 and 40th on LSATs. And that's about it, why am I learning Go? I'm not learning Go. What makes you have the impression that I'm learning Go? I am not learning Go. I briefly learned Go last year, but that is a long time ago. So SAT test, yep, I already got this. One of the interesting blog posts that I'm thinking about is simple AI projects. So like a lot of these notes need to then go into like what are things that you can do with this knowledge. So right now it's blogging, but eventually I want to upgrade to products, right? Reproduce. Yeah, I don't think this is a good project. Yeah, I don't know. Make up your own tests. LSAT, chemistry, real estate, medical boards. And one thing I like about Obsidian is it's how easy to navigate around all these nodes. I have all these key bindings worked out so I can jump back and forth really quickly, which is good. Very useful. Medical exams. All right. I think that's enough. You can. The thing is also there's a subtle art to subtle art. There's a fine art to overdoing this. I think it's possible to just like read all of Twitter, but like once you have a spanning set of like here are the things that it can do, you kind of get the picture. You don't have to go any further on this. This guy's done a pretty comprehensive job. So I think it's totally fine to kind of stop there. But the goal is to have like whenever I need this info, I know exactly where to go. I can just kind of pull up the what it does and the sources, and I'll be able to write a blog post very quickly. But it's not just about blog posts. Blog post is just an instantiation of knowledge, right? Like, do you know this subject? And the way to do it is to study it. This is the form of studying, except that there's no real exam. You just are pre-caching or indexing the knowledge so you can access it faster in the future. Cool. What is your interest, Jim? What are your interests? Yeah, and you listen to me play a lot of different types of podcasts. I would say I have a post on the podcast. I should probably update this because I did this 3 years ago, and I have a 2021 and 2020 update. Okay, so yeah, I have a bunch of tech podcasts. I have a bunch of general and finance and VC and fun podcasts. So I jump a lot between. Mostly I'm podcast clearing right now. I picked up a bunch of data podcasts. So this is the Analytics Power Hour podcast. And oh my God, you follow me since Netlify? Oh my God, I don't know how I appear to you if I'm all the way here now in data and AI. Oh, Jesus. So let me since Netlify. So I went from Netlify. But essentially, I lost interest in Netlify / was kind of culture pushed out of Netlify. That's kind of probably a longer story and a more private story than I can talk about online. But then I doubled my pay by going to Amazon, and that was really fun. In between Netlify and AWS, I wrote my book, which is a really great experience, and amazingly, still people are shouting it out even today, which is unreal. And then going to Temporal. Basically, I was kind of happy at Amazon, and I think Amazon you can sort of learn. You can. What can I say about Amazon? Like it is a skill that you need for the rest of your tech career anyway. Like there's no way you will ever avoid Amazon's concepts, its core products, and to spend a year learning it, getting paid to learn it, I think is very ideal. Oh, you listen to the podcast too? Seriously? Like the mixtape? Jesus. Yeah, man. So I don't know what the deal is with the mixtape, man. Like, it's for me, it's a passion project, but it's clearly not growing. Like, I mean, not that it doesn't have to grow, right? The point is, it's a passion project. Regular people have hobbies. Everyone has hobbies that, like, they do hobbies, and they don't expect it to grow anything. And here's the analytics in case you're interested. And like, I mean, it's 147 subscribers. So you're one of you're a special part of the 1%. But I mean, if I was I do spend a significant amount of each day, like maybe like 30 minutes, plus minus, right? Some you take more, some you take less. But I know like this just inherently isn't growing because I'm not talking about it online very much. You kind of have to be a super fan to find this even because they don't make it easy. And I know that, and I should do more about it, but I don't. What I'm thinking about is to invest more time on YouTube and then take the YouTube audio and publish it as a podcast. So yeah, I don't know where my own career is. Ultimately, I think I want to be a founder. So I kind of don't care about my career, which is just the brutal truth to that. So we'll see what that looks like. Okay, but I appreciate you listening to the mixtape. Jimmy, if you have any requests, you can also find the backlog for the mixtape on my other repo. So here's my other repo where I actually take all my notes for the mixtape. So it's over in here, and you can see all the notes for what's coming, right? So there's the business notes, there's the creator notes. I have probably another year of mixtape stuff in here. It just takes time to snip them. Why don't I, Jim? Why don't I do one for you here right now, and then you can kind of see the mixtape process. So, all right, let's kind of do an impromptu mixtape. So last week, okay. So I try to organize by week now, just to give people an idea of like, is it tech, is it business, is it creator, is it health? I think I did tech last week. I have so much tech stuff, like it is ridiculous, and I mean, kind of don't know how to exhaust this stuff because there's also yeah, okay, so hang on, there's a question. Can you also do a stream of high code as you did when you attempted to build a CMS? Yeah, so the thing about the CMS is I kind of lost interest because I realized like well, one, Sean Grove on the last session of that CMS thing. Sean Grove got me on Relay, and I ended up hating. Like I didn't hate Relay. It was just too much learning curve for me to get over the hump. I mean, the more recent code thing that I've been doing is just kind of hacking on SvelteKit. So that's Swyx on GitHub, and I've been maintaining this for a year now. I would say it's like decently well known within the Svelte community, which is not really saying that much because Svelte is not that big. But I do think, like, to me, this is the longest open source thing I've maintained. I don't tend to maintain things that long because I don't see myself as, I don't want to own the projects. I do need this for my own site, so I'll happily maintain this. Yeah. And yeah, happy to do a session in future. I just don't know if it's that interesting. I'm not the most engaging speaker, but I can try to explain how I think about stuff. Okay, so I did tech, I did health, I did business, and then I did miscellaneous. I love the miscellaneous stuff, by the way. This is like really off-topic shit, and I highly recommend this one if you haven't heard it. The Lake Bell audiobook. She's amazing. I'm a huge fan of her. Okay, so I have all these notes, right? And then it's just up to me to pick one. Let's do creator stuff. Hey Jess, how's it going? Jess, if you wanna pop in any questions, like I'm about to do a mixtape for Jim, who's a listener, and just show how I do this stuff. The problem with mixtape is like I listen to podcasts every day. I'll take timestamps of like what is interesting and where, and then I'll save it here, and then I'll try to clip it for my mixtape. I just don't know which one to start with, and that's probably the most. I have too much choice right now, which is a pretty absurd. By the way, so I'll drop the link to the brain repo here so you can kind of follow along. So we're just using Obsidian to follow along on the mixtape. I don't know if I can pin this. Can I pin this? Yes, I can pin this. Okay, cool. So yeah. So I'm trying to like look through all these and decide what the theme of the week could be. Don't have a strong theme that's kind of jumping out at me right now. And it doesn't have to be strong. Sometimes I would just kind of give up and just go with whatever is at the top. Let's listen to this one and see what's up. I don't know if you can hear what I have on screen. Probably not. So if I do this loop back, you might be able to hear it. Give me 1 second. Stream that go. Okay, so I have to turn this on. I think you'll be able to hear it. Okay, all right.
Growing from $0 to, what was it, I think $4,000?
Yeah, I quit when I hit 4,000 MRR.
What was that decision like?
I picked the decision. Okay, this is going to sound really stupid, and I had to explain this in the YC interview as well. They're like, "Why 4,000? Like, you haven't quit yet?" And I was like, "I'm quitting at exactly 4,000 MRR." And they're like, "Why?" And I was like, "Okay, here's the reason. It's stupid. It's because when I hit $40 MRR, I posted on Facebook as a joke. It's like, haha, my business makes $40 a month, guys. Isn't that funny?" And then when I hit 400, I was like, haha, guess what? I made 10 times what I made the last time I posted. That's crazy growth. And then I thought, oh shit, like if I do this again at 4,000, that's actually kind of real stakes money. So I might as well just quit then. Also, 4,000 kind of pays for rent and stuff. So like that's why. Like there's no reason to. I just did it because I felt like it. I could quit at any number. I mean, if I quit in the beginning, it would have been fine too. Like it didn't really matter.
In San Francisco, $4,000 pays for like literally just rent.
I had a roommate. We were splitting like a 1-bedroom kind of, I had a converted living room kind of situation,
Yeah.
like one of those shitty old Victorians in the basement.
Was it a hard transition going from your developer salary to this $4,000 a month? And
no,
would you say that like you're motivated to, what was pushing you the most, to increase your revenue? Or
I don't these motivational questions are hard for me. I don't think I'm like most people. Why was I doing what I did? The truth is, I don't know. I don't actually believe that most people know why they do what they do. I was doing a thing because it seemed like the right thing to do. But okay, let's take a moment to explain. Like, I'm what you might call like an optimistic nihilist. Like, I don't think anything's really real up to and including money. It doesn't seem like money is like a dead person's face painted on a green piece of paper. Like that it signifies material wealth to me is like almost amazing. Like that system actually works to me is like terrifying and awesome at the same time. So like, yeah, I thought it'd be fun to make more money, but like I knew abstractly that if I failed at coder pad, literally the worst possible thing that could happen to me is I would just get a job, right? Which I'd proven that I've been able to do at least a couple times before that. So like I wasn't worried about it. Like there was no anxiety for me. Like because to me this is all big game.
Yeah, it's almost like a role playing game where you're essentially leveling up and acquiring skills and to what end? I don't know.
I think it's more like an open world exploration game, like GTA or whatever, you know. Like just see how much you can get away with before everyone figures out that you have no idea what you're doing. You're just making everything up as you go along.
So one of the reasons I asked you about your motivation was because one of the earlier things that I saw you in was actually video. You had a talk at Dropbox.
I saw that you did do opposition research on your interviewees.
Yeah, that was a cool video. I mean, I actually watched this video last year before I even started Indie Hackers, and I was trying to find out who I should have on Indie Hackers. And I don't remember the exact title you're talking. Something about
how to start a side business without quitting your day job.
Yeah,
I was trying to provoke the Dropbox audience.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, why give a talk like that? Was it to
provoke the audience?
Did you want to tell them that that essentially
that they were doing their lives wrong? Yes.
How do they take that?
I mean, it was in this building, probably on this floor, just a different room. It's right now. Yeah. So we could do the same thing if you want.
That'll be fun.
Just come back to the same talk over again in the same room. Why did I do that? I mean,
the impression that I got watching it was that you actually, it seems like it was a core principle of yours that people should do this, or that it's better for the world if more people do that.
But there's more the premise for the talk than necessarily like a core belief of my personality. I mean, I was invited to do a talk, and they even paid me. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And they like, this was like the best topic I could come up with. So I like tried to make it compelling and like but I also give reasons to like not start a business. I actually think there are tons of reasons to not do it. Like many people I think are unsuited for it, and also it's not terribly pleasant in a lot of ways. So I don't know necessarily that like I actually recommend everybody who's listening to start a business. I know that's sort of the premise of Indie Hackers and also the acquisition by Stripe is sort of how you put like grow the GDP of the internet.
Exactly.
Right. So like readers at home, if you can start a business, yeah, probably do that or whatever. But also maybe don't. I don't know. It's not easy. Like it's a lot of work, and there are a lot of things that are valuable in life that have nothing to do with money. And that's how I put that.
I think one of the cooler things that you touched on, and that's I've also found to be true, is a lot of people who actually would love to start a business don't, just because they've never even considered it as an option.
Yeah.
Especially being like the smaller indie hacker type business where you're just making money and you're not trying to be a unicorn. Especially if you're a developer, like that doesn't get advertised as much.
Yeah.
Do you think that's changing nowadays?
I think it must be changing. Like if there exist people like you whose sole job is to promote this lifestyle, I think I would take that as some indication that things are changing a bit. But on the other hand, I touched on this in the talk. Like I think this is kind of cyclical. Like it used to be a cultural norm that everybody kind of wheeled and dealed. At least that's my impression. Even in other countries, that's more true too. So like that we probably hit like peak corporatism and we're trying to like dial that back a little bit. I think is.
All right, let me pause to answer Jessica's questions. Like I hit the download button. What do I do with the content to organize it and attach it to your brain? I don't. It's already attached. It's already organized. So here are all the downloads that I have. It doesn't matter. I delete this every now and then, but it doesn't really matter. It's already organized in the brain repo. This is the filing system, right? So what I'm doing right now is because Jim is a listener, I'm making a mixtape for him, in front of him just to show him kind of the behind the scenes stuff of the mixtape. If you didn't know, I do have a mixtape podcast here where I basically clip interesting snippets of stuff that I've listened to. I've gone for 480 episodes now. I thought it crossed 500, but it looks like I haven't. I've gone for 480 episodes, just clipping interesting snippets of stuff. And that's it. Once it's out there, it's out there. And usually, if I've done a mixtape about it, I can probably recover it very, very quickly because I've already spent the time internalizing this thing. And so I can use my own website as a search item. Where's the search thing? I can search for like jobs, and then I can get all my notes on Steve Jobs, right? So, well, Steve Jobs. You can get all my notes on Steve Jobs. So I think that's useful, and that's audio note taking. I think something that a lot of people don't know how to crack, and turns out the answer is just do a lot of work. But the more I go over these things, what I'm listening for. So I have a rough idea of the starting point. So let's go over to the mixtape here. So when I noted this down to myself, I said around the 20-minute mark, an interesting conversation starts, and that is the conversation where he identifies as an optimistic nihilist, and I think that is a very interesting approach to business, and so I clipped it. But now I'm listening for where I cut it off. And it looks like at the 41-minute mark, there's an interesting point. So I have to go, I probably have to like skip ahead to the 41-minute mark, but I'm just kind of listening in on where the conversation naturally ends. So I can add in some commentary, but then also—
It's natural, like it was probably inevitable in some respect that like people would get upset with. Like we've had cultural satire and lampooning of corporate life.
And because I've listened to this once already, I can often bump it up to 2.5 times speed without any loss in
life for like decades now. I remember like my entire life, I would watch stuff like Office Space or like cartoons. Or no one paints a favorable light of corporate life anymore. There is no work that makes the work of an office seem noble. And in some ways, that's tragic because like I don't think that's necessarily true. But on the other hand, like it reflects reality. I think the majority of like office work in the world now is in some way deserving of satire.
Yeah. And nowadays, if you don't like the corporate culture, you can just do your own thing. It's never been easier. I mean, you can build something, especially if you're an engineer, that reaches across cultural lines, that reaches people who aren't intermediate vicinity. You build something scalable, like you've done with CoderPad. I think people seeing that really inspires them.
Think about pausing.
Without pausing.
Like if you got an email from I think it was like Patrick, right? Instead acquire indie hackers, and the subject of the body was just a number. No explanation.
I don't think about it, but immediately say yes.
That what number would be so high that you would not think about it? You would just say yes at the time.
I don't know. I did $3 million maybe. Like, just to not even ask a single question though. It's I don't know if there's any number for which I would just say yes without asking at least some questions. I mean, you have to figure out what to do.
Come on,
if someone today and said, I'll give you $1 billion for CoderPad, you wouldn't have any questions?
I would say yes. I would not hesitate. I would assume they were lying, but I would hit yes as fast as possible. I got locked that in. It's $1 billion.
What if someone can actually share some non
How do you like it here?
It's awesome. I think I don't know if you know this about me. This is my first ever full time job.
Okay, so that starts to be the section where he starts turning the tables on Cortland, and not so interesting, not so on topic. So I'm going to skip ahead to the 41 minute mark.
There's a lot of stuff. Okay, so like in the literal sense, like how much CoderPad has changed. I mean, we've like redesigned the site a couple times, I would say, but like not in ways that are shocking. More like streamlining and refocusing attention of the user and like what we think important parts of the interview experience are. Or like fundamentally, the philosophical value prop is exactly the same. It's always been refined a little bit. But CoderPad as an idea has not changed at all, almost, right? Like the original form of the idea is more or less the one that exists today because it was the right idea, I think. Like I got lucky with that. I mean, like, could imagine another world, but it's not true very easily. I don't think I'm a genius or anything. I just lucked into the right problem at the right time and had the right set of skills to execute on it. And like I wasn't the only one with this idea trying to execute on the same time, right? Like there are other people with similar backgrounds who tried to do CoderPad that I never even knew about that I kind of were dead later, you know, we're still only along. Like I just happened to be the one that won. Like the reason I'm sitting here talking to you is because by definition I'm lucky. And people were not. So this is probably advice in general, right? Like I think all indie hackers interviews should come with a disclaimer.
Okay, so that part is also super important. So essentially I need to clip at the 28-minute mark and then start again at the 41-minute mark, right? So then I go over to Audacity where I've already imported the MP3 file and I go listen to, so this is super manual. Like I don't think this is like the best process. This is why I take multiple breaks throughout the year because I can't keep this up all the time.
But what about the
early days? Because I know for a lot of founders, those like first few months where you're not sure that this is something that's going to work out or be worthwhile can be pretty nerve-wracking. And I know you started off just CoderPad as a side project, but you eventually decided to make it full-time. So were there any bumps in the road or challenges or insights you had growing from $0 to, what was it, I think, $4,000 a month? Yeah, I quit when I hit 4,000 MRR. What was that decision like? I picked the decision, okay, this is going to sound really stupid. And I had to explain this in the YC interview as well. They're like, why 4,000? Like, you haven't quit yet?
So I'm going to clip it there. I have memorized all the shortcuts for keyboards and stuff. Then I'm going to go over to the it's somewhere between 25 to 28 minutes. So I'm going to have to do a quick listen of here.
Must be changing. Like, if there exist people like you whose sole job is to promote this lifestyle, I would take that as some indication that, yeah, things are changing a bit. But on the other hand, I touched on this in the talk, like, I think this is kind of cyclical. Like, it used to be a cultural norm that everybody kind of wielded and dealed. At least that's my impression. You go in other countries, that's way more true, too. So, like, that we probably hit, like, peak corporatism and are trying to, like, dial that back a little bit, I think is natural. Like, it was probably inevitable in some respect that, like, people would get upset with. Like, we've had cultural satire and lampooning of corporate life for, like, decades now. I remember, like, my entire life, I would watch stuff like Office Space or like cartoons or no one paints a favorable light of corporate life anymore. There is no work that makes the work of an office seem noble. And in some ways that's tragic because like I don't think that's necessarily true, but on the other hand, like it reflects reality. I think the majority of like office work in the world now is in some way deserving of satire. Yeah. And nowadays, if you don't like the corporate culture, you can just do your own thing. It's never been easier. I mean, you can build something, especially if you're an engineer, that reaches across cultural lines, that reaches people who aren't in your immediate vicinity. You can build something scalable, like you've done with CoderPad. I think people seeing that really inspires them. Thank you. That's a very nice compliment. For the listeners at home, Cortland is a really nice guy. Everyone seems to like him that I've talked to. I don't know how he got so popular, and so it's kind of amazing. Yeah. Why don't we talk about you? Can we talk about you for a little bit? Yeah, you can ask me anything you want. I can ask you anything I want. You can ask me anything you want. But you're going to cut it out of me. Okay, so yeah. How much did Stripe buy you for? I can't tell you. Okay.
Stripe buy you for?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
I mean, I'd love to share, but it affects more.
All right, I'm going to pause there and then skip ahead to 41. This is so labor intensive, you can see, right? Like I'm definitely spending way too much time on this, but it helps to internalize it because I listened to it 3 times. The first time I listened to it, at least 3 times. The first time I listened to it, that would be when I originally listened to it. Then I make a note of it on my Obsidian notes. Then when it comes time for me to make the mixtape, I listen to it again to figure out where to clip. Then I'll download it on my own app again and re-listen to it. That just kind of guarantees that I'll internalize whatever I made myself internalize.
I know one of the early emails I also have from 2013 is you sending out an email to everybody at CoderPad saying, we just hit 1,000 users. Here's what I'm working on. And then at the bottom, you have like a whole paragraph basically asking people to tell you, what should I build?
Yeah.
How, what came out of those efforts and how much has CoderPad changed?
There's a lot of stuff to okay, so like in the literal sense, like how much CoderPad has changed. I mean, we've like redesigned the site a couple times, I would say, but like not in ways that are shocking, more like streamlining and refocusing attention of the user on like what we think the important parts of the interview experience are. But like fundamentally, the philosophical value prop is exactly the same as it's always been. It's been refined a little bit, but CoderPad as an idea has not changed at all, almost, right? Like the original form of the idea is more or less the one that exists today, because it was a lot of
you sending out an email to everybody at CoderPad. How much has CoderPad changed since you first?
Yeah, I think like I got lucky with that. I mean, I can imagine another world where it's not true very easily. I don't think I'm a genius or anything. I just lucked into the right problem at the right time and had the right set of skills to execute on it. And like I wasn't the only one with this idea trying to execute on it at the same time, right? Like there are other people with similar backgrounds who try to do CoderPad that I never even knew about, that I found out were dead later, you know, where it's still kind of limping along. Like I just happened to be the one that won. Like the reason I'm sitting here talking to you is because by definition I'm lucky. And people who are not, so this is the problem with advice in general, right? Like I think all indie hackers interviews should come with a disclaimer, just because I think it'd be funny. But like by definition, when you ask successful people for advice, what they do is they like in a shrine, it's a hagiography. They just like blow up these little details of their life and give them such explanatory power. I think it's just tell you why like optimistic nihilism is the correct philosophy to have if someone wants to start a business. But I don't really believe that. I have no idea, right? Like by definition, the people you talk to are the lucky ones. What they should really say is the way to be successful is to be lucky. Like that accounts for like, just make sure you get lucky. Yeah, that's like 90% of the variance right there. The other 10%, like you have some control over, like but not a lot. So I think the real advice is to like not worry about it so hard. Like the odds are you will fail. That's like okay, you know, like you have to be okay with that before you can do it. Like if you absolutely cannot let yourself fail, then you shouldn't be doing one of these. I think. What do you think in your path from like starting the company to 2 million in annual revenue? What do you think is the most lucky thing that happened to you and that accounted for your success? We were lucky to win the confidence of certain large customers. It's not clear exactly why that happened. I know someone at the right place or got an intro or something like that. It's maybe surprising me, but I actually don't have many friends in tech. So it was actually, I didn't really have an easy time getting intros to tech companies. So like of the few that I did, like they tended to pan out pretty okay. And that went well for me. I remember one time like Bob Lee, he was like a VP at Square or something like that, like gave a talk at like the VC that put up most of the money for Square when they like recruit all the founders to come have a conference or whatever. And he like had some panel on hiring and he just like told the whole crowd, like, hey, you should buy CoderPad. It's this weird product made by some guy named Vincent Wu. And like, I remember the only reason I heard about it because my boss at Everlane at the time like texted me that like, hey, I heard you're doing pretty good, buddy. Like I'm still employed there. I was like, I had no idea this even happened. You know, like
So I've already
that was
listened to
lucky.
this
Like,
story
some of
3
that kind
times
of serendipity happened
probably,
in the
but
useful for getting
this
around
is
it.
what I want to
I'd say
capture
probably
for a
think
mixtape.
about that stuff. Yeah, it's just been slower. What about the opposite? What do you think is the most beneficial part or the most advantageous thing that happened that was just like sheer effort or skill that was very deliberate? I am a very good programmer, so that's a huge advantage. I don't know, like if you're making a product that is mostly code, being a really good programmer almost by default is a big advantage. Like another founder doing this job with like, you know, more average programming skills, I think would take longer or they would make more mistakes, I think. So I'm lucky in that respect too. You know, I think last July I emailed you before I started Indie Hackers.
All right. I think that is pretty much the 2 clips I'm going to include there. So it's going to be relatively quick from here on out. Basically, I'll take, take this, take that, delete that. And then I think this is the first clip. Jeez.
Those like first few months where you're not sure that this is something that's going to work out or be worthwhile, can be pretty.
And then I record the intro, outro. Usually that's 1 clip. Today I have 2 clips. So I'll probably have a little bit of something in the middle. I used to have intro music and outro music, but that was just too much hassle and honestly didn't really add anything. So I eventually just scrapped it. And then I just kind of record over this. I have to think about what I want to introduce, which is a little hard, right? Especially because there's been quite a bit of distance between this and the clip. So I just want to talk a little bit about why this clip is interesting. Basically, the intro serves to introduce the speaker, the podcast, why the topic's interesting, and then just get right into it, right? The less of my voice, the better. And then at the end, if I want to do a recap, I can do a recap as well. So I'm just checking that my audio recording is okay. So I don't like to record on my MacBook Pro microphone. That is generally a pretty shitty microphone. At home, I'm actually not at home right now. I'm at the co-working space that I use. But at home, I have the Blue Yeti, which is a little better. Right now, I have this lavalier mic, which I think sounds better than the MacBook Pro microphone. So I'm going to clip this in. The problem is Audacity doesn't live reload the recording devices, which is annoying. So then you have to save the project. and then you have to close Audacity, restart Audacity, and then reopen the project that you just saved. And then the audio will be there, which isn't that great. Yes, I've obviously spent a lot of time losing sleep or losing time over all these little quirks in the software. But now that I know it very well, I'm fairly productive with it. So I think all software is a learning curve. No software is perfect, and you can bounce around different types of software for too long before getting wrecked. I just realized, am I enabled here? Let me just. I'm double echoing. Jess says, I think there's a strong reason why, because I have the external microphone on and the MacBook Pro microphone. So here's how I'm editing things. This is going to look crazy to whoever has never messed around with audio software before, but this is how it looks on my side. So yeah, I have a bunch of devices, and so now that I hooked up my external microphone, you're only hearing my external microphone source. That's why I was double echoing, because I also had my MacBook Pro enabled. So if I turn this on, you can see the two sources now, and that pipes it into here, and that pipes it into StreamYard, which is where you're hearing me from over YouTube. And I don't need that. I just need one of them. Why do I have all this stuff? Is actually just because of Stream Deck, which I'll show you what Stream Deck is about. If you haven't come across it, Stream Deck is essentially a soundboard. I usually have the physical keys with me, but today I don't. But this is how I play sounds from my meetings. Essentially, I'm sort of live DJing my meetings every time I'm playing them. Why doesn't it let me just play from here? That's so annoying. Oh, can I just play audio? That's so lame. It doesn't. It requires me to have the Stream Deck instead of just simulating it, which is anyway. How do I show you? Can I show you? No, I can't show you. I really want to just show you how this looks like. God. All right. Just take it onward. So if you ever want to another form of soundboard, you can just go to my instance, which is where I get all my sounds, and then you can get crowd applause, for example. So I can just get a small applause. Make a small applause. Applause. Is that applauding? Yeah, I can't hear it. What's going on with the applause? It sounds like you can hear it, but I can't, which is weird. No, you can't hear it either. So why can you hear it, but I can't? Okay. It's external sounds. I don't have them. All right, there we go. So yeah, I'll do like meme sounds, like I don't know, Windows start, right? When we start meetings, or when I start up like a application, I'll play this in the background, and then that always gets a laugh. So that's pretty nice. But yeah, so I have these all like saved to soundboard. I have the Wii music sound, which is always fun. This is good for elevator music when you're starting when you're starting a meeting and everyone's kind of waiting around. Can be nice to listen to. But then I also have the More You Know sound, SpongeBob sound, sitcom laughter, crickets. Oh, I love using crickets. This is clutch. This is myinstance.com. So crickets, you want to queue up crickets whenever you ask a group a question and they're not going to respond right away. And this always gets a laugh. When yeah, this is a better cricket sound. So you just want to pre-select the right sounds. You want to make sure that they're the right volume levels. This is like way over engineering, but it always gets a laugh. Then I also have all these like longer background music type things. So all right, this will be the last of the digression of like the sound stuff. So the Office lo-fi. You want songs that are lo-fi because they just don't have any. They don't have like sort of distracting things, but they're recognizably some kind of music that everyone sort of knows, so it gets a smile on their faces. And the lo-fi vibe is kind of in these days, so I'm just kind of popping on that. I have Star Wars as well. Yeah, so I think I've done a mixtape of this one. So if you want, I think I've done lo-fi. Hey, Medio. So you can check that out. That's the, and then the Star Wars lo-fi, this is what I've done for 1 hour of this music, which is awesome. So I'll put that thing in there as well. Okay, all right, that's enough. This might actually get at YouTube strikes because this stuff is actually from YouTube. So, all right. So let's go back a stack for Jess. You wanted to know about loopback. Yeah, combining multiple sources. Mostly, I want system audio. I want external microphones. I want a very high degree of control over what audio goes in. I want to be able to pipe in sound from Stream Deck, and that's actually super useful for Zoom. Exactly. So Zoom says, so Medio says, are you using some kind of audio rigs to send sound in meetings? Yes, without having to share your screen, because Zoom requires you to do this share your screen thing, right? Like so. I'm just starting up a Zoom meeting right now, just for people without context. You can usually share your screen like this, where you can share your computer audio, right? Or you can share your screen and then just click share sound at the bottom. That's how you get your system sound to play for the whole meeting. But the problem is, what if someone else is sharing their screen? You can't have two people sharing their screens at the same time, not even if you're only sharing your audio. So what you do is, you get out of here and then you switch your mic to your loopback microphone. So I've set this up so this is called whatever. I can call this whatever. I called this the Stream Deck sound source. But loopback helps you set up the audio sort of merging of the audio sources from whatever types of sources into a single channel. You don't really need this unless you're doing multiple outputs. But really, what that helps you do is that when I unmute myself, I can now play for the rest of the people in the meeting without sharing my screen, all the sound effects and the background music and whatever you want. So yeah, that took me probably a few months to figure out. And the hardest part is just buying loopback because loopback itself is like $50, $60. It's from Rogue Amoeba. I'm pretty sure there should be an open source implementation of this, but I can't be bothered to figure it out. And I mean, I guess it's good software. Like it's probably overkill for what I really want. How much is it? It's $99. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you just have to close your eyes and say you'll use this forever, and I think it's fine. I can't be bothered to figure out how to make this myself. So, all right. Okay, so. There's a question that came in from Jim about how you assess your skills when it comes to building neural nets. When you read it, can you implement some of it? No, I cannot implement any part of it. I'm pretty sure like I'm like 2 to 3 months away from doing that if I wanted to. I just haven't bothered. So the way you start with that is I have the Fast AI course bookmarked essentially, essentially everyone has standardized on PyTorch, and you have a set of layers and a set of architecture that if you read a paper, you can kind of replicate them. What I would so I would go through the Fast AI course, and then I would go through one of the most interesting implementations was the Dream Booth implementation of Stable Diffusion. So Dream Booth was released by Google without any source. It was just a paper where they described their architecture, right? And some guy just read this and went, I can reproduce that and it was the Indian fella. Let's see, where's the Dream Move guy? This fella, yeah. This fella implemented it on top of Stable Diffusion, right? So what you would look there is just go back in time and go, okay, where was the first commit, and track along from there. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to implement and learn how to update on these things. Oh yeah, Xavier was the first guy to do this. I don't know why he. I think this is a fork. It must have been. It must have been. Okay, so let's go to Xavier's implementation. So 32 commits, very, very readable. Let's see what he did. So yeah, okay. There's a lot of stuff copied over from Stable Diffusion, which is annoying. So you're gonna have to diff that together with it. So not the cleanest way to do this, but I would study the implementation by understanding previous implementations of, okay, you went from reading the paper to implementing this. Look for the difference. You probably can reproduce it fairly quickly. Cool. Jim says another, yeah, Andre Karpathy. Yep. He's got some cool stuff. The problem with Andre is that he's almost too first principles. What I mean by that is he's rebuilding like from scratch a lot of the frameworks to demystify the API. The problem is, no, that's not him. The problem is those are not the frameworks that everyone uses. So if he, where the hell? That's not the same. Does he have a different channel? Oh, geez. Okay. So he's re-implementing this just for teaching purposes, but you're not actually going to be productive on a real framework for a long time. Whereas the fast AI approach pretty much starts you on, well, his fork of PyTorch, but at least you'll be production useful in a week rather than a few months. So yeah, cool. All right, so popping back a stack, we're still working on the Mixtape stuff, and I basically have clipped out the relevant sections, and I just want to finish that so that we can go back to the AI stuff that is in the YouTube description of this video. So I'll typically click the solo option. So what I'll do here is you don't, when you and this is the Audacity software. It's kind of the most popular open source software to do it. But if, for example, if I start recording here and I need to make sure I check the recording. So if I start talking over this without muting the other source, it starts playing back and interfering with my recording. So you actually need to click solo to mute the other one, or however many other sources you have. I've had situations where I've had like 3 or 4 different sources overplaying each other, and then you can record your intro, right? So what is the intro about this? I'm gonna collect my thoughts a little bit. Okay. All right, so this week we're talking about creators again, and one of the more interesting indie hackers I've ever come across is Vincent Wu. He was first featured on the Indie Hackers podcast in 2017, and it's something that I still have with me 5 years after the fact. He's such an outspoken and honest speaker that I just have to let him speak for himself on starting his own business. And I think CoderPad is one of those very rare successes that a single person could start and scale something within a matter of like very short time. I think like 2 to 3 years to a multi-million-dollar business just running by himself. And then he sold it afterwards. But this interview is from 2017 where he starts talking with Cortland about his take on optimistic nihilism, which I think is a breath of fresh air in terms of creator advice. So that's the little sort of one-shot clip. I did not rehearse that. Sometimes I would rehearse that. Sometimes I have a little bit of bullet points. You can see that visually the volume of the audio is going to be much lower. So you want to do a bit of volume balancing. Typically, just bumping it about 5 decibels will be good enough. And yeah, I mean, if you want, there's actually volume balancing tools here where you can actually loudness normalization. And you can just kind of apply it there. But I just find it easier to just bump the gain manually yourself. And then there's a separate section here. I've already forgotten what the next section is, so I need to re-listen. And so that involves repurposing this. I tend to use, so there's 2 different modes. You can hit the regular play button.
How much has CoderPad changed?
You can hit the regular play button if you want it to play at 1x. But if you want to play it at a faster speed, then you have to use this sort of playback speed toggle, which is kind of annoying because it also doesn't normalize for the pitch, which most tools do. So you hear like sort of the chipmunk voices.
How much has CoderPad changed since you first built it? I know one of the early emails also happened in 2013. You sending out an email to everybody at CoderPad saying, we just hit 1,000 users. Here's what I'm working on. And then at the bottom, you have like a whole paragraph basically asking people to tell you, what should I do? What came out of those efforts and how much has CoderPad changed? That's a lot. Okay, so like in the literal sense, like how much CoderPad has changed? We just like redesigned it.
So I think that refreshed my memory a little bit. So I'm going to head back to the recording mode. One of the more appealing things to me about Vincent is he's refreshingly honest about the role of luck and skill and sales in starting a startup. So in this next segment, he goes into a little bit about how much customer feedback he takes, which is not a lot. And that is pretty much it. Usually I might do an outro, but okay. I forgot one more thing, which happens here. Okay, so I'm cutting it off here because Vincent then turns the table and starts interviewing Cortland, which rarely happens. An interviewee starting to become the interviewer. And it's kind of off topic, so I'm cutting it out. But we're going to come back in a bit. So I'm just going to record that over here. I don't know if that intro, I don't know if that segue makes sense. But it's a mixtape. And mostly I'm not the star. I'm just a commentator. I'm just a narrator. And Vincent is the star. And this section helps me, reducing this from like in a 1-hour interview to a 13-minute interview makes it a lot more accessible for me. And it helps me focus on the core message of what he wants to say. What do I say at the end? Oh, I don't know. Let's just kind of listen to the end.
More average programming skills, I think, would be really hard, or they make mistakes, I think. So I'm looking at that respect too.
So it's pretty funny. Like Vincent is one of, that's a mess up. I'm gonna Control Z that and then restart again. So it's pretty funny. Vincent is basically saying like all of Indie Hackers is success porn and needs to come with a giant disclaimer. And you're selling people on a vision that might not actually come true because it is so luck based. But I think it's useful to tell people or remind creators that, yeah, there is a lot of luck in there. And sometimes you just have to get lucky or try it at a number of different things until you succeed, because it's not very deterministic what succeeds. And that's an optimistic nihilism take on business. All right, I'm gonna stop there. It's so cringe, like doing this while you guys are watching whatever on YouTube, even though you're not here physically, but like I feel super self-conscious about this. This is primarily a personal tool for me to record. Yes, I have a few hundred subscribers, but at the same time, like I barely talk to you guys. This is one of those things where I try to do it for me rather than do it for everyone else. But anyway, I'm almost done. So I've decided the theme of the week is creators. So I'm just going to go creators, optimistic, nihilism, Vincent. Ooh. I'll try to add the link here. listen to indie hackers, and I'll try to add the start time for people to listen to the full podcast. The Coder Pad founder talks luck. Real talk from the Coder Pad founder on the role of luck and being an indie hacker. So by then, by this time, I've already had the MP3 already done. So I'm just uploading this right now. That's typically all that I do. I could add extra stuff. It looks like these are new. What is? Oh my God, they have chapters. This is a new feature of Transistor, which is pretty cool. I might sometimes do transcripts if they do include transcripts in the on the site. Oh, it looks like they do have transcripts on the site. Well, let's take a look. This upload is taking a while, huh? So let's look at transcripts here. Let's look at transcripts here. All right. Stick my list. All right, so sometimes I would do the transcripts like this. I don't know how it's going to turn out because it's kind of formatted weirdly. But let's see, transcripts, and yeah, it's formatted really weirdly. So what I would have to do then is open up TextEdit, maybe VS Code. Maybe just paste it in text thing. No, it's not letting me. What is that? What's going on? It's not letting me paste. Oh boy. Why is it not letting? Oh. Okay. It's uploading so slowly. Holy crap. Okay. Let's use VS Code then. So if I do this, does that work? Hey. All right. I do highly recommend the Dropbox talk. So I'm going to actually recommend the talk as well. And typically when I add these notes into my own script, also recommend listening to the Dropbox talk that he mentions. Link in there. Typically when I load this up in my own podcast player, I'll listen to the talk again and really internalize it. So it's still uploading. I'm just formatting the transcript for now, so people can kind of scroll along and get it. So here we go. That's the second part. Cool. And I'm almost done. So, geez. Okay, so this is not normal. It's usually uploading a lot faster. Right? It would have been done for ages by now, but on whatever internet I'm on, the upload happens to be fairly slow. So just bear with it for a little bit longer. I missed Monday because it was Boxing Day. So what I would probably do is backdate this podcast as well. And you can backdate it fairly easily by switching to schedule publish date and then just picking Monday and publish now, and that's out. And so I would do this. Sometimes I would batch it up like 5 days consecutively on one day, and then I would just have that backlog of here's all the creator stuff all bunched together. Here's all the tech stuff that I've all bunched together. Here's all the health stuff I bunched all together, and that's how I think about it. So just kind of zooming out a little bit. So I have all these creator notes. Now that I've done this, I'm gonna delete this and then try to panic about what else is going to be featured alongside of Vincent Wu for that week. So Vincent is a little bit more of a sardonic, sarcastic character. And if I want to focus on that, I might pick out maybe something about Moloch, which I always think is super interesting. I might have featured Moloch before. I think I have featured Moloch before. So honestly, right now, the only way to check that is haven't. Okay, all good. So you're in for a treat if you haven't heard about Moloch. Then I try to group things together for a slightly better listening experience because I feel like that is more fun. It also is a little bit of a challenge for me to see if I can join things together. Don't be helpful, be valuable. That's interesting. I'm gonna stick it in there. And yeah, I don't have that much for this. He's kind of a unique character, really. All right, Anchor and Clubhouse. Sometimes the weekly themes don't really work that well, and that's fine. To create on a weekly and like a regular enough schedule, you just have to not worry about any of this. You just have to go, I'm going to pump out one of these a week every single day. At some point, it all converges. Eventually, I don't care what day something was released either. Like, it's nice if I can create a narrative from day to day to day, but that's a stretch goal. It's not like a core requirement. So anyway, yep, that's the mixtape thing. Jim says, must be hard to outsource as it requires judgment where to cut and what comments to put along. Yeah, it's audio note taking. That's what it really is, and if you benefit from it, then that's great. But for usually the primary audience is me and future me, and that's good enough. And I think that's one appeal that I think about often, or one essay I think about often is Andy Matushak, who calls this working with garage door open and garage door up. So I would recommend this essay for you. And I think it's a little bit formative if you're stuck in a rut or if you're worried about lack of feedback or anything like that. You need to have a way to win as a single player game that potentially becomes multiplayer. And so for me, I do have the benefit that if I really want to, I can always get reach for anything that I do. But I think it's just better to have areas of like an oasis maybe of places where you can just kind of work semi-publicly for people who are kind of clued in, like anyone watching, you're very clued in to see how it works. But otherwise, you don't have to, like most people do not have to see the live stream, do not have to see the daily podcast. Most people don't have that kind of energy for you, and that's totally fine. You need to have that funnel of high signal to high noise, and that's how we think about it, right? So it's something I just shared with Jess in the in my conversation with her last weekend was this particle wave duality theory of knowledge, where you want to have your knowledge in waves and you want to have your knowledge in discrete particles, both reading and writing, and that's probably the best way to schedule some of these learnings or to arrange your knowledge work in public. Cool. All right. So that was a nice digression. So I would actually on a typical weekend or typical week, I would do this at the end of my workday. Sometimes I would bunch it up and do 5 in a single day, and then I'll be set for that week. As you can see, I have a giant backlog. So it stresses me out a little bit in the sense that I know that ultimately this is all just going to further my commitment to the audio format. And the audio format isn't the best way to spread my work. It actually is YouTube. But the problem with YouTube is that like I'm such a noob to it that it just takes a lot more work than the work I already showed you, right? I have to like send it to an editor, like I have to like be my own editor, whatever that is. It's scary to me, and that's why I haven't done it yet, but I know eventually I'll have to do it. So that's what's going on with the YouTube thing. Question from Jim. Is this console on the left side of your screen part of your browser? What console? This thing? What console? I don't know what console you're talking about. I think you're talking about this. Yeah, this is the Arc browser. I can drop you a recommendation if you want. But yeah, so this is the Arc browser takes the top tab in Chrome and puts it on the vertical tab and on the side. Firefox users have had this for a long time, but I kind of like it. It lets me play with split tabs like you see me doing all the time. But apart from that, like it's got a bunch of nice little UX items. So I think I can just archive them. I don't really agree with archiving, but yeah, it's just a nice way to manage your tabs. And I definitely had a problem with tab management before. So if you're interested in the features of Arc browser, I would send you to this site where you can check out the features, and then I'll send you an invite to Arc browser because you get 5 invites every single week. So here's the invite. It's on screen, but also I'm going to type it out inside of the YouTube chat if you want. I like it. I don't know how they're going to make money. I don't know how much I would pay for it. Right now it's free. It is built on top of Chrome or Chromium, and I'm not exactly sure, like, you know, how appealing this is. I mean, I do like the part of it. I think it's novelty. Like I just wanted something new, and anything new would have qualified already. But part of it, I do think they have better UX around how I jump around my different things I use all the time, my different work modes that I have, how I have a stack of, how I build up a stack of little windows as I accumulate context, and then I close the stack of windows when I don't need them anymore. I feel like the workflow makes a lot more sense here than it does in Chrome. But these are very, very minute differences that I don't think I can justify on very heavy scrutiny. It's just based on the feeling in general. All right, so that was maybe an hour-long diversion on how I make mixtapes and do research and organize my second brain and stuff. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go back and finish up the reading. So, you know, I did a couple hours of reading today, and let me just make sure that everything is committed. So commit alts change, committed one file, pull. Okay, cool. So what I'm doing is I'm going through, for the 2-3 of you who are new here, I'm going through all of my reading of the week, and then making sure I have them logged in my notes. Not just logged, but that I've actually read through them and made some kind of, have some kind of understanding of what they're about, so that if I need to retrieve them in the future, I have them in a semi-warm cache. Part of this is just kind of logging like what the zeitgeist is. So this guy wrote a terminal wrapper that probably isn't going to be around in a few months. So I'm not super excited about this one, but I'll just stick it into my list as tooling, or as products that people are working on. Here, maybe CLI. That will be that, really. Typically, there's a ton of people working on terminal stuff. Like it's not really a big deal. I actually use Warp, the Warp terminal, and inside of Warp, you can actually do command control backtick, and you can already use AI inside of here as well. So what these guys have done is a subset of what Warp has already done. I don't know, right? regex for searching files with the word boop in them. Right, so that's Warp. It's good enough for me, already does this job, but it's interesting to know like what people are doing. This guy's exploring AI, sure, okay. Interesting to see. People have very, very low bars for what good means. Like people are putting like exploding head emojis, saying, wow, like I'm like, one of the downsides of like, being too involved in something is you are very desensitized to what people are wowed by. And sometimes it's a good reminder to go, yeah, I mean, a lot of people haven't explored the space. A lot of people are very superficial in the way that they review projects, and they don't actually see that this is a very commoditized feature. Not to diss on them. I mean, like, we all have issues. I mean, we all have problems covering everything, but it's good to just have a sense. By the way, so Sarah, I went to school together with Sarah. I'm kind of saving her for last, so I should probably put it down here. And that's why I'm not ignoring her. I'm just saving her for last because I need to spend a lot more time thinking about her than I think about the other stuff. So, oh, this is the MBTI test. That's great. I've actually met Ayla before. So really niche micro internet celebrity in there. And yeah, she's as weird as you might think, in a good way. Weird in a good way. She asked us at the table if we thought that we had free will, and we had to go around. And obviously, she's the only girl at the table because that's how tech meetups go. And all the guys were like, "Yes, we have free will," except for one guy who was obviously knew her type, and he was like, "No, we don't have free will." And it was a pretty fun anecdote. I don't know. I don't think I told that story right, but I think it's an interesting one. All right, MBTI test. Okay. So again, first for Jim, who I think who's been watching the entire time. This is part of the spanning set of tests that I want to be able to pull up anytime the topic of what tests can I subject onto ChatGPT comes up. And that's pretty much it. There's nothing to explore here. This is an overstatement because he's trying to promote. He's the author of LangChain. He's not the author of LangChain. Who's the author of LangChain? I think Chase. This fella? Oh, it looks like he's part of the team. So Harrison Chase is the author of LangChain, but I bet you Sam is involved. All right, and like, why does this matter? It kind of doesn't, but when you know the people in working on the projects, you get to figure out some of the under the hood type of things, right? Like if these guys are clearly working together, they're probably going to work on a startup. Yeah, this guy's number 2 committer. This girl's number 2 committer. Okay. Interesting. So her credibility is higher because of that, but also she's promoting LangChain, which she's clearly working on. What is my daemon.ai? The fuck? That doesn't see anything. Okay. It looks like she's a heavy user. She's not on the team. But she's a very, very heavy user. It's super interesting. Okay, someone to note. ChatGPT is not a new technology, it's a new interface. All you need is a good prompt, good memory window. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Use the memory class from LangChain to create a sliding memory window of 2 lines. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Yeah, this guy has it. Most important part of ChatGPT is reinforcement learning, which is not in GPT-3. Yeah, I think this is overselling LangChain. It's not super convincing that they have the same amount of context window. So GPT-3 has what the fuck is the context window? Context window. GPT-3 has like a context window of like 2,000 tokens, and ChatGPT 8,000. And so you using raw GPT-3 does not have that capability. That's like the very, very basic difference. But then, yeah, the incremental info that it doesn't also have is the fine tuning on reinforcement learning. So you can simulate that for a tweet thread, but you can't do it for all the use cases. It's cool that you can replicate the same results that you had in the VM tweet, but I don't think this is a useful thing. Still, I have to note it down because it's relevant. So, the question is, where do I put it? Can kind replicate chat GPT-3 with G03 and put in the GitHub repo as well. The collab. Oh, come on. Is there more to this? Oh, yeah, there is more to this. What is a conversational buffer window memory? The docs in this? Oh, tell me how to say no to this. Let's look for implementation. Aggressive. Look at that. All right, let's see what chains they already have in here. They have LLM Bash, LLM Chain, Pell, SQLite. What is the SQLite thing? Answer questions over a database. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty neat. Like, I'm not a LangChain hater at all. I don't like overselling. All right, so you don't have this API documented. You just have the clone. So where the hell is it implemented? Okay, fine. It looks like they renamed it. So the conversational, it's conversation. There we go. Yeah. So it's not going to have any memory of prior conversations. I would just challenge her. All right. I'll just challenge her. How do you deal with the limited context window of GPT-3? From, as far as I know, ChatGPT is going into that sort of. So I don't expect any response to this. It's an old tweet. I'm sure she gets a ton of queries, but sometimes you get the odd shout out. So I think it's always worth asking. So that's cool. Yes, Jess, that was Hamilton. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for coming by. It's really crazy. Like, I don't know how much I should promote that I am open to streaming, because I'm not a huge streamer. I'm not super entertaining. I'm not looking to optimize to entertain. I guess this could be entertaining, but at the same time, like, it's kind of boring. It's me sitting here on a Tuesday, just kind of reading through stuff, you know. And I mean, I can always answer questions if you want, but yeah, Jess, by the way, if you want to hop on and ask any follow-up questions, you're welcome to. You have my DMs. Yeah, you can just DM me if you want to hop on, and we can always chat again for more stuff. Eager mode was what made PyTorch successful. PyTorch 2.0 based on hardware. Oh, I know where this goes. It's an info tweet and traffic data. PyTorch design hardware influence in PyTorch design. Hardware influence PyTorch. Why are you trying to stay awake? Like the middle of the day. Yes, we do want to stay motivated. I should try to stream my writing process. This is my reading process, which is probably the least interesting part of what I do. But I mean, this is essential. Like, you produce what you consume, so you have to consume good shit. When PyTorch first came out, pre-tensor core days, you know, compute bound. Ooh. Yep. Oh, I know where this goes. Ooh, look at the tensor cores. That's a good diagram. I do try to optimize for saving diagrams because you're going to use these in blog posts and presentations in the future. So if you can pull out these things, should probably be more circumspect about linking them. I think that worked. Oh, no. This is the worst part of it's the worst part of Obsidian. I don't want to save the direct image. That's going to blow up my it's going to blow up my repo. Okay. Yeah. That's what I want. All right. Yep, good enough. The thing about hardware is you don't need to optimize it until you have to. So a lot of that is very just in case type learning. So these are example use cases as well. Okay, what the hell is that? Sometimes I like to use Hacker News as a filter for like, just help me fast forward to what's interesting. I know it's not the best, but time. Learn GPT examples. And I think there's also Share GPT as well. And these screenshots, these are fucking screenshots, aren't they? Okay, so here's an example of something where they got an example working. So this one was a failure and this was a success. What was the difference? Man, it's annoying. You can't conclude much about this except that sometimes it fails. By the way, I'm using a Hacker News extension here that lets me collapse these things nicely. All right, this is not that interesting. I'm going to open up the remainder of the tweets and try to finish the reading. Cool. Come on. Twitter is so slow. I can't wait to build a better one. Yeah. So this is a search interface. Fuck me. Yo, this is good. This is very good. What is the 10th wonder of the world? There's no. Okay. Oh my god. I gotta try this. The problem is coming up with interesting questions. Penaldo. Wow. Yo, it's really fucking good. All right, I'm joining the Discord. Okay, there's a thing on communities as well that I have. Perplexity Discord. Only 2,000 members. It's pretty small. Here's the Discord. Let's dig around in this. Who's this guy? We're now docs, my friend, because I will stalk you to the end of the earth. Oh. Yep, co-founder CTO. All right. Throwing this guy on to my list, which I barely use. You have to track the people involved. All right. Perplexity is doing some interesting stuff. Like, often I'll do a double upgrade of a new person to try to go to 0 to 100. So what a double upgrade means, going from never hearing about the person to following them plus turning on notifications, and try to stay on top of everything that they're doing because they have very high quality output. Oh, he has a YouTube? No, he doesn't have a YouTube. Who is this fellow? All right, this looks like a podcast that's worth checking out. Oh, this is the Rodents podcast. I did it recently. Robot Brains. I've added them recently. Haven't listened too much. Oh, that was from June. Oh, this is not a very active podcast, is it? Yeah, the last it was last active 6 months ago, so I'm not very, very optimistic on this. But it's got a good backlog, which is nice. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's it. What? Okay, so more than following the people, I need to know how they're doing this. Okay, I mean, let's just have a look at introductions. Fine. General. Can I invite this to my? Can I invite this guy? Can I invite this bot? How do I invite this bot? Roles, profile. How do I invite this bot? Can I do this? Okay. People? Okay. I can't invite a bot? I don't know how this works. Jess is configuring Warp now. Yeah, I like Warp. They might be stealing your info but I mean, I've met Brendan. I think he's trustworthy, but that's not the best security posture. So be warned, Hacker News does not like Warp because they phone home. I'm fine with it, but yeah, the more security conscious people might be a little bit freaked out by people listening in to your CLI commands. I personally could not care less. I mean, the worst they can do is like steal my GitHub tokens, but like, I mean, go ahead. Okay, I would really like to be on top. Like, so number one thing I want to know is how the fuck does Perplexity work? How does Perplexity Ask work? And I feel like there have been people talking about them, and I've missed out on the conversation. Okay. I'll try to explore a little bit more. Right. How do I explore this? I really need to explore this. I don't actually know. How does where is my typing? How does Perplexity AI work? What the fuck? Who are these people? What? Who's writing this shit? The weird content farm. All right. Sure, detailed. I wish people stop doing this like point by point appearing thing. Okay. This is no help whatsoever. Perplexity AI. All right. Perplexity is an interesting enough demo that I want to dig a little bit deeper, and I don't really have the skills for it. All right. Okay. Hang on. Does he have some PhD thing? No, he does not. Okay. Hacker News. Who is Andy K? Andy Konwinski. All right. Dude, you're so easily doxxed. Co-founder of Databricks. Holy fuck. Oh my god. All right. Fuck. Yep. Is he the guy showing? So what I'm looking for is implementation detail of what Perplexity does. This is about Perplexity SQL, which I don't care about. This is an interesting tweet on agentic AI, which is another interest topic that we've focused on. That in my agent's notes. Quick side tangent on this one. GPT-3 agents. What is this about internal monologues? Hang on. All right. Oh boy. I am down the rabbit hole. Okay. By the way, Databricks was part of the UC Berkeley labs. I don't think this particular lab, but they probably know each other from there. Which means I got to put these in my notes for infrastructure tools. Yep. Very reasonable. All right, cool. Going back. I'm just trying to figure out what public statements. What is this guy doing looking at the public markets? He runs a venture fund? Okay. This is about cost trends, which is another thing I'm tracking. Cost trends. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty high signal feed. But this guy's also quite high noise. So I have another piece that I have bookmarked on Wright's Law that I do need to follow through. It's mostly the ARC people pushing this on Wright's Law. So I mean, it's neither here nor there. I'm still not going anywhere on how does Perplexity AI work. But we now know a little bit about their CTO, which is good. Let's pop down one layout that's stack and go here again. Why is Hacker News not excited by this? Huh. You go here. Okay. So, Perplexity uses Codex. Web search powered by GPT and Bing. Okay. We're also working on using LLMs to reword queries before searching and to make searches more conversational. Additionally, we're building new features that allow you to curate the result of your query by admitting. So Jess Sachs says, why are you shook right now regarding the co-founder? I said duck a few times. Any co-founder of Databricks is a billionaire. And for them to have a second act in AI means they automatically go from nobody to top of the stack for you to pay attention to. So understanding people's CV helps to at least predict a little bit of who to pay attention to, because this space tends to be a little bit noisy, and there are a lot of nobodies, some of whom will be successful, but you have to ascribe higher probabilities to people who have been major successes before. So that's it. I mean, it's nothing more scientific than that. You're welcome, Jess. I also agree, but breath first versus death first. Okay, well, what do they do breath first? New references. Okay, this doesn't exist yet. So it's just summarizing, right? I mean, where's the perplexity stuff again? Come on. All right. Fine. What is the plot of Knives? Glass Onion. I just watched Glass Onion with my sister yesterday. So this is pretty of the Glass Onion movie. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. I warn you, this is very spoilery if they do it right. No, it's not a plot. All right. Who is the killer villain? Glass Onion movie. So what's interesting is that they have sources in each. Okay, I mean, this isn't, I mean, yeah, sure. There's a lot of, all right. What can I ask? Boxing Day, ecto life, artificial womb. Okay, what is ecto life, artificial womb? Huh. Okay. Okay. I think it's a nice demo. I feel like this kind of sourcing or citations isn't that interesting. I could be wrong though. Let's use this to explain some AI shit. All right, what was something? Okay, explain cross entropy. Explain cross entropy. What's particle wave duality? How is crossing measure used to measure? Yeah, you measure distributions, but that's not. How did anyone think this is good? Okay, not bad. All right, let's do this for Jess. What is particle wave duality? What is particle duality? Damn, 1923. It's almost 100 years ago. These guys are thinking about it. Yeah, very cool. All right. I would try to save this so I can use it here. So now I have ChatGPT. By the way, you can rename tabs, which is great. But I don't have to. It looks neater. / I don't have to abide by whatever naming schema these people use. ChatGPT. Sure. Okay. And then rename. Right. Cool. DeepMind introducing Dramatron. New tool for writers. Kind of don't care. Yeah, okay. All right, this is a tool for writers. So that goes straight into the writing section. The Dramatron. For co-writing author, theater scripts and screenplays. Look at that choice of font. Very cautious. Starting from the log line, Dramatron interactively generates character descriptions, plot points, location descriptions, and dialogue. Co-writing system. Okay. Let's browse the paper real quick. Right. Fuck. Really don't need Twitter to keep doing this. Sorry I swear so much, by the way. I know it's not ideal. All right, let's quickly browse this screenplay thing. I'm ruling it out mostly because I'm not in the screenplay business, but I mean, it's interesting to see what people are doing. Sometimes they have interesting techniques that you want to steal. The only two ways to write scripts, 5x structure and the hero's journey. Uh-huh. What did he spend on doing this? Oh, geez, this is very long. This is 100 pages. Yeah, I don't have time for this. So what is the log line? Log line is provided by the writer, and each character description is generated in previous step. Where's the log line? Where's the log line? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So this is like a co-pilot for theater writing. Oof. Brilliant. All right. Fair enough. Explain intent modeling with dialogue AI. Intent modeling with text of dialogue AI. This new chat. All right. Error occurred. It's BS. Yeah, this is not that great. All right, cool. Not much I can use here, I don't think. What I like about this is it hints at a little bit of frustration in the industry of 2 decades of approaches not working and then suddenly something working. This person's disagreeing. This person's also disagreeing. Okay. Oh, and this person works at OpenAI. Okay. Yeah, all right. Nothing useful there. Quote tweets are disabled because Twitter sucks. There we go. This guy's agreeing. Co-founder hugging face. Disagreeing. It's good. Good. I like this. All right. I like this meta discussion, but it's not super insightful. Is this? So I'm pretty sure this is a quote from Nassim Taleb. Simple search will suffice to optionality, technology, and the intelligence of anti-fragility. Chapter in Taleb, of course. All right. Well, it's relevant to a tweet that I've done recently, so I'm going to tag it on, which is something that I do as well. So whenever I see something relevant, I'll tag it onto an existing tweet and leave a reminder for my future self. Yep. Interesting chart demonstrating phenomenon from book 5 of Book 5. Books 4. In other disciplines, there we go. Send tweet feature, which I cannot disable now. All right, I don't think there's anything else interesting in here. I'm just looking for knowledgeable people who are refuting or agreeing with evidence. All right, I think that's the end of that, really. Maybe we can talk about bitter lesson. What is this? Maybe he's talked about this before. All right. See how we do. This is a tough one. Wow, Perplexity won. Hey, good going, Perplexity. Wow. Oh. I mean, it's amazing on one hand, but also a little bit stressful on the other, that you now have to check 2 chat surfaces. But those are rich people problems. All right. So the bitter lesson, this is the best source. Was looking for more references to the bitter lesson. Is this the main source? Canonical source? All right. It's not the best question, but just a little follow-up there in case he wants to pick that up. All right, who is Rich Sutton? Okay, cool. It's probably him. Which means that we can also pop this in the info channel. This guy. All right. Bitter lessons. Here's the cloud partitioner thing. Back on this. AWS cloud practitioner. All right. I don't think these are very interesting answers or questions. It's just interesting. All right, cool. All right. Have we solved how Perplexity AI works? No. Perplexity. Yeah, this is, I hate it when I see a tweet that I no longer remember how to find, because I remember there was some breakdown of what went into this, but maybe it was for BirdSQL rather than this one. So I do have to skip it. We're almost done. We got 4 links left. Several things in ChatGPT fails spectacularly from failures. Okay, thread of failures. The thread boys. Oh no, these are thread of successes. Yeah. Nice, very nice. Aaron Levy, terrible at raising his stock price, but he's great at Twitter. Yeah, all right, this is an entertainment piece. This is solving. Jeez, solving crosswords. Wow. Does it work? Oh no, okay, it's not exactly correct. Da 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 da. Sudoku solver, that's a nice one. Programming. Hey, where's the code use cases? There we go. Sudoku solver. From lead code. To be fair, if it's on lead code already, it's probably in there. Quoting the Bible. All right. These threads are a dime a dozen, really. Okay, interesting. Birkin, hey, are you going depth first or your open links of breadth? Depth first when the topic is important, and breadth when the topic is not important and I just need it as an example. So a hybrid, but based on subjective importance rating, if that helps. We're almost done. We've got 2 tweets left. I have a Cohere YouTube video up, but I don't I don't think I'm going to watch it today. Fails. Hang on. This is an interesting technique that you're saying, all right, the initial output is boring. Of course, a lot of the initial output's boring. Yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. Findings. Okay, there we go. Testing humanity and injecting humanity with GPT-2 to output detector. Oh. Yeah, this is a good thread. Highly think it will be useful in the future. Replies. Anything interesting in the replies? Oh, there's also originality AI and content scale AI. Thank you, whoever this is. Can also use originality.ai, content at scale for So originality is better. Yep. Who is this fellow? Holloway. Okay. John Gillums is working on originality AI. Yep. Okay. Anything else interesting in the quote tweets? Okay. Let's do a quick search just to see if it's out on anything interesting. Yep. Okay, good. All right, now we're on to Sarah's end of year predictions. So Cohere is interesting because with Aiden, they are one of the original authors of the Transformer paper, and yeah, one of those very, very high up in my priority list of anything that they work on. What should I focus on here? I have no idea. I mean, they have a bunch of content. Maybe their recent talks. Yeah. Okay. I would bookmark this one. Oh man, everything here is so good. I guess let's save this in here. And let's go on to Sarah. Okay, last tweet of the day. End of your prediction time. What do I make of this? All right, it's a good map of what's missing. A lot of mem.ai boys. Fuck these people. Haven't I blocked you already? You're still showing up? Damn. There's 18 quote tweets. It's definitely not everything. Not that I mean, these tend to be very low quality. Low quality, low quality, low quality, low quality, low quality. Okay. All right, good. So, yeah, okay. So maybe I need something. Maybe this is a new category. MISC products. Yeah, I'll put it up here. What's needed in 2023? Service quote. Let me summarize this. I wonder if I can summarize this thread using XP1. So this is summarized. See what you got. And bullet points. Hey. Thank you very much. Crossing valleys of cool demo, but unusable in prod. So out of all of these points, what's the most interesting to me? I like the UI stuff. I like the personalization stuff. Cost, not so important. Shallow integration. Table stakes. Okay. Next. Boy, you gotta watch out, that thing, that thing, that thing. Building a world model. And that's yeah. This will be a blog post probably. X paradox. Girl, you got it. I don't actually know the lyrics. That thing. Guys, you know you better watch out. Some girls are only about. Man, Lauryn Hill. What class? Okay, well, so that was the day's reading. Probably not the best thing to watch, but also, how many? There was 8 files that I did. I'd like to review them at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the commit history. And yeah, any last questions? Pop them in there. SkyPilot. So this is an infrastructure play that came from the Databricks CEO guy. kind of interesting. Made a couple of hardware notes, which are useful. I have more notes on Wright's law. Let me try to look up what I had on Wright's law. Wright's law of Mark. Okay. Wright's law. Let's see what is Wright's law? Maybe if I do this, what is Wright's law? How do you mean only one message at a time? Okay. Thanks so much, Jess. Yeah, but feel free to jump on. We can chat. I mean, it doesn't have to be a. I feel like I'm just talking to myself for funsies. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think Wright's law is kind of a thing that was made up, but it has some traction, and that's the nature of a lot of these laws. When they're early, they don't look like they have a lot of backing to them. You want to make bets even without that. What do you mean it's slightly more accurate than Wright's law, than Moore's law? No, don't reload. Did you reload? You reloaded. That was lame. What is this nonsense? Oh, okay. Okay. Who was right again? All right, fine. So it's typing. And it's not actually specific to AI, which I thought it was. What is Wright's law? It's so lame. What? I need to split this. What are you talking about? Okay, kind of don't trust that. All right, well, that's enough for me. And then quick browse through the rest of the stuff that we added today. I like the bitter lesson thing. That's it. Oh, that's not a lot of additions. I think we added like 75 lines of stuff that we added, and it took like 3 hours. All right, I think that's it for the session, and I hope that was insightful in some way. That is how I really work, and at some point, all these eventually get turned into blog posts or podcast quotes or whatever, and that's good fun. All right, I'm gonna call it. Thank you everyone for joining, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye-bye.